Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Capture 1, A boy named Ash. In a big stadium, a battle was occurring. Two monsters were battling each other, each given an order from a human standing in the end of the arena. This is a Pokémon battle. Pokémon have been, from the beginning, spoken of as friends and partners to the humans, helping them with various tasks from constructing buildings to exploration. Many people take Pokémon with them on a journey to gather badges and to compete in the various Pokémon League as trainers, using them in battle against Pokémon both owned by other trainers and found in the wild. On one corner is a light purple, quadruped Pokémon. It has several darker purple spots across its body. It has large, spiny ears with teal insides, narrow black eyes, and a long snout with two pointed teeth protruding from the upper jaw. It has a ridge of toxic spines on its back, and a long, pointed horn on its forehead. The horn is harder than diamond and capable of secreting poison on impact. Its short legs have 3 claws on each foot. This is a Nidorino, the poison pin Pokémon. On the other corner is a dark purple, bipedal Pokémon with a roundish body. It has red eyes and a wide mouth that is usually curled into a sinister grin. Multiple spikes cover its back, and it has large pointed ears. Its arms and legs are short with 3 digits on both its hands and feet. It also has a stubby tail. This is a Gengar, the shadow Pokémon. Nidorino tries to hit the Gengar with horn attack, but unfortunately Gengar is able to dodge those attacks. Nidorino begins the battle with horn attack. The announcer finished saying, and as soon as he finished saying those words, Gengar jumped over Nidorino, stomping on his head in the process. Gengar is going to strike back and oh. There it is. The hypnosis. And what the announcer said was correct. Just as Gengar landed on the field, it turned around and pushed his hands forward, emitting some kind of sound waves that made Nidorino sleepy. Just as the Nidorino landed on the floor asleep, he was returned by his trainer. Oh wait, Nidorino was recalled. Who will the trainer choose next? The trainer grabbed a Pokeball and threw it towards the field. Gengar, seeing the Pokeball in front of him, jumped back to avoid the upcoming Pokémon. And what came out resembled a giant chain of gray boulders that become smaller towards the tail. It has a rocky spine on its head and a pair of black eyes right beneath it. This Pokémon has a magnet in its brain that serves as an internal compass. Its body absorbs many hard objects, making its body very solid. As it grows older, it becomes more rounded and smoother, eventually becoming similar to black diamonds. This is an Onyx, the rock snake Pokémon. And it's an Onyx. Onyx roared at the Gengar as it tried to bite him, but Gengar jumped aside. All this was seen by a young boy standing in his room, excited to see a Pokémon battle. This young man was wearing a white and blue short-sleeved jacket with gold trim, white collar and sleeves, a dark teal t-shirt, blue jeans with light blue cuffs, black and white sneakers with red dots, green fingerless gloves with light green borders and a red and white cap with a green stylized bell. This young man is Ash and his dream is to become a Pokémon master. And now that I'm 10, I can get my Pokémon license. You see, young boys and girls that want to become Pokémon trainers, must be at least 10-year-old to finally be one. Those new trainers are able to choose from 3 Pokémon, a Bulbasaur, a Charmander, or a Squirtle. And I'll become a Pokémon master. Ash said while extending his right hand to the front with a plastic Pokeball, in which looked a lot like the Pokémon Voltorb. Ash. Go to bed. A feminine voice was heard from the outside of his room, making Ash freeze in slight fear, letting the Pokeball look-alike go as consequence. Yes, mother. Ash sighed. Even though he was still excited to become a Pokémon trainer, he didn't want to make his mother angry at him, so turning off the TV, Ash made his way to his bed and turned the lights off before getting in bed. I'm going to be the best. Like no one ever was. Ash murmured with his right hand stretched out. Unknown to him, his adventure is going to be an eventful one. Next day. The Pokémon were waking up, Pidgeys were flying all around chirping and singing. People were awake and had already began to start their day. All except one, Ash. However, unknown to anyone, Ash was having an interesting dream. Ash's dream. He looked around the prairie, and was happy to see many kind of Pokémon. He played with all of them, although his favorite is a Pokémon he has never seen before. But suddenly, everything started to turn pitch black. Ash. A voice talked to the nervous kid that had been playing with all the Pokémons. And before Ash could even question the voice, he heard the voice talk again. The trial of the rainbow has been imposed upon you. Succeed in this by capturing the white lining, the voice added, making Ash confused. Trial of the rainbow? White lining? What did that ever mean? But before he could even say a word, he was expelled from his dream and into the real life. Ash's dream end. Ash woke up with a gasp. His body was sweaty and his hands were trembling a bit. He was in his pajamas, in which were green with yellow lining on the sides. He got up from bed and did all he had to do before heading for breakfast. Hello dear, his mother, Delia, saluted her son with a loving smile. She has brown eyes and brown hair. She mostly wears a pink short-sleeve jacket with a yellow undershirt, a purple skirt, and light green shoes. She already took off her yellow apron and hanged it on the kitchen wall. Hey Mom, Ash answered back, but she noticed something weird about her son. Are you alright Ash? He had to hold back a shiver hearing his name. While Delia is a great mother, when she used his name instead of a nickname, it was because she was angry or was worried about him. Looking at her he noticed that, fortunately, it was the latter. I'm fine Mom. Just a strange dream I had, Delia hummed as she walked toward the table. You better finish quick dear, the professor isn't going to wait for you forever, Delia said smiling, and that was when Ash finally was fully awakened. I'm late. Everyone in Pallet Town could hear the voice of a desperate young man. Said young man ran out of his house, stumbling upon his mother's Pokémon. This Pokémon is a bipedal, humanoid Pokémon with a round, white body with a magenta spot in the middle. Its light pink arms and legs are connected to its body by magenta spheres. Its knees have small, white coverings. There are magenta pads on the tips of its white fingers, and its dark blue feet curl upward at the tips. Blue growths resembling clown hair extend from the sides of its pale pink head, and there are magenta circles on its cheeks. Its jaw is curved inward, resembling the mouth of a wooden dummy. This is a Mr. Mime, the barrier Pokémon. Sorry Mimey. I'm in a hurry. Mime. The Mr. Mime, also known as Mimey, sighed as she watched her mistress's son ran in the distance towards the Pokémon laboratory. With Ash. Ash was running up a hill. His legs were tired but he wasn't going to give up just yet. He had to get his first Pokémon, his first partner. Sooner than he expected he arrived at the professor's lab and began to knock the door over and over again. Professor! Professor! Ash shouted desperately, he has waited for a long time and he wasn't going to wait another year to become a Pokémon trainer. He wanted to become one right now. Coming. An elderly voice could be heard from the lab. It sounded more sleepy than normal, but Ash knew it was this way. Not all excited, except when it was about Pokémon. The door opened and it revealed a middle-aged Pokémon professor with gray hair and sports a light maroon polo shirt underneath his lab coat. He wears a brown belt supporting his beige pants along with matching brown loafers. This is Professor Oak, Samuel Oak, famous Pokémon professor throughout the entire Kanto region, including the Orange Island. Oh, Ash. You're here, Professor Oak's voice changed radically from bored to a hint of excitement. He was glad that Ash didn't came late like he expected. Can I choose my Pokémon now, Professor? The excited Ash's eyes glitter, trying to convince the middle-aged professor. The professor gave out a sheepish laugh as he let Ash enter his lab. Ash hurried to a stand where there were 3 Pokeball forming a triangle. But before Ash could choose the one he wants, in which is a Charmander, he was stopped by the professor. Sorry Ash, but even you arriving at the coordinated time, there were 2 boys and 1 girl that came way earlier than you did and took the remaining starters." Ash's hopes began to crumble to dust after hearing this. And it could be seen on his heartbroken face. "But luckily for you, Ash, I was given a Pokémon yesterday and I think that he is perfect for you," and in an instant, he was grabbed by an ever-happy Ash. "Where is it? Where is it?" Oak couldn't help but let out a smile. Ash reminded him about Delia when she was younger, even though Ash got his physical appearance from his father. All right. Let me look for his Pokeball." With that, Oak left Ash to ponder on what kind of Pokémon he was going to be given. Maybe it was going to be that Pokémon he dreamed about. If he recalled correctly, the Pokémon was a small, white, canine Pokémon. It has black legs and torso, a white tail, and a gray collar. It has rounded bumps on the backs of its forepaws. It has a black mask and red eyes. It was standing on its toes instead of its entire foot. It also has 2 black appendages that hang down from its head. Ash didn't know the name of the Pokémon, but he was attracted to this Pokémon. Like he is going to be his partner or something. Ash then turned to see Professor Oak with a white and black Pokeball, the white replacing the red color and the black replacing the white. "This Pokémon was in my front door yesterday. I don't know who let him there, but I think that he would be the best partner for you, Ash," Oak said, releasing the Pokémon from its Pokeball. Ash's eyes widened at seeing the exact same Pokémon he dreamed about. "It's you," Ash muttered with widened eyes as he approached slowly the white Pokémon. "This Pokémon is a Riolu, Ash," Oak said, showing Satoshi a picture of a Riolu, the emanation Pokémon, but instead of being white in color, the one in the picture was blue in color. "Professor Oak." "Yes, Ash?" "Why is this Riolu's fur is white and that Riolu's fur is blue?" "A good question, Ash. You see, we regional professors had found that Pokémon, like humans, can get the rare genetical disease called albinism. We professor don't know what this means for Pokémons. Does this trait makes them stronger? Weaker? We finally have one to study, but I think that he should go with you." Oak explained what he knew. He also told him that there were only 37 Pokémon known to have this genetical disease, and all the professors want to know what biological changes does it give to the Pokémon. Ash was marveled at this. Only 37 Pokémon that were like Riolu, that the professors knew of. It was amazing. "I've decided." Oak looked at Ash with a curious gaze. "I'm going to capture all known Pokémon that have this, albinism, Ash." "Yeah, that. I'm going to catch all the Pokémon that have that." Professor Oak's sweat dropped, noticing that Ash didn't even attempt to try and say the word. Ash, who still was in front of Riolu, smiled as he extended his hand at the emanation Pokémon. Riolu, although shy at first, grabbed Ash's hand with his own, and suddenly a soft wind was felt by the entire Kanto region. The epicenter. The handshake between Ash and the Riolu. "Congratulations, Ash. If you wish to give your Pokémon a name, you could do it. Think that Riolu is the species and the name that you give him is his given name. You don't want to call every one of your Pokémon by their species name, right?" Professor Oak said, catching Ash off guard. Trainer looked into his first Pokémon's eyes. Riolu Olu Ri. Ash's eyes widened. He understood his Pokémon, and with what he understood, he already had a name. His name is going to be Capture 2, the prismatic appearance. His name is going to be Cobalt, Ash announced with determination in his voice as he looked at the now named Cobalt, who had a small smile on his face. The trainer and Pokémon duo stared right into each other, and you could see a lot of similarities in both of them. Cobalt, What a interesting name. How did you thought of it? The professor asked, not noticing, or forgetting, that Cobalt talked to Ash before the boy announced his Pokémon's name to the professor. He told me, Professor. I understood him. Didn't you heard him when he said that his name is Cobalt? Ash questioned. He understood his Riolu. Why didn't the professor heard what Cobalt say? Outstanding. The professor muttered as he grabbed a machine and began to scan Ash. If my theory is correct, you, Ash, have the power of aura in you veins. You are able to become an aura guardian. I have never seen one before, but you, Ash. You are going to revolutionize the future of Pokémon. The bored tone was substituted by a jovial tone, as he rambled on and on as he searched for something. Ash couldn't believe it. An aura guardian. He didn't know what to say. It was said that there was a tribe full of aura guardians in the past, but something happened that suddenly, the tribe was wiped out of existence. Cobalt was jumping in joy all around Ash. His trainer is going to become an aura guardian in a far future. For Pokémon, it was always an honor to become a partner for an aura guardian. And knowing that only Pokémons like him were the only one that his trainer was going to capture was more than he could count on. Well, Ash. Professor Oak appeared once more in front of Ash. I'm giving you this Pokétch Plus. The professor handed Ash the item, and the young man marveled at it. The Pokétch resembled a watch, but said watch is more advanced than any ordinary watch. This Pokétch was silver in color. The screen covered most of the watch, only the two red buttons on the left side of the screen cover part of the screen. The watch has a black belt that is able to wrap around the wrist of the trainer. What does it do, Professor Oak? Ash asked, but still excited to receive this kind of technology. There are a lot of functions in this watch, Ash, so listen closely, Oak remarked as Ash nodded. This Pokétch is able to analyze a Pokémon like any ordinary Pokédex. It also allows you to change your Pokémon whenever you want. For example, if you have the max number of Pokémons, in which is 6, and you wish to change one of them for another you have here on the ranch, you are able to do so, without going to the Pokémon Center. It also has a map installed, and the map will change depending on which region you are located. There are a lot more applications that the Pokétch, but I'll leave it to you to find which other app your Pokétch has, Professor Oak explained, making Ash's eyes shine in excitement. Thank you, Professor. Ash thanked the very famous professor. No problem, Ash. Now here you have 10 Pokeball and Cobalt's Pokeball. And enjoy your journey, Oak said as he watched Ash and Cobalt run out of his lab. Time skip. After saying goodbye to his mother, in which kept asking Ash if he had everything on his backpack, Ash and Cobalt ran into the route that was just outside of Pallet Town. Both of our heroes had big smile on their faces, happy to be in each other company. They kept running until they found a Pidgey in the grass trying to find food. Ash looked at Cobalt and both nodded in understatement. Cobalt used quick attack. The Pidgey didn't have a chance to react, because Cobalt had already attacked him with a very fast attack. His little body was surrounded by a whitish energy, signifying that he just used a move. The Pidgey fainted just as the Pokémon finished skipping through the ground, until a tree stopped the Pidgey. That was quick, Ash muttered with a sigh as Cobalt joined him at his side. They kept walking forward for a little while as they found a cliff looking towards the horizon. Both Ash and Cobalt were at odds with what they could see. The sun was setting, only half of the sun was visible. The trees decorated the nature. Pidgeys could be seen flying from Ash's left to his right. There were only a few clouds in the area. All in all, this is a perfect view of nature. Wow, Ash finally voiced his awe as he reclined on the tree that was next to him. And although he could understood what his Riolu tried to say, Cobalt just talked in his language. But then, suddenly he felt a gust from behind. Ash and Cobalt turned around to see what it was, but then they got shocked at what they saw. Cobalt exclaimed. But Ash understood what he said. Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is an avian Pokémon resembling a phoenix and a peacock. His feathers are predominantly gold and red, with yellow tail feathers, a white underside, and green feathers at the tip of its wings. Ho-Oh's feathers were cutting the wind as if it was nothing, traveling through the air with minimal effort. Ho-Oh has a green stripe on its neck, a yellow beak, black rings around its red eyes, and a feathered, yellow crest on its head in which shine thanks to the sunset that illuminates it. Ho-Oh's wings are prismatic, causing it to trail a rainbow behind it. It has darkly colored feet and legs with 4 toes and long talons. Ho-Oh's head was tilted backwards a bit, watching as one of his feathers fell towards the boy. Ho-Oh is the rainbow Pokémon. Ash followed the majestic bird with his sight, unable to keep his eyes off this legendary bird, but then he noticed something falling slowly towards him. As he got closer, he saw that it was a feather, Ho-Oh's feather. The prismatic feather shined brightly as it fell to Ash's hand. The color of the feather is ever-changing. But the main colors are red, green, yellow and white, but it also shined a blue, orange and even violet tints. Ash looked at the feather and then at the horizon and made a decision that he will never regret. He will be the best, like no one ever was, or ever will be. Let's go Cobalt. Let's search for our friends. Riolu. Turning around and with a jump, our heroes continued on towards their next destination, as Ho-Oh continued on flying down his path. A grin, or something similar to a grin, was plastered on the rainbow Pokémon's beak. The majestic bird knew that he was going to be the best. So the only logical thing was to give him a test. The first trial. The trial of the rainbow. Capture 3, the White Emergency. Ash and Cobalt walked down the road on their way to Viridian City, but they decided to rest for the night as it was dangerous to wander in this forest, or any forest, at night. Ash was sitting near the campfire that he and Cobalt made. He was checking all the things that his watch is able to do. He was amazed at how many applications this small watch has. Right now, he asked Cobalt if he could scan him with the Pokédex application, in which Cobalt nodded in confirmation. The Dex came to life in a blue light, quickly scanning Cobalt. Riolu, the emanation Pokémon. Riolus are able to sense the aura around them. Doing so, they are able to foresee the movements of their opponents without even seeing them. They are also able to sense emotions utilizing their aura. This Riolu's information. Given name, Cobalt. Owner, Ash. Gender, male. Typing, fighting. Height, 2 feet 1 inch. Weight, 41.6 pounds. Abilities, steadfast and inner focus. Unlocked, prankster, locked. Traits, this Riolu has albinism. I'm unable to say what this trait brings to this Riolu. Known moves, foresight, quick attack and endure, unlocked, blaze kick, bullet punch, vacuum wave and sky uppercut, locked. Ash and Cobalt blink at the same time. To give this much information was even better than a normal Pokédex. A normal Pokédex would only tell you about the Pokémon that is scanning, however this Pokédex, Ash's Pokédex, described everything. Wow! I didn't know that you were that strong Cobalt. Ash said in amazement as Cobalt just nodded, still a bit shocked about the information that it revealed. Olu Ri-Lu-Lu Riolu. Cobalt said, making Ash nod. He understood what he had to do, and what Cobalt proposed. Training. So without backing down, Ash and Cobalt went on to train near the campsite they had made for themselves. Time skip. Ash had just finished his breakfast, in which was a berry sandwich, and all he could think of was the results that they got from their training the day before. Cobalt was able to learn various new moves and even unlock 2 of his locked moves. Cobalt looked strong, like any normal Riolu that Satoshi couldn't find any difference between his Riolu and any other Riolu. What he did found out when they woke up, was that Cobalt was easily burning his fur. Ash predicted that it could be the sun, since humans that had albinism have very sensitive skin. Hey! He knows some things. He just decides to act more carefree. Anyways, after making note of this and sending it to Professor Oak, Ash made their first meal of the day. Cobalt roared out in delight. He was eating the same as Ash, and although it was common for humans to eat this ever so often, only a small amount of Pokémons are able to experience the delight that is going down the mouth of this albino Riolu. Alright. Let's keep on moving Cobalt. Ash said with happiness as Cobalt just nodded as they put away everything they had out into his backpack. Suddenly, they heard some rustling. Both reacted quickly and got ready to defend themselves, they're facing the other way as they guarded each other. The rustling stopped for a moment, when a Pokémon came out of the wood injured. Noticing this, Ash and Cobalt went to the side of this Pokémon and were amazed at which Pokémon was. This Pokémon is a quadruped, canine Pokémon. It has white fur with black stripes along its back and legs. The fur on its muzzle, chest, belly, and tail is gray-colored, as well as an additional tuft of fur on top of its head. The Pokémon's coat is noticeably longer on its chest and tail. It has red eyes, a black nose, and large, round ears. Its forepaws have 2 visible claws, while its hind paws have 3 toes each. Each paw has a gunmetal gray pad. This is a Growlithe, the puppy Pokémon. Ash wasn't just shocked that a Growlithe, a Pokémon that isn't found in this area, but that this Growlithe has the same trait as Cobalt, albinism. But they quickly frowned seeing the injuries it had. His front and back legs had gashes all around. His fur looked dulled and burnt, as if he hasn't received any treatment because of trait. His right eye is swollen and is getting worse by the minute. This Growlithe was on the verge of death and Ash wasn't going to allow this. Grabbing the Growlithe, he ran towards the exit of this road. Cobalt was running beside him while using his aura to sense his surroundings to protect his trainer and the injured Growlithe. The albino Growlithe slightly opened his good eye, and his red eye could see Ash clearly. Giving a soft growl, the Growlithe went and relaxed once more. Luckily for them they were nearing the exit of the woods. They could see the sign that said, "Welcome to Viridian City. The gateway to Indigo Plateau." They could also see the Pokémon Center just a bit beyond the sign. They ran a bit faster, but unfortunately he was stopped by a police officer, a woman police officer, that was standing near the entrance of the Pokémon Center. "Officer, please let me through. This Growlithe isn't going to survive for long." Ash pleaded as he tried to ran past the officer. The policewoman looked at the white Growlithe. Thinking that it was a normal Growlithe, she panicked at seeing the state the puppy Pokémon was in. Letting the boy go to the center, she commanded another officer to watch the entrance and exit of anyone, and to register each and every person that wanted to enter or exit the city. She followed the boy towards the center, only for one reason. Because of her weakness towards Growlithes. She loves them. She has 3 Growlithes as partners and she loves them dearly. She can't see a future when she doesn't have them in her life. So seeing this Growlithe like that made her imagination run wild. Arriving at the center, she could slightly overhear the conversation between the boy and the nurse. "You got to help him, Nurse Joy." The boy was slightly crying at this point. The officer could see that Joy's skin became even more pale than usual. A Chansey ran as quickly as she could with a stretcher in hand. Putting the Growlithe in the stretcher, Joy and her Chansey went straight into the emergency room. This was her time to get all the information that she needed to know. So she went towards the boy who pleaded to her to let him through. "Excuse me." Ash looked back and noticed that the officer that let him pass through was talking to him. Thank you for letting me through." Nurse Joy said that if I had arrived a minute later, the Growlithe would have died. Hearing this, made the officer, in which name is Jenny, pale beyond possible. A Growlithe's death. She couldn't live it down if, that because of her, a Growlithe would have died. So she was happy that the Growlithe was going to survive another day. "I'm glad. That is indeed very good news," she said with a small smile on her face. "So, what did you want at the entrance of Viridian City?" Ash asked, making Jenny widen her eyes slightly at this. "Yes, that. I just need your license or Pokédex to confirm something and you're good to go," she said as she watched the boy search for something in his watch. This Pokédex Plus belongs to Ash. Ash has been a trainer only one day. His starter, an albino Riolu, was given to him by Professor Oak. He and his Riolu found the albino Growlithe in the woods as they made their way towards Viridian City. The Pokédex Plus spoke, informing the officer of everything that she wanted to know. "Wait. Albino? Ash, is what your watch said true? What you just saved was an albino Growlithe. The shocked voice of Jenny wasn't lost to Ash. Hell, he could even see her shocked face and her body was trembling ever so slightly. Yeah. Cobalt, my Riolu, is an albino too. Ash motioned towards his Riolu, as the Pokémon waved at her. Jenny was amazed at this. Never in her life would she expect to see an albino Pokémon, let alone two. She was brought back by the voice of joy which was calling for Ash. Excuse me, I have to see what happened to the Growlithe. With that Ash left and went straight towards the nurse of Viridian City. Arriving to said location he could see Joy standing right next to the room the Growlithe was in. The hallway he was in had a one-way screen which allowed visitors to see the status of their Pokémon. Ash looked at the room and saw two Chanseys monitoring the Growlithe and giving him some medication. He also saw all the cables that were connected to his body. The machine were keeping the track of this Growlithe's vitals, and they seemed to be normal as of now. Ash, the boy looked towards the nurse, in which gave him a sweet smile. The Growlithe is going to make a full recovery tomorrow morning. He is the only Pokémon in this area with this severe damages on his body, so we are giving him all of our attention. Ash sighed in relief at hearing the news. He wondered if albino had a healing factor on them. You see, those damages were for at least 2 days of rest in the center plus 2 more without doing any sort of training, but to be completely recovered by the next day was something else. Thank Nurse Joy. Can I see the Growlithe? Stay by his side at least. He may not be my Pokémon yet, but I'm going to ask him if he wishes to join my team. Joy smiled at this and just nodded, letting Ash stay by the Growlithe's side. Time skip. Late at night, the Growlithe opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was all the cords attached to his body and a machine that was making some beeps ever so often. He also noticed that all the pain he had was gone. His legs didn't hurt as much as it used to and he could see well with both his eyes. But what was strange for him was for this human, in which he didn't recognize, laying there near his bed with his head looking to the other side. But what he did recognize was his scent. This was the boy that saved him. Lithe. The albino puppy Pokémon sighed as he kept staring at the trainer sleep near his bed with a Riolu sleeping in the bed near his trainer. And the Riolu was an albino just like him, although he didn't know that he was an albino yet. He contemplated on having his savior as his trainer, but then remembered who did this to him and gave a soft whimper. He didn't want to suffer once again, but something told him, in the back of his mind, that he should join this boy on his adventure. With his resolve on his mind, he closed his eyes once more and fell asleep on the bed, trying to recover the rest of his energy. Time skip. Pidgeys were flying all around as a new day began in Viridian City. Ash, being a sleepy person, was shocked when he saw that he woke up at 6 in the morning. Maybe, being on this adventure made him more cautious of everything around him. He yawned and stretched at the same time, waking up the Growlithe and his Riolu up. Both looked at him, one looked at him with enthusiasm, Cobalt, and the other looked at him with apprehension and curiosity, the Growlithe. Moving closer towards the Growlithe and telling Cobalt with his hand to let him handle it, he put his hand on top of Growlithe's head and began to pat him. Hey, Growlithe. I'm Ash and this is my partner Cobalt. Ash introduced themselves. The Growlithe was slowly trembling, but much to his shock, the touch of Ash calmed him down. I have a dream, and I want you to be a part of it. This caused the Growlithe to look at him with more curiosity, even tilting his head a bit. Ash giggled, readjusting his hand to keep petting the Growlithe. You see, what you and my partner have is a special trait. You have Ash tried to remember, but thankfully his Pokémon Plus came to the rescue. Albinism. Albinism is the congenital absence of any pigmentation or coloration in a person, Pokémon, or plant, resulting in white hair and pink or red eyes in mammals. Yeah, that, Ash said with his right hand massaging his neck. The Growlithe looked at himself in disgust. He was abnormal. That's why his parents left him. That's why he had to suffer so much from trainer to trainer. And he was just a pup. And when I first saw Cobalt, I felt this bond towards Pokémon that have this trait, although I haven't seen any other as of yet. But seeing you in that state that you were. I couldn't imagine any kind of Pokémon in that state of course, but seeing you made it feel worse. Ash tried to explain himself to the Growlithe, while the Growlithe looked at him with hope. Hope for a new beginning. What I'm trying to say is that I want you in my team. To become the best. Will you want to help me achieve my dream? Ash asked. Lithe. Grow Lithe. The Growlithe said in enthusiasm. He was finally accepted. He will show everyone. He is going to become the strongest Arcanine there is going to be. Thank you. Ambrose, Ash said as he grabbed a Pokeball from his backpack and had the now named Ambrose tap it. Instantly capturing it, Ash let it out once more. Time skip. They had finally checked out Ambrose of the center and continued on to explore the rest of the city before resting up for the day. Capture 4, The Aura's Awakening. Ash and his 2 Pokémons were at the Viridian Pokémon Center's training ground. The training ground was divided in 2 Pokémon fields, one was usually for mock battles and the other one was for unofficial Pokémon battles. Ash was currently using the mock battle training ground, since he was training his new Growlithe named Ambrose. Ambrose is, to his knowledge, a very shy but loyal Growlithe. He expected the loyal part of him, but he has never seen a shy Growlithe. Most of them were loyal to a fault, but it seems that Ambrose's past, in which he didn't know yet, made him this way. He had told Cobalt and Ambrose to have a 5-minute break before continuing on their training, and they just nodded and started to talk to each other. He smiled at his 2 albino Pokémon. It made him want to continue on this recently made dream. Seeing Pokémon with similar traits be able to talk and fight alongside each other. He couldn't help but sigh and give a small smile at the sight. Ambrose was, to the lack of better words, jumping around the field in complete happiness. Most of the time, he was collected and cool acting, but now, seeing him like this told him that he was still a growing pup. A pup that needed him to be his guide, his friend. A friend that is able to help him through every problem he or Cobalt may face. Suddenly, Ash started to get a headache. He faltered a bit, swaying to the side for a bit. Fortunately for him, his Pokémons noticed and quickly went to his side. He gave a small smile once more, before his headache got worse and fell down unconscious. Panicking, Cobalt told Ambrose to search for the nurse as he kept watch over their trainer. Seeing Ambrose nod and running towards the center to get Joy, Cobalt sat near his trainer, meditating. You see, meditating allowed Cobalt to access his aura easier. Using his aura to detect anything around them, he felt the Pidgeys flying around, but nothing that could harm his trainer. Minutes later, Cobalt felt Ambrose's aura enter his sensing field. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was followed by the nurse that healed his new friend. Oh my! Nurse Joy exclaimed with her hands both covering her mouth as she saw the fallen trainer. Calling for her Chansey, she started to check Ash's symptoms. She noticed that his heart rate and pulse were normal, and she frowned for a bit. She had to get him inside to see what was happening. Once her Chansey arrived, they got Ash on the stretcher Chansey brought with her. They ran towards the center saying, "Sorry," or "Excuse me." Once they were able to bring Ash to the emergency room, Joy began to do a complete analysis on Ash. What she found was so shocking that she let her board drop to the floor. Pokémon League Tower. Near the Indigo Plateau, there was a large tower with no more than 15 floors. The tower was colored in a royal blue, with white and gold linings decorating it. The entrance had 2 statues looking at each other. This was the Pokémon League Tower, the tower where most of the time gym leaders, elites and champions reunite for their meetings. There were other towers like this one all around the other regions, but this was the first tower ever created, so they made most of the important meeting here. Currently, on the top floor, was an old man working on some paperwork. This old man was dressed in a red suit with black pants and black shoes. He could wear his favorite blue cap since he was at the tower, so his white hair could be seen. He also had a lengthy white beard. This is Charles Goodshow, the president of the Pokémon League. He was finally ending with everything that he had to do with work and was just about to relax when the phone started to ring. Giving out a sigh, he grabbed the phone and answered it. Hello. This is Charles Goodshow, president of the Pokémon League. How can I help you? Charles answered with the protocol, as he sipped from his coffee. Even if he was the president, he had to represent the league. If he behaved badly, then he couldn't ask other to be humbled or answer the phone correctly. Mr. President. I'm the Nurse Joy from Viridian City. I'm calling you on urgent matters. An Aura Guardian has been found. Whatever he had on his mouth was spit out in shock. An Aura Guardian? Are you sure, my dear? He asked, shocked. This was something that could change everything. He must go there right now. If he was able to train the Aura Guardian and get him to Rhoda. I'm sure, sir, I did the complete analysis the first time and I couldn't believe what the results said. So I did it again just to check it with the first one and it gave the same results. I'm going right now. If he asks to be discharged from the center, tell him that you still need to watch him for a while or think of something. Yes, Mr. President, and with that the nurse hanged up. Goodshow had his hand on his head thinking on who to bring with him to meet the first Aura Guardian, but he couldn't think of anyone who could accompany him to meet him. The Elite Four of Kanto are on vacation until the Indigo Plateau Conference that is realized each year. The champion was investigating a case and was unable to attend this matter. He didn't know who to call. Until. Of course. It's the only way to get him to become better. If what the tabloid said is true, we need him now more than ever. And I must give him that Pokémon, he will be the only one able to use her properly. The president made his call with his own personal cell phone, as he looked for the Pokeball he needed. This is Nurse Joy of the Kingdom of Rhoda. How can I help you? Yes, this is Charles Goodshow, president of the Pokémon League. Can you transfer this call to Lady Eileen? An Aura Guardian has been spotted. Time skip, Viridian Pokémon Center. Ugh. What happened to me? He asked as he tried to sit down, but was immediately stopped by his own two Pokémon. Master. Alpha. Was the response of both Cobalt and Ambrose, respectively. Ash blinked his eyes 2 times. He was not shocked because he could understand them, but that was it. Understanding them was the only thing he could do, not be able to outright hear what they were saying. And what the hell were they calling him, Master or Alpha? He was his friend and companion. Not their SLV Master or anything of that sorts of things. Guys, please don't call me Master or Alpha. I feel like I'm abusing of you guys and I would never do that, Ash said with a small smile, showing them that he had nothing to hide from that statement. But most to his shock, they both shook their heads. I'm sorry, Master, but I'm unable to do as you say. We Riolus and Lucarios always call our trainers this way. But since most humans, except Aura Guardians like you, don't understand us, we talk like this, Cobalt said in a regal manner, bowing to Ash as the raven-haired boy tried to stop his first partner from bowing. Alpha is Alpha. Ambrose isn't going to stop calling Alpha, Alpha. As Cobalt said, we Growlives and Arcanines have packs, and the Alpha of our pack is the one that is in charge of the pack. Since Alpha is in charge of Cobalt and Ambrose, the Alpha is Alpha. Ash had to blink once more at hearing Ambrose talk in third person. It was weird at first, but he could understand both of them. They already have their thoughts sorted out and wouldn't budge on it no matter what. So releasing a sigh, Ash just accepted that they called him this way. He looked around, noticing that he was in the emergency room. He tried to sit down, to take everything of, get changed and go to Pewter City, but unluckily for him Nurse Joy decided to enter the room. Oh no, you don't, she told Ash as she forced him down on the bed once more. I haven't finished doing checkups on you and I still haven't found out what made you fall unconscious, so if you are able to wait a little while I'll try to see what is your diagnosis. Leaving no room for any kind of argument, Joy got out of the room leaving Ash there with his eyes widened like dinner plates and both his albino Pokémon shocked to disbelief. DMN. I didn't know that Nurse Joy was this controlling. Ash said as Cobalt and Ambrose both nodded. Capture 5, The Decision. Ash was waiting on his bed, as Cobalt and Ambrose talked with each other. He smiled slightly at this, once again remembering those thoughts that he had earlier this morning. He wanted to scan Ambrose with his Pokédex, but didn't want to interrupt him from his talk with Cobalt. So without telling either of his Pokémon, Ash pointed it towards Ambrose, and the Pokédex came to life. Growlithe, the puppy Pokémon. Growlithes are extremely loyal that they won't move unless told so by its trainer. They are also good with their sense of smell. They are so good that they are able to locate something that have been lost for about 5 days. This Growlithe's information. Given name, Ambrose. Owner, Ash. Gender, male. Typing, fire. Height, 1 foot 9 inches. Weight, 37.4 kilograms. Abilities, Intimidate and Flash Fire, unlocked, justified, locked. Traits, this Growlithe has albinism. Albino Pokémon have a very sensitive skin and must not receive a lot of sunlight. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer and Odor Sleuth, unlocked, Close Combat, Burn Up, Morning Sun and Double Kick, locked. Ash gave out a low whistle after hearing all of this. Unfortunately for him, Ambrose heard the whistle and thought that Alpha needed his help. So with a big jump, he landed just on Ash's stomach. Gah! Ambrose is sorry Alpha. Ambrose didn't know. Ambrose is sorry Alpha. Please forgive Ambrose. Ash gave out a slight chuckle hearing his Growlithe beg for forgiveness. It's alright Ambrose. It was an accident. They can happen. Hearing this made Ambrose admire Ash even more than before. His eyes had stars for pupils as his tongue could be noticed from the right side of his mouth. Ambrose then started to lick Ash, making the raven-haired boy yelp in astonishment. Cobalt sighed. While Ambrose tended to be calm and collected around everyone, only Ash could bring out his puppy side. The side that needed all the attention that it needed as a pup. Suddenly the doors opened, making Ash and his 2 albino Pokémon look at the ones that would enter his room. He quickly noticed that the president of the Pokémon League, Charles Goodshow, entering the room with Nurse Joy and another woman. This woman is wearing a light purple dress that hugged her entire body. From her waist to her hip, the dress was colored white with unnoticeable line going vertically to mark the dress. At each end of the dress it had a purple lining. She was also wearing a beautiful sapphire pendant that hung from her neck. This woman was a little more pale than Nurse Joy. Her wavy pale blonde hair had a shine that he couldn't describe. She also had 2 streaks of hair hanging over her shoulder and reaching her waist. Her emerald eyes looked at him with a burning curiosity. Hi. Ash said, confused as to why Charles and the woman, who looked like she could be a queen, came to see him. Greetings Ash, the woman stepped forward. My name is Eileen and I'm the queen of the kingdom of Rhoda. Hearing this made Ash pale beyond recognition. I wish for you to join my kingdom and to join my army as the first Aura Guardian in many years, she added, making Ash make 2 things. The first thing he did was sigh in relief. He really thought that he was in trouble, not knowing what he did because he just started his adventure 2 days ago. How could he do something in 2 days? The second thing. Well. No thanks. This made Charles pale and Queen Eileen to frown. Why not Ash? Don't you see that being in the army of Rhoda is a huge privilege? Her sweet smile was making Charles, Cobalt and Ambrose tremble in slight fear. But not Ash, in which made the queen frown even deeper. I can't accept Queen Eileen. How can I become a Pokémon master as I'm in charge of staying to protect the kingdom? I want to explore the world, find new Pokémon, spend time with Cobalt and Ambrose. When he said those names, he signaled towards his Riolu and Growlithe respectively. And I wouldn't be able to catch more Pokémons like them, Ash stated, making both newcomers into the room pause what they were doing. Meaning that Charles stopped from trembling and Eileen stopped frowning. Charles had to give it to him, the boy knew how to get out of things if he needed to. Never in his life has he seen someone rejected and giving such an amazing response in return to make the other person freeze in thought or just thinking about what else that person could do. Although he has done it several times, it wasn't like this one. Lady Eileen, however, was smiling on the inside while her face portrayed an emotionless mask. She was happy that the boy didn't let anyone control him, in which made him a greater help for Rhoda to acquire in the future. But she thought that the experience that he would gain on the castle training under some of the most incredible soldiers that existed in the Rhoda as of yet would make him better that to gaining experience while traveling. She could see the unmoving soul that was presented in front of her. A boy that would change everything in his path just to be the best. Very well, Lady Eileen sighed, making Charles widen his eyes and Ash smile. But Lady Eileen, are you sure that you will do nothing? I mean, we must help the first Aura Guardian since Sir Aaron. We can't let his prowess be left alone, Charles argued, clearly frightened that he couldn't help in the prophecy. Of course not, Charles, what do you think of me? Eileen gave the president a smirk before looking at Ash once more. How about this? You can travel Kanto, finish all of your gym battle and compete in the Indigo Plateau, but when you finish everything, you must come to Rhoda for training. Rhoda is the only place where an Aura Guardian can be trained properly, and although we don't have any Aura Guardians currently in the army, our soldiers are trained in the same way an Aura Guardian is, Eileen stated, making Ash freeze in thought and Charles sigh. Take the chance, my boy. You aren't going to find any other place to train your gift at, Charles lied, trying to convince the boy in joining. He knew that Ash could go to Iron Island and be trained by an actual Aura Guardian, but for the prophecy to take root, he must make Ash go to Rhoda and train. Ash was thinking about all of this. He knew that Charles had lied to him at the end there, but he could sense nothing but the truth from the Queen. He really wanted to master his powers, and he was also given a chance to continue on traveling before heading towards Rhoda. I accept then, but on one condition. Yes. You must find trainers that are able to train me and my Pokémon. If I'm going to be the best, they are going to be the best, Ash stated, making Cobalt and Ambrose widen their eyes for a bit before both of them nodded in return. Cobalt felt weak, and it wasn't because he was ill. He felt like he couldn't progress faster. He wanted to be the best by Ash's side. The strongest Lucario to ever walk the world. A force to be reckoned with. He could feel Ash's determination, and he will respond to them back in everything he had. Ambrose knew that he could become stronger. His dream was already to become the strongest Arcanine there is, or would ever will be. But hearing that Ash was going to help him accomplish this, made his resolution even stronger. He would not disappoint Ash, ever. Well, it's settled, Charles said with a smile on his face. Ash, before I forget, take this Pokémon. Seeing you with 2 albino Pokémon, made me think about letting you this girl in this Pokeball, the president added, giving the Pokeball to Ash, in which let the Pokémon out. What came out was a Pokémon that has a round body covered in white fur. Poison was oozing from all over its fuzzy body. A pincer-like mouth, stubby forepaws, and a pair of clodhopper feet are visible through its fur. There is also a pair of gray antennae sprouting from the top of its head. However, the most prominent feature on its face are its large, red eyes. This is a Venonat, the insect Pokémon. Huh? Who let me out? Is it feeding time? The curious female voice could be heard, but Charles, Eileen and Joy only heard, Veno Nat Nat Venonat. It was me, Venonat. The insect Pokémon turned around to see the raven-haired boy with 2 albino Pokémon at his side. You two are like me? The Venonat asked in glee as she jumped towards the other 2 and started to nuzzle them, after making her poison stop oozing, of course. Stop it. Only Alpha is able to touch Ambrose that way, barked Ambrose with authority. There was the Ambrose that Ash knew. It was like a switch with him. To anyone that talked to him, he was a captain. Someone you have to give respect towards to or you will feel pain. But when Ash was the one near him or talking to him, it only existed the pup that was his Growlithe. Cobalt on the other hand didn't say anything, preferring to stay quiet and bore the female Venonat until she stopped nuzzling onto them, in which in fact worked. "So you're my new king?" Her curious nature was showing. Ever since she could remember, she would ask to the humans all kind of stuff, although they couldn't understand her. Ash frowned at what she called him, but took it under it as nature telling her to do so, just as Cobalt called him Master and Ambrose called him Alpha. "Yes, I'm your new trainer. Name's Ash. I am Eleanor. I will try to be of help, my king," the Venonat known as Eleanor said, tilting her head down a bit before jumping towards Ash's lap. "Thank you for giving Eleanor to me, Mr. Goodshow." "I'll take good care of her," Ash said, making Charles smile before waving goodbye and heading towards the exit. Nurse Joy followed him after telling Ash that he was good to go when he felt the need to go. And then only Eileen, Ash and the 3 Pokémon stood in the room. "I can't wait to see the day when you arrive at Rhoda, Ash," Eileen smiled before making her way towards the exit. "What a strange day," Ash muttered before lying down on the bed and falling asleep, leaving his 3 Pokémons talking. None noticing that Ash's right arm shadow was slightly darker than normal, it then gained yellow pupils before it disappeared and his shadow returned to normal. Capture 6, Gust in the Forest. Ash woke up from a sudden pain he felt on his stomach. His eyes noticed that all 3 of his Pokémon were looking at him with curious eyes. "Is my king alright?" Eleanor asked, tilting her head, body, to the side a bit. Ash was about to answer, but of course Alpha is. Alpha is very strong and is not easily hurt by Eleanor, Cobalt or Ambrose, Ambrose stated in a, as a matter of fact tone. Eleanor nodded, understanding what Ambrose meant, while Cobalt just facepalmed and shook his head from side to side. Seeing this made Ash chuckled slightly, making the 3 albinos look at him. "It's alright guys," Ash stated, starting to sit down on the bed. His Pokémon leaving his stomach in the progress. "I think it's time to head to our adventure." This gained a roar of approval of all of his Pokémons. Ash stood up and looked at the nearby mirror that was there and nodded, seeing that he was at least presentable and not looking like a nobody. He was about to exit, but suddenly stopped and turned around. "Eleanor." "Yes, my king." "Will you allow me to scan you with my Pokédex? I just want to see how strong you are at the moment and what I can do to make you even stronger," Ash said, making Eleanor nod. "But what about Ambrose, Alpha?" "Alpha hasn't scanned Ambrose yet." "Ambrose. I scanned you yesterday." "Alpha did?" Ambrose asked while tilting his head. "Yes, Ambrose, sorry that I didn't ask you when I did, but you looked so concentrated while talking to Cobalt that I just scanned you," Ash apologized. Would Alpha at least tell Ambrose later? Ambrose really wants to know what Ambrose is able to do. "Of course Ambrose, of course," Ash said. "Now," he added while pointing his Pokédex at Eleanor. "Venonat, the insect Pokémon. Venonat are able to use their eyes as radars, able to find food or escape from their predators. The ooze that fluids out of their body is very poisonous, and is one of the reasons why many other Pokémon try to avoid them. And when they're a big light, Venonats are attracted towards the light. This Venonat's information. Given name, Eleanor. Owner, Ash. Gender, female. Typing, bug poison. Height, 2 feet 6 inches. Weight, 54.6 pounds. Abilities, compound eyes and tinted lens, unlocked, runaway, locked. Traits, this Venonat has albinism. Albino Pokémon have a very sensitive skin and must not receive a lot of sunlight. Known moves, Tackle, Disable, Foresight, Supersonic, Confusion, Poison Powder, Psybeam, Stun Spore and Rage Powder, unlocked, Baton Pass, Morning Sun and Toxic Spikes, locked. Everyone, minus Eleanor, blinked and looked at her. "What?" the Venonat asked, making her fellow albino drop to the floor, twitching. Ash chuckled and recalled both Eleanor and Cobalt into their Pokeball. "Come on, Ambrose. We'll talk about what the Pokédex told me about you while walking towards the gym, Ash said, making the Growlithe nod. Time skip, Viridian City Gym. It's closed. Come on. Ash wasn't in a very good mood. All his excitement went down the drain when he and Ambrose arrived at the gym and saw a note on the door saying that it was closed for maintenance. It's alright, Alpha. Alpha, Ambrose, and the others can go towards the next gym, and when we come back, Alpha will be smarter and Ambrose be stronger. Ambrose said, trying to motivate his Alpha once more. You're right, Ambrose. If I want to be the best, then I must never falter. Just then, his Pokédex started to ring, the phone application coming to life. Huh. I wonder who could it be? Ash answered, not knowing what was coming for him. Ash. Said boy fell down on his butt, near Ambrose. Alpha. Ambrose got near him and began to tuck his body with his head. Is Alpha alright? Shall Ambrose deal with whoever made Alpha fall to the ground? The puppy added, making Ash shake his head. It's alright, Ambrose. It's just my mother. See, Ambrose looked at the watch his Alpha had on and could see a brown-haired woman. Why didn't you call me when you arrived at Viridian City? I told you to call. Were you alright? Did you eat? Did you change? Dash. Mom. Ash dragged it out for a bit. I'm alright. I'm sorry for not calling earlier, but Ambrose, my Growlithe, was hurt before I capture him and was taking care of him, Ash explained, making Delia sigh a bit in relief. Alright then, Delia looked directly at Ambrose. Aw. Who's a cute little Growlithe? Delia cooed, seeing how adorable Ambrose looked. Hey. Ambrose is not cute. Ambrose is cool or awesome, or even amazing. But Ambrose is not cute. Ambrose barked, but Delia only got, growling grow. Lithe grow 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 lithe. Grow lithe. Ah, isn't he adorable, Ash? Adorable? Hey Mom, Delia looked at her son. Look, I have to go. I need to go through Viridian Forest to arrive at Pewter City. Alright, Ashy. Hope to see you soon, Delia said. Love you. Love you too, Mom. With that, the screen of Ash's Pokédex turned back to normal. What does Alpha's mother think Ambrose is? Ambrose is not cute. Ambrose is not adorable. Ash chuckled sheepishly, seeing his Growlithe walk from side to side, the puppy Pokémon trying to understand what made him cute or adorable. Ambrose, said Ash, making his Pokémon look at him. I'll let you out when we begin to make camp at Viridian Forest, alright? Getting a nod in return, Ash recalled his Pokémon back into his Pokeball and started to head towards the gate that separated Viridian City from its forest. Time skip. Ash was already halfway into the forest when he decided to rest. Looking around, he saw a small clearing and decided to head there. Guys, come on out. Taking his 3 Pokeball from his belt, he tossed them into the air, releasing his Pokémon. His 3 Pokémon looked at him as if waiting for something. Seeing this made Ash shake his head. Not yet, guys. I'm going to rest for a bit. If you want to train, be my guest. But this time use it to relax, alright? Then we'll start training for a bit before we follow the road towards Pewter City, Ash explained, making all 3 of them nod. Ash sat down and started to look on his backpack for something for all of them to eat. He frowned, seeing that he had enough for 2 days for all of them. Note to self, buy food when we arrive at Pewter, Ash thought as he saw Ambrose lying down of his stomach next to him. He smiled as he scratched him just behind the ear, making Ambrose growl in delight. More, more. The Growlithe pleaded as Ash just continued to scratch him. Cobalt was meditating on a rock that was very near to the clearing, maybe 2 feet away from it. And Venonat, always the curious one, was bothering him with so many questions. Whoosh. All of a sudden, Eleanor is not there. What? Huh. The Pokémon in question couldn't comprehend what happened, but then looked up to see a Pokémon that for some reason, had the same trait as her and her 2 friends. This Pokémon is a raptor-like avian Pokémon. It is covered with white feathers, and has a gray-colored face, underside, and flight feathers. It has a crest of light gray feathers on its head and black, angular markings behind its red eyes. The plumage of its tail has alternating slate gray and dark slate gray feathers with ragged tips. Its beak and legs are dark gray. 2 of its toes point forward, while 1 points backward. Additionally, it has powerful, sharp talons that it uses to grasp prey. This is Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon. The Pidgeotto left the Venonat go at the top of a tree, showing her back to Eleanor. The bird looked behind for a bit, noticing the curious look of the Venonat. "Don't be afraid, little one," this made Venonat a bit more curious. "I'm going to save the other 2 from that human so that the 4 of us can escape from him," the Pidgeotto said. It made Eleanor have even more questions. But before she could say anything, the Pidgeotto took off to save her fellow albino Pokémon. "Eleanor!" Ash screamed. "Ambrose, Cobalt! I need your help." Both Pokémon stood beside him in second as they watched the avian Pokémon land in front of them. "Friends, come. You shall be freed from the barbaric hands of this human." Pidgeotto cursed at Ash while trying to convince the Pokémon beside him. "Please, Pidgeotto. I just want my Venonat back and will get out of your territory," Ash tried to plead, not caring if the avian Pokémon was also albino like his 3 Pokémon. If it meant that sacrificing one of his Pokémon just to get another. Well, he'll have to find it in another place because he wasn't going to risk any of them. I speak for my master when I said to give her back, now. She may annoy us sometimes, but she is one of us. So I'll give you 10 seconds before I burn those wings of yours, Cobalt threatened, glaring at the Pidgeotto. But the avian didn't look afraid. "Listen to yours, Dash," she didn't have time to finish, when a massive fireball slammed into her, making the Pidgeotto fly back slamming into a now burned down tree. What stood in front of the downed Pidgeotto was a snarling Growlithe. Pidgeotto doesn't threaten Alpha. Pidgeotto doesn't kidnap Ambrose's friend. Or else Ambrose is going to hurt Pidgeotto more than Ambrose already has done. This made Pidgeotto look at the trainer, seeing in his eyes what looked like a sympathetic look. "That's enough, Ambrose." "But Alpha Dash." "I said enough." Ash's emotionless voice made Ambrose take various steps back, giving Pidgeotto some space. Ash saw that Eleanor was already floating down towards him, so he extended his arms to catch her. And so he did. Pidgeotto looked at the 4 living beings that were in front of her with disgust, but curiosity. She couldn't comprehend how a Pokémon could follow orders from humans. The same species that kidnapped her father when she was just a little Pidgey. But seeing this trainer made her think about what she thought of humans. She already knew that humans, at least most of them, destroyed some Pokémon habitats just to build their cities. Humans also poached them just to get some money into their pockets. And she has seen it. She has seen some of the bigger Pidgeys in the area get poached just to make simple money out of them. But this human didn't act like any of the humans she has seen before. He didn't said that he wanted to capture her into his team or anything of the sorts. The first thing he said was to give him the Venonat, in which she heard was called Eleanor, back to him. And if he wanted to capture her, he could have done it when the Growlithe, or Ambrose as she seemed to recall hearing the puppy Pokémon say, in which was weird hearing him talk in third person, hit her with burn up if she seemed to recall. But instead, he commanded Ambrose to stand down. "Why, don't you, capture me?" asked the Pidgeotto, panting all the way as she kept analyzing the human. "I will only capture you if it's alright with you." This made Pidgeotto take a step back. "This, human. Can I tell you my dream?" Pidgeotto nodded, still dumbfounded about the earlier comment. "My dream is to capture every Pokémon that have similar traits like my other 3 Pokémon, in which is albinism." Ash let Pidgeotto look at his Pokémon and was now that she realized that this human capture only Pokémon that had this albinism, just like her. "I formally ask you if you want to join my team." Ash smiled as he and his Pokémon looked at her, awaiting her response. "I'll join you, but on one condition. You must show me your strength. If you are weaker than me, then you will leave this forest with your current Pokémon, but if for some reason you are stronger than me. At this, the Pidgeotto stopped for a moment. If for some reason you're stronger than me, I will join your team. Deal? Pidgeotto finished as all she got was a nod and a smile from the human. Ambrose. Said Pokémon looked at his trainer. Do you want to finish what you started? Ash didn't even need to hear Ambrose's approval, because in a matter of seconds, he was in front of him in his battle stance. Ambrose ready when you are Alpha. Ash smiled, but then thought on what to do. He knew that the burn-up left Ambrose with no other way to use fire-type moves and left him typeless for a certain amount of time. So he had to improvise with Ambrose's other moves. Use the trees to propel yourself and use tackle each time you can. Ambrose quickly nodded, running towards Pidgeotto. The bird Pokémon thought that the attack was only meant to be straight at her, so she moved out of the way, making Growlithe smirk. The puppy Pokémon jumped at the burnt tree and tackled her into the ground. Pidgeotto glared at Growlithe before she started to flap her wings. It hurt to flap them, thanks to the burn-up, but she managed to fly up. Ambrose. The Growlithe's ears perked up. When you see Pidgeotto fly towards you, grab one of her wings with your mouth. Firstly use Leer and then use Bite to hurt her a bit. Ash tried to make Ambrose see what he meant by that. There were some things that he couldn't just say outright. Ambrose was in a looked out for the bird Pokémon, but he always got hit by an aerial ace from the Pidgeotto. Ambrose was getting annoyed, so when he heard her dash towards him he tried to jump on her back, but failed miserably when the Pidgeotto stopped for a second before flapping her wings at him, creating a gust. Ambrose tried to stay on the ground, and would have tried to stay longer if it wasn't for his trainer. Use the gust and go towards her and use Bite. Knowing what to do, Ambrose jumped, letting the gust of wind carry him around. Sooner than he expected it, he was in front of a widen-eyed bird. He quickly bit her wing, making the bird screech in pain. The gust ended and both Pokémons were at the ground panting. You're good, Pidgeotto said, making Growlithe give out a pained smile. Ambrose could say the same thing about Pidgeotto. This made the bird shake her head slightly. Unfortunately for her, that was her downfall. Moving as quickly as he could, Ambrose tackled her in the gut, sending her, once again, to the burnt tree. Give up. Ambrose won't ask a second time. Pidgeotto looked at the Growlithe on top of her before sighing. I give, she said, making Ambrose fall to the side. Ouch. That hurt, Ambrose said as Ash and his other two Pokémon walked towards them. Great job, Ambrose. You deserve some rest, Ash said before recalling Ambrose back into his Pokeball. He took an empty Pokeball and showed it to Pidgeotto. What do you say, girl? Ash asked, making Pidgeotto smile. It will be my honor, my liege. My name is Cersei. The now named Cersei didn't wait any longer and tapped to Pokeball, instantly capturing herself. Ash smiled and hugged both Pokeball. Thank you, Ambrose, and welcome to the team, Cersei. Capture 7, a solid challenge. Pewter City. Ash muttered as he could finally see the city from the nearby hill he was on. It wasn't very big like he thought it would be. He could obviously see the Museum of Science, the biggest building that the city had. It didn't have much buildings like other cities like Cerulean City or even Celadon City. There were buildings here and there in which, surprisingly, all of them looked practically the same. Ash couldn't understand how someone could distinguish their house if they couldn't even have something outside to identify the house. Anyways, he could see the Pokémon Center and the Pokemart. The two buildings that were noticeably different than the others. They looked like any other center or mart. But when he saw the gym, he was curious as to why it was like that. And it didn't mean that it was destroyed, oh no. Ash meant the decoration that the gym had around it. The gym had 2 stone pillars made by 3 stone slabs, 2 standing vertically and 1 over the 2 slabs horizontally. A small statue could be seen on top of the horizontal slab, but Ash couldn't identify which Pokémon was the statue of. There were also boulders all around the gym, telling trainers that it was a rock-type gym. Deciding that he should go towards the Pokémon Center first before heading towards the gym, Ash started to walk down the road. As he walked, he remembered that he had to buy more provisions for him and his Pokémons for the travels. So with a plan made on his mind, he went towards the mart. But as he passed by the entrance of the city, he saw a mini shop with various of stones on the mat that was there. He could only recognize 3 stone, fire stone, water stone and thunder stone. The other stones and ores, some of them were even normal rocks, he didn't recognize. He obviously didn't call him a swindler since he wasn't a geologist. "Hey there young man," the gray-haired man, who looked like he was on his 50s, called out to Ash. "How about buying some stone?" The man asked, trying to convince Ash of buying something. "Sorry," Ash apologized. "I'm short on resources and I need to buy food for me and my Pokémon," Ash added, telling the man the truth. Although Ash slightly hesitated to say that, he did so anyway. Giving the seller a quick bow, Ash made his way towards the Poke Mart. As he walked, Ash saw the slightly saddened and ashamed mix the seller's face had, but he couldn't do nothing right now. If he could help, he would. But he had to care about his Pokémons and himself first. Time skip. Ash had already bought the necessary things and healed up his Pokémons at the Pokémon Center. He was still at the Pokémon Center though. He was in one of the battlefields that the centers had for practice, talking to all of his 4 Pokémon. "Alright guys. Today we are going to be facing against one of the gym leaders of Kanto. I did a little research about him, so I'm going to tell you guys about him so that if I choose you to battle, then you can know what you are facing," Ash informed his Pokémons. All 4 of them nodded understanding from where he came from. He didn't want any one of them to be unprepared for something that could happen. Even after all of them got stronger from the training they did during the forest, they couldn't underestimate any of their opponents. "We are going to be facing against Brock. From what I gathered he is a rock-type specialist, so that means that Cersei will be at a disadvantage," Ash stated, making them nod once more. "And because of that, Cersei, you are not going to be facing against him. I don't want you to be hurt badly for me." This made Cersei tilt her head to the side, trying to hide the little blush that could be noticed on her face. This means that Ambrose, depending on who Brock turned to, may also not battle. "Leaving Cobalt and Eleanor to battle to win the gym badge," Ash said. "But Alpha. Ambrose is strong enough to not let any pesky rock get a hold of Ambrose. Why can't Ambrose battle? Ambrose." Ash knelt to Ambrose level, facing the puppy Pokémon face to face. "I'm doing this for your safety. If I think that you can take on the Pokémon that Brock uses, you can battle. Alright?" This made Ambrose bark at "Yes, Alpha." "Cobalt. Eleanor, depending on who the gym leader uses, you are going to battle. Just like I told Ambrose, alright?" The remaining 2 Pokémon nodded, understanding what their trainer wanted. Ash then recalled all 4 of his Pokémon to make his way towards the gym of Pewter City. Time skip. Ash was in front of the gym and could now see all the details that it had. It is a stone building apparently set apart from the rest of the city. Rocks made a trail towards the entrance of the gym, and the 2 statues that Ash had seen in the distance earlier were of an onyx. Ash then entered the gym, but unfortunately for him, the lights were out and he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see anything in the pitch-black gym. "Hello?" Ash started, trying to find someone. "I'm here to challenge the gym leader," he added, but nothing happened, until seconds later, when the lights turned on. "Wow!" Ash said in amazement as he saw the rocky field. The inside of the gym were reinforced with steel as the lights were hanging from the arch ceiling. Across the rocky field, stood a man that his most notable feature about him is his eyes naturally appear closed. Ash would have sworn they were closed if not for the small glint that he saw. The man has tan skin. He wore an orange t-shirt, a lime green cargo vest with 4 pockets, a dark brown belt with a gold buckle and dark red pockets, brown jeans, and blue-gray sneakers with white trim. "My name is Brock, leader of the Pewter City Gym, and I accept your challenge," Brock said with his arm crossed as he waited for the referee, one of his many brothers. The referee, in which name was Forrest, went towards Ash and asked for his name and place of birth. When Ash told him, Forrest made his way towards the referee's area. Forrest really looked like a mini Brock, only difference was that he had a green striped shirt. Other than that, his outfit highly resembled Brock's own. This battle is between Ash from Pallet Town and Brock the Pewter City Gym leader. Each trainer is able to use 2 Pokémon each. May the battle begin. Moving his hand down vertically, the battle officially began. Go Geodude. What came out could only be described as a gray boulder Pokémon. Geodude has bulging, rocky eyebrows and trapezoidal, brown eyes. Its arms are muscular with 5-fingered hands. Geodude is the rock Pokémon. Ash analyzed which other Pokémon Brock could use. He thought that it was going to be an Onix just like the statue outside, but he couldn't be sure. Quickly making his decision, Ash grabbed a Pokeball and threw it. "Ambrose, come on out." Brock had to blink, even though Ash didn't notice it, when he saw the Growlithe. He thought that the trainer would have sent a Pidgey, a Rattata or even one of the starting Pokémon. But he didn't expect a Growlithe, never less an albino one. And yes, Brock knew that it was an albino Pokémon. Every gym leader is supposed to be updated on any Pokémon discovery, and this included albinism. Brock was never interested in an albino Pokémon, but seeing one made him wonder what kind of treatments did it need. "Thank you Alpha. Ambrose won't let Alpha down." The Growlithe barked at Ash, getting a chuckle from him and a snort from the Geodude across him. "Ha! As if a puny puppy could defeat me," Brock's Geodude proclaimed while bulking up his arm's muscle. This comment, however, made Ash freeze in fear and Ambrose in anger. What did Geodude called Ambrose? The emotionless voice of Ambrose made Ash even shiver in fear. Brock, none the wiser, just scratched the side of his head. "Geodude, use Sandstorm to blind your opponent." "As I said." Geodude then lifts his arms from the ground up, creating the Sandstorm. "As if a puppy could defeat me." "Ambrose. Quickly close your eyes." Ambrose obeyed without question. Then turn the Sandstorm into Ash using Flame Will around it. Ambrose then began to run in the same direction as the Sandstorm. His body then ignited, Crimson Flame liking his body. Ambrose then, to the Geodude's surprise, began to run even faster. The Sandstorm began to change into an inferno, the sand became glass before turning to ash. This inferno was damaging Geodude, but not by much. "Geodude, get out of there and use Mega Punch." Ambrose counter it with double kick. Ash ordered. You see, the time that they were training in the forest made his Pokémon really strong. Cobalt was now able to use all of his locked moves, while Eleanor and Ambrose could use 3 out of 4 moves. Ash hasn't had the time to scan Cersei, but he promised that he will keep on helping her after he got his first badge. Geodude rushed towards his right and then stopped when he saw the Growlithe coming. Geodude's right hand then started to have a whitish glow surrounding it. He waited for the Growlithe to be right in front of him to make his move. But unfortunately for the Geodude, he underestimated Ambrose too much. Ambrose jumped a great distance, landing right behind Brock's Geodude. When the rock Pokémon turned around to land the Mega Punch, he was surprised when he received a double kick to the face, sending him to a boulder that was on the field. The impact made a loud noise and surrounded the area of Geodude's impact in dust. "Geodude!" Brock yelled in worry and shock. He didn't expect one of his strongest Geodudes to be manhandled by a Growlithe, a fire type nonetheless. But here it was, this strong Growlithe being commanded by a very intelligent trainer. Brock could see that he would go far in his journey. When the dust cleared up, everyone saw that the Geodude had swirl in his eyes. Geodude is unable to battle, Growlithe is the winner. Forrest said, slightly disappointed that his big brother lost so easily. He knew that being the first gym in the Pokémon League of Kanto, he had to use lower-level Pokémon to battle weak or beginning trainers, but he knew that his brother was using his strongest Geodude. This Geodude had never lost a battle, until now. Brock recalled Geodude back and thanked him for the hard work he did on the field and for trying his best. The gym leader then looked at Ash with a slight grin. "Great job, Ash. You defeated my Geodude on the first try. That is better than the trainer that came a day or two ago. He had to have a rematch with me for him to win," Brock complimented Ash, making said 10-year-old boy sheepishly scratch the back of his neck. "But unfortunately for you, this ends now. Go, Onix." What came on was a large Onix, one of the largest he had ever seen in real life. "Ambrose, return." A red beam recalled Ambrose back into its Pokeball. Putting the Pokeball on his belt, he selected another Pokeball, and made a throwing motion. "Cobalt, let's go." What came out made Brock widen his eyes for a bit, for Ash to notice that the gym leader had brown eyes. "What's that Pokémon?" "I have never seen him," Brock asked, clearly shocked at seeing a new Pokémon. "He is a Riolu, they are common in the Sinnoh region." "Or so I was told by Professor Oak in one of my calls," Ash answered, making Brock nod. "Onix use Bind, don't let him move. Cobalt use Quick Attack to dodge the attack and then use Force Palm." Onix moved very fast, for his race anyways, but was unable to capture Cobalt in the bind since the Emanation Pokémon dodged it with the Quick Attack. The Riolu then climbed up Onix's rocky body, and when he was on the back of Onix's head, he stopped using Quick Attack. Quickly, Cobalt puts its palm on Onix. And just as he put his hand, it then fired a huge light yellow blast from its paw at Onix. "Arg! You little rascal!" Onix roared in agony and anger. Brock was a bit shocked at seeing the amount of pain that his oldest Pokémon was in. He really has never heard him roar in that kind of pain. That Riolu must be Ash's strongest, Brock thought as he quickly decided what to do. "Onix, tackle him into the ground," Brock commanded, trying to sound as confident as he was. "Cobalt, take the hit." Brock squinted his eyes even more than they were. He couldn't guess what Ash was going to do. Ash then saw that Brock's Onix was too close to stop the attack, so he decided to end the match. "Cobalt, use counter." This made Brock's eye widen a bit. He knew what kind of damage that move could cause. "Onix, stop the attack." But it was too late as Onix impacted Riolu with the tackle. Riolu's hand was covered in an orange glow that, as soon as Onix impacted him, the punch he gave Onix was twice as hard as the tackle from Onix. This made Onix collapse into the field, creating a huge dust cloud. Onix. Brock was very worried about his Onix. He was never manhandled like this. Never in his life has a trainer that have wanted to start the Pokémon League have beat him this badly. When the dust left the field, Brock could see a unconscious Onix and a standing Riolu. Onix is unable to battle, Riolu wins. Which means that Ash from Pallet Town is the winner. Forrest announced, making Ash rush at Cobalt, giving his Pokémon a huge hug. "Thank you, Cobalt. You were awesome back there." This made Cobalt blush a bit. "It was no problem, Master. It is my duty as your partner and first Pokémon to never let you down," Riolu stated, making Ash's smile become bigger. "Congratulations, Ash." Ash and Cobalt turned to Brock, who was given a badge by Forrest. "You have won against me, the Pewter City Gym leader. I give you the Boulder Badge in recognition of winning against me." Brock then gave Ash what he called the Boulder Badge. The Boulder Badge was a simple gray octagon, but to Ash it meant that he was one step forward on his journey to become a Pokémon Master. "Thank you, Brock." Ash thanked him before heading towards the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémons. Capture 8, The Sleepless Sound. "Thank you, Nurse Joy." "No problem, and have a nice day." Ash had finished healing up Cobalt and Ambrose from their gym battle, and they were going to have a small feast in celebration. Ash was about to head out of the Pokémon Center when he saw Brock hugging the old man that tried to sell him some stones. Ash gave a weak smile before heading out of the center, leaving the father and son duo there in their happy reunion. As Ash went outside, or more specifically to one of the field areas, he released all of his Pokémon. They opened their eyes to see their trainer, and the first thing they wanted to do, except for Cersei, was jump on him. However, they were stopped when Ash raised his and a bit. Ash then got to their level, kneeling slightly before them. "Thank you," Ash said while getting closer to them. He then grabbed them all into a hug. "Thank you so much. Thanks to you guys and your determination, we were able to conquer our first gym and acquire our first badge," his smile never leaving his face. He then got up on his feet and looked towards Cersei. "All right, girl," Ash said, making her look at him impassively. "Let's see how strong you are," he added while turning up his Pokédex app in his Pokédex. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon, and the evolved form of Pidgey. Pidgeottos are full of vitality. They are protective of their territory, and they protect it with their fast maneuvers and their sharp claws. They are also constantly flying around their territory in search of prey. This Pidgeotto's information. Given name, Cersei. Owner, Ash. Gender, female. Typing, normal flying. Height, 3 feet 2 inches. Weight, 52.4 pounds. Abilities, keen eye and tangled feet, unlocked, big pecs, locked. Traits, this Pidgeotto has albinism. Albino Pokémon have a very sensitive skin and must not receive a lot of sunlight. It's a possibility that albino Pokémon are stronger than normal Pokémon. Known moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Twister, Feather Dance and Steel Wing, unlocked, Brave Bird, Air Slash and Air Cutter, locked. "I think we can work things out, Cersei. You're really strong, girl," Ash said with a smile, making Cersei once again turn her face to the side. Cersei respected her trainer. He was smart, made interesting combinations, but he still was a human. Until she sees otherwise, she will not even talk to him. Ever fellow Pokémon, mainly Eleanor, had tried to convince her otherwise, but she wouldn't give in. She will seek that slip, and when he slips she will be there. Waiting, just like hunting for her prey. "Well guys, why don't we rest for the day, have a small feast for winning against Brock, and tomorrow we'll go towards our next destination," Ash commented, making everyone nod. They were famished, especially Ambrose, who was already drooling in expectation. Time skip. Ash was in front of a cave. Morning came quicker than he thought. He did everything he had to do before arriving at where he was. He even found Brock on the way to Empty Moon, asking him if he could join him on his journey, but was denied when Ash explained that this was also a test to see if he could manage to survive on his own. So having people travel with him on his journey will hinder that self-made test. Ash sighed, before releasing Ambrose out of his Pokeball. "Yes, Alpha?" Ambrose asked, clearly confused as to why he was brought out. "Can you light the way with Ember?" "I can't see much," Ash asked, making Ambrose nod. Ash smiled at Ambrose. His Growlithe never said no to him, always trying to please him in any sort of way. "Thank you, Ambrose," Ash said while scratching him behind the ear for a bit. They were making very good progress, to say the least. Cobalt, Eleanor and Cersei had battled some wild Pokémons that were in their way or simply to gain experience. Ambrose also fought, but it wasn't much since Ash needed him to light the way. One of those wild Pokémon was a Zubat, in which right now wasn't letting Ash proceed forward. The raven-haired boy frowned at this behavior. Why wouldn't the Zubat let him leave their territory and no harm done? Ash had already defeated him. He didn't want to keep hurting him. Suddenly, however, more Zubats began to appear and he needed help. Right now. Cobalt, Eleanor, Cersei. Ash called out his Pokémon's names as he grabbed each of their Pokeball and threw them into the air. "Help me out." In a flash, instead on one Pokémon standing side by side with Ash, there were 4 Pokémons. What surprised the Zubats was that they were exactly like their leader, white-colored. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. One of the Zubats said, trying to talk to Ash. We just want you to meet our leader. Is all. Promise. Another Zubat added. Ash looked at them with a serious face on. The desperation on the Zubats increased thanks to this look. It could be a trap. Ash mused in his head, trying to figure out what to do. On one hand, they could be telling the truth and after that they would leave in peace. But on the other hand, it could be a trap to take all of their provisions. Why do you want me to meet your leader? Ash asked, making his Pokémon look at him with confused looks, except for Cersei, which was nodding her head. She could see from where Ash came with this. They could be lying to them right now and they would be none the wiser. Her likeness for her trainer increased a bit for this. He wasn't as stupid as she thought. Our leader is sick and we tried to find something to heal her with, mainly food or something that may help her. But when we go outside the cave, humans are trying to capture us or other Pokémon get in our way, even after we explain it to them that we need help. Please. A Zubat, which looked a bit pale but wasn't an albino, said to Ash. The other Zubats that were there constantly repeated, please, or help us, trying to persuade the Pokémon trainer in front of them. They could feel it, he was something great. Being able to understand them was something in itself, but they didn't know what made this human so special. Hey human, Ash looked toward a slightly bigger Zubat. How are you able to understand us? I'm an Aura Guardian, Ash stated without missing a beat, making the Zubats and Cersei widen their eyes in shock. Cersei looked at her fellow companion and they had a look that clearly said, you just F it up. An Aura G Guardian. Cersei stuttered out. It was one of the greatest honor a Pokémon could have. Being chosen by a Aura Guardian to be their Pokémon was amazing. Yeah. Ash scratched his neck slowly. He expected this from the Zubats, in which one of them even fell to the floor unconscious, but never from Cersei. I'm very sorry for my attitude, my liege. I have disrespected you in so many ways, but don't expect me to like humans, alright? His Pidgeotto tried to apologize, but quickly added something that made him sweet drop. It wasn't Cersei if she didn't hate other humans. I won't force you or any other Pokémon that may join my team to anything, Cersei. You should know this already, Ash said, making her tilt her head down, remembering when he asked if she wanted to join and not force capture her. Lord Guardian. Ash looked to the slightly pale Zubat once more. If you accompany us to the nest, we will be able to heal our leader with your amazing powers. All the other Zubats nodded and some even tried to push him towards the nest. Alright, Ash said, trying to shake off the Zubats that were pushing him. I'll go there, but not pushing. Of course, Lord Guardian. Forgive our disrespect. Time skip. Ash, his Pokémon and the Zubats arrived at the Zubats' nest. The slightly pale Zubat quickly led Ash towards their leader. When Ash saw the leader, he was amazed at what he saw. This Zubat is a white, bat-like Pokémon instead of the normal blue. While it lacks eyes, it has pointed ears with gray insides and a mouth with two sharp teeth on each jaw. The wings of this Zubat were shorter than the one he recognized as a male, meaning that their leader was a female. It also has gray wing membranes supported by two elongated fingers, and two long, thin, tails. This is an albino Zubat, the bat Pokémon. Let's see, Ash said, trying to get close to the leader, but he suddenly was bitten on the hand by said leader. The leader quickly began to drink his blood, until she fell down once more. Ash looked at the Zubat that came with him with a questioning look. She's been doing that to anyone that comes near her. And the ones that manage to touch her say that she has a really high temperature, the Zubat informed Ash, making the trainer think what it may be, before he got something. Tell me, did recently she had a fight with a Pokémon that may cause paralysis, burn or even poisoning? Ash asked, making the Zubat, who was still flying next to him, lay on a nearby rock and look up. I think so. I heard from the older members of the nest that she recently fought a Paras, the Zubat told Ash, and immediately understood what he meant. Do you mean that she is poisoned from that battle? Possible, Ash said, making the Zubat freak out for a bit. Fortunately for your leader, I have the required ingredient to make her feel better. You just have to give me a few minutes, Ash said, making his way towards his Pokémon, while the Zubat that was with him stayed to watch their leader. NGGH. Lady Anisha. The Zubat exclaimed in shock. Try to relax, everything is going to be alright. Lord Guardian is here to help you. Aora. G Guardian, their leader, Anisha, tried to say, but the pain from the spores that she inhaled from the Paras were making her weaker by the minute. Yes, an Aura Guardian, so please try to relax, everything will be dash. The Zubat was about to finish his sentence, when he noticed that the Aura Guardian was already behind him with some sort of liquid. Hello there, my name is Ash. I'm here to help you, Ash said with a smile, making Anisha lower her guard for a bit. She could sense it, his power, his raw power. It was so immense that it tried to suffocate her. But she was able to not panic and let him do what he was about to do. Ash picked up the leader of the Zubats and placed her in such way that he could feed her the medicine he managed to make with Cersei and Eleanor's help. Ambrose and Cobalt knew nothing of this. Anisha began to drink the foul, smelly but tasty liquid down her throat. She even felt better by the time she finished drinking the medicine, and was even flying in front of Ash. Thank you, Lord Guardian, Anisha thanked Ash. Is there anything I, as the leader of the Zubats, can do for you? This made Ash, internally, smile a bit. Can I tell you something before I ask what I want? Anisha nodded, seeing no problem with that. Cobalt, Ambrose, Eleanor, Cersei. Come here for a second. Ash called for his Pokémon. Anisha gasped at seeing more Pokémon with the same traits as her. You're, like me, her shocked voice was noticed by all. You see, I have a dream on capturing all Pokémon that have albinism, this trait you and my Pokémon possess. I would like to ask you if you want to become one of my Pokémon. Ash finally asked the thing he wanted to say. The Zubats were silenced. The question impacting them to the core. Anisha was even more shocked. Someone wanted her. It wasn't like before. Before she was left to die because of her trainer. Now, however, someone wanted her. But she had to act as a leader. Protect her people. I'm sorry, Lord Guardian, but the nest is more important to me. I cannot accompany you in your journey. This made Ash deflate a little in sadness, but he understood. He would have done the same thing in her place. All right then. I hope you and the other Zubats are able to prosper, Ash said while recalling his 4 Pokémon. Ash then waved goodbye to all of the Zubats, before walking away. As Anisha was going to turn around, the pale Zubat that was with Ash flew towards her. Lady Anisha, can you hear us out? She looked at the Zubat and the others that were behind him. Of course. What do you wish to tell me? We want you to be happy, Lady Anisha. If going with Lord Guardian makes you happy, then go for it, said the Zubat, making their leader shocked. But my responsibilities. You guys dash. We are going to be fine, Lady Anisha, another Zubat said. You have taught us how to fight, how to defend ourselves and how to survive. The only thing we want right now is your happiness. Each and every Zubat began to nod in approval and even got their own comments in. Go, Lady Anisha. Be happy, Lady Anisha. Don't forget about us, Lady Anisha. All this comments made Anisha cry a bit. Her nest really loved her a lot. Thank you guys. For allowing me to be your leader for all these years, Anisha said before flying in the same direction that Ash went. Thank you everyone. Goodbye. With Ash. Man. I wish Anisha is alright, Ash said aloud. He really wanted to capture her, but respected her wishes to protect her nest. If her dream is to be with her nest, then who was he to torment said dream? As Ash was nearing the exit, he felt something collide with him, pushing him a bit. And when he turned around, he got a surprise in the name of Anisha, the albino Zubat. Anisha? Ash said in shock. Didn't she decided to stay with her nest? Hey Lord Guardian. I wanted to ask if. The rest of her words were a mumble that Ash couldn't understand. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Couldn't quite understand you. I said that if you still wanted me in your team. Ash understood her, even as she finished in a low voice, but he understood her. And all he did was smile. Of course you can, Anisha. Welcome to the team. Capture 9, A Flower's Gift. After capturing Anisha, Ash made his way out of the cave and immediately saw the towering buildings that Cerulean City had. Unlike Pewter City, in which every building looked the same, every building he could see had his own uniqueness. He smiled as he rushed towards the city, hyped to heal up his Pokémon just in case, talked to the professor and faced the gym leader of Cerulean City. He came to a stop when he arrived at the city's entrance. Unlike Viridian City, it didn't have a sign that welcomed people. He walked for a bit, looking around the city until he saw a poster that was announcing a show. Ash thought about it for a bit, not knowing if he should assist to the show, but then saw that it was at the Cerulean City gym and he was all in. Being able to see a show and battle the gym leader afterward, was great. Like 2-for-1 kind of deal. Deciding to heal up first before heading towards the gym, Ash walked aimlessly until he saw the Pokémon Center not so far away. Ash entered the Pokémon Center and all he could see were the same kind of poster all around the center's walls. Ignoring the posters, Ash made his way to Nurse Joy and gave her his Pokémon. He then sat in an unoccupied chair that was near the speaker. Ash pressed his Pokétch and decided to call Professor Oak, to consult some things. The watch ringed and ringed but nothing happened. Ash retried calling the professor, but this time he did answer it. Hello my boy. How you've been? Ash smiled at the now jovial professor. I'm fine professor, just capture my 5th albino Pokémon, Ash said, making the professor's eyes widen in shock. F5th. Oak said, before running to get a computer to see if what Ash said was true. Ash had to smile at this behavior. He could still see the chair spinning around, albeit slower by the minute. Finally Professor Oak came back with a still shocked face. I can't believe. Not only you captured a Growlithe, but you also have a Venonat, a Pidgeotto, and a Zubat? Oak said, panting slowly. Ash, please send one of them here. Whichever you want. Just let me do a quick analysis on how they can get this mysterious trait. It would be a huge discovery. Oak added, pleading Ash to send a Pokémon. Ash gave an unnoticeable frown. He wanted to keep training with his Pokémon. He didn't want them to be treated like lab rats. Sorry Professor, I just arrived at Cerulean City and I don't know what the gym leader wants in a match and I may need all my Pokémons, Ash told the professor. He didn't lie to Oak, but didn't outright refuse him. Alright my boy. I'll wait for you next call, but please when you are able to send a Pokémon to the ranch please do so. With that the professor ended the call. Ash had to sigh in relief at this. At least I have a bit more time, Ash commented to himself before hearing his name being called by Nurse Joy. He stood up and went toward where he saw her. After receiving his Pokémon from Joy, he thanked her and started to walk towards the gym to see what the show was about and to have his second gym battle. He walked aimlessly once again until he saw a huge crowd on the outside of the gym looking at a very huge television. It was showcasing a water show. 3 beautiful girls were doing the show, and he had to admit that the show was very unique in its own way. It was beautiful, no doubt about that, but he has never seen a show where humans and Pokémons were able to give a show towards others. He has seen a lot of Pokémon battles. He even have seen some Pokémon contests thanks to his mother, but never in his life has he seen something like this. The show however ended quickly. Maybe he arrived at the end of the show. He didn't know, but what he did know was that this was the time to get his second gym badge. Waiting for the people to disperse from the gym, Ash made his way to the gym. He opened the doors to see a large pool in the middle of the gym. So this is a water-type gym. Ash pondered as he quickly analyzed that he couldn't use Ambrose for a direct approach. He could still use Ambrose, but it wouldn't be the way Ambrose normally fights, in which is a very direct approach. He had to be more astute to combat the opponent with a Thunder Fang that he surprisingly learned way earlier than he anticipated. Ash quickly moved his head from side to side and walked towards the three girls he had seen on the huge television outside. One of the girls is fairly tall, even passing his height for a bit. The girl had wavy long blonde hair that reached up to her waist and beautiful emerald eyes. She is wearing a red short dress, the same dress she used for the show. She also had a flower pin on the right side of her head. The other one was a but smaller than the first one. This girl however had wavy long blue hair instead of the blonde hair the other one had and had ruby eyes. She is wearing a similar dress than the other one, but instead of being red it was green. The last one however looked a bit younger and smaller than the other two. Unlike the other two girls that had long hair, this one has short pink hair and two bangs that go from each side of her head until her shoulder. She is wearing an orange short dress with a green tie on the middle of her bust area. Hello, the three girls looked towards him. I'm Ash, I was wondering if you know who the gym leader is. I want to challenge the gym. Two of the girls, the blue and pink-haired girls, cringed at hearing the word gym, in which Ash noticed, but the blonde-haired girl seemed hypnotized for some reason. I'm Daisy. These are my sisters Violet and Lily. We are the gym leaders of Cerulean City, Daisy said, making Ash widen his eyes for a bit. They are the gym leaders. This made things easier. Then do you approve of the challenge, leader Daisy? Ash asked, but didn't get an answer as Daisy ran towards the pool and made a quick dive. She quickly got out of the pool, but had something in her hands. Ash noticed that it was the gym badge. The badge is shaped like a teardrop and it is a light blue color. We are tired of all the thing that we have done in the past week, we already battled 3 trainers and had this show. We want to rest for a bit, Daisy said while heading straight toward Ash, who only nodded, understanding that fatigue was on a very high level. So I would like to give you the badge and you can continue on your journey, Daisy smiled lightly. You see, she had this plan that whoever accepted the badge would get a fake badge. But seeing this cute boy that she couldn't help but notice was quite attractive to her, decided to give him a real one. No thank you, responded Ash, making the 3 girls widen their eyes a bit. I want to earn my way to the Indigo League. I want to earn being the best. I don't want anything handed out to me. That's why I decided to travel alone. See new thing. Discover new areas. Learn to grow up and be dependent of myself. So if you want to rest, I'm fine with it, we could just have our battle tomorrow, but please don't just hand me the badge, Ash declined politely. Daisy had never heard this before. Every time they didn't feel like fighting they made this same offer to the coming trainer and they always accepted it. But this boy, no, this man that stood in front of her just said no for the very reasons that she believed in. Alright then, Daisy lowered her hand, making her 2 sisters widen her eyes even more. They were too shocked to say anything. Tomorrow will be our battle, Daisy said as she turned around and started to go away towards the door that was on the end of the pool. I'll be waiting for you, cutie, she winked at him before opening the door and closing it. Wow. I have never seen Daisy like that. Sister. Wait for me. Ash looked at the blue and pink-haired girls. Lily ran toward Daisy, seemingly preoccupied by how she acted. Violet however didn't move. So. At what time can I arrive tomorrow? Ash asked Violet, making said girl jump a bit. Maybe early in the morning. 6 or 7. She said, confused at what had just happened. I think that she has something to do in the afternoon, Lily added, making Ash nod. Alright then, see you girls tomorrow. With that Ash left. With Daisy. Daisy had just entered her room and couldn't hold back her blush any longer. Her cheeks were scarlet red and she has a dreamy look on her face. Her knees gave out and she fell to the ground and landed on her knees. Her seal noticed her and went towards her. Oh Seal. I just saw the man of my dreams, she gave a dreamy sigh as she hugged her seal. Seal say Seal. Seal tried to communicate with her, but thanks to the language barrier they couldn't. Oh, you have to see him tomorrow. She gushed a bit, tightening her hold on Seal for a bit. His raven hair shine brighter than the moon. His brown eyes were so hypnotizing. Even the zigzag pattern he had on his cheeks are cute. She kept talking to her Seal about how amazingly hot Ash was on her eyes, unaware that two of her three sisters heard everything. Time skip, next day. Ash has woken up pretty early, to his standards anyway. He woke up at 5 in the morning. He was a bit shocked to say the least, but it gave him time to think about some things. He knew that Ambrose had a type disadvantage against Daisy's Pokémon, but recently his Growlithe learned Thunderfang. It was pretty convenient to say the least. But he had to think of his safety. He had done so with Cersei, and so he will do so with Ambrose. Cobalt had already fought, as well as Ambrose, so that also gave him an excuse to not use them. Meaning that his choices were Cersei, Eleanor and Anisha. Although Anisha was a recent capture, he could see that she was stronger than any of the Zubats that he has seen under her. But he didn't know any of her move set nor what she could do. He could scan her with the Pokédex, but he thought that making her fight without any sort of training would be stretching it. Ash nodded when he decided for Cersei and Eleanor. Neither had an advantage towards water-type Pokémon, but neither did they had a disadvantage. Ash got up from his bed and called out his Pokémon to tell them what he was going to do. Ambrose had been grumpy for a bit, nodded, albeit it was reluctantly. He really wanted to show his alpha his strength, but he had to give his friends a chance as well. Cobalt nodded, understanding the situation that his trainer was in. He couldn't pick the same Pokémons over and over again since it would look like he had a preference towards that Pokémon. Plus that Cersei was able to fly and Eleanor was able to float, were a huge advantage towards the opponent. Anisha also nodded. She could also see all the things that Cobalt thought of. Although she wished to prove herself for the Guardian, she knew that he had to get familiar with her move set first. Cersei proudly got her head up. She wanted to like Ash, mainly because he was an Aura Guardian, but she wasn't able to move on yet. Not yet. But she respected him a lot. He has gained it. Ash deserved it. Eleanor was jumping all around the room in happiness. She was finally able to battle. Alright guys. Let's show her what we're made of. And with a roar of approval, Ash recalled them and went towards the gym. Time skip. Ash had just arrived at the gym. He quickly opened the doors and he could see Daisy on the opposite side of the field. And for the first time ever, Ash stopped in shock. She is wearing a white tank that was under a pink open jacket with short sleeves, a pink skirt with a white lining and pink short boots. However, although her way of dressing for the battle shocked him a bit, it was her face that made him freeze. She had little to no makeup, but the bit she had made her very beautiful. The dark green eyeliner she had on, made her emerald eye spark even more than the last time he saw her, and the unnoticeable green eyeshadow had a contrast with her eyeliner. Her mouth was painted with a soft pink lipstick, making her lips look artsy but innocent at the same time. "Hello Ash," Daisy said, talking in the same way before she dismissed him yesterday. "We will now begin in a 3-on-3 battle. Are the terms acceptable?" Ash could only nod as he cursed himself on his mind. DMN it. Now I have to use Ambrose in this battle as well. This battle is between Ash from Pallet Town and Daisy the Cerulean City gym leader. Each trainer is able to use 3 Pokémon each. May the battle begin. A referee announced, making both trainers get a Pokeball. The battlefield was the same pool that the 3 sisters used for their show. "Cersei, let's go. Help me Seal." Cersei called her name as she arrived at the battlefield. She quickly flapped her wings and started to fly in the same position. From Daisy's side however, what came out was a pinniped Pokémon with a thick hide covered in bluish-white fur. It has a pale tan maw with a large red tongue and a pair of tusks on its lower jaw. It has circular eyes and a black nose. There is a small horn on its forehead. It also has 2 flippers on his chest and 2 more on the end of its tail that highly resembles a waterspout. This is a seal, the sea lion Pokémon. Ash immediately thought that it was an albino seal, but he paid attention into the eyes of the leader's Pokémon and noticed that they were pitch black instead of crimson red. Note to self, albinos only have red eyes. Circe starts things out with gust. Circe flapped her wings a bit harder than usual. The gust began to appear as Circe kept increasing the strength of the flaps of her wings. Seal, be a darling and go underwater, Daisy said with a smile directed at Ash. Ash noticed it, but shrugged it off as a thing that she did to her opponents. Seal obeyed and with a simple jump, he entered the pool, completely avoiding the gust that Circe created. Seal quickly use ice shard quickly then go underwater once more and repeat it. Circe block it with Twister and use steel wing towards Seal. Both Pokémon responded quickly. As Seal was preparing to shoot the ice shard that was quickly made on top of his little horn, Circe had already began to flap her wings harder to transform the gust into the Twister her trainer asked of her. The shards were quickly launched, but made contact with the Twister, blocking them and turning the shards into little crystals that were harmless towards Circe. She however didn't wait for the moves to finish as she cut the Twister with her steel wing. As Circe neared Seal, the sea lion Pokémon entered the water making Circe miss the attack. Unfortunately for Circe, as she began to turn around, the only thing she saw was 2 ice shards coming straight at her. She managed to nearly avoid one of the shard, but the other impacted her left wing. Ah! Circe screamed in pain as the ice made Circe start to fall down onto the nearby platform. Circe! Maneuver yourself and fly once more, the Pidgeotto did so, with a bit of pain in her wing. Now use quick attack, and when you see Seal use ice shard break them with steel wing and keep both moves up and running to hit Seal with it. Ash said making his first ever combination move, in a real battle. He had to name most of the one he had already made with his Pokémons, but this one already had a name. Quick Steel. Circe was quickly covered in a white stream as her movements turned quicker and her wing became harder and even turned into a metallic gray. The white stream gained the metallic gray lining into it, marking the way both wing were going through. Seal resurfaced once more, but didn't have enough time to even do what Daisy told him to do when Circe was in front of him with a devastating move up front. Circe managed even to get Seal into the air with the impact that his face made with her wing. Circe, quick, use gust to keep him up in the air and use steel wing once more. Daisy was so impressed that she couldn't even command her Seal to do anything. She gave out a sigh when she watched the metallic wing made contact with Seal once more, sending him straight at a floating platform in which broke when Seal made contact with it. Seal was then seen floating in the water unconscious. Seal is unable to battle. Pidgeotto is the winner. Daisy recalled her Seal back into his Pokeball and smiled at the Pokeball. Saying a quick thank you, she managed to guard the Pokeball, before grabbing another one. Help me Sea King. Sea King is a large, orange, fish-like Pokémon. It has billowing caudal and pectoral fins, all of which are white specked with black. However, its dorsal fin is pure white and rigid. It has round, dark eyes, prominent pink lips, small fangs, and a short horn in the center of its forehead, telling him that it was a female. Sea King is the goldfish Pokémon. Circe return. Ash recalled Circe. He knew that the ice shard was a heavy hit on her and didn't want to hurt her any longer. Thanks girl, Ash quickly muttered before guarding Circe's Pokeball at his belt. Taking another Pokeball, he threw it forward. Eleanor, come on out. Eleanor stood in the platform looking at her opponent. When? Scream. Ash had to cover up his ears as he heard the awful scream that made its way to his head. Ash turned to the left to see the pink-haired sister of Daisy, Lily, trying to get away from the bleachers, but Violet didn't let her. Violet is a bug. A bug. Let me go. I don't want to be near it. Lily pleaded as Violet rolled her eyes at her little sister. Both her little sisters, Lily and another one named Misty that was on a trip to become the greatest water trainer, hated bug-type Pokémon. Daisy chuckled at this, and since this was a common thing when she or Misty saw a bug-type Pokémon, she was already immune to their screams. "Shut up, Lily, and let's see the end of this match," Violet said, trying to calm down Lily. She also noticed that Ash's Venonat wasn't a normal-colored one. Remembering his Pidgeotto, she also recalled that her crest didn't have any red nor yellow on it. This was also seen by Daisy, but had already guessed why they were like this. Being the oldest meant that she was the one responsible for going to the meetings. They had told her about the albino Pokémon, but never in her life would she have thought that she would have seen one. "Eleanor, use poison powder as you float around the pool." Eleanor quickly jumped and started to let out a purple dust out of her body. "Seeking, water, pulse those purple dust." Daisy tried to save her Pokémon from the poison, but the poison had already made contact with Seeking's body and the water. Meaning that no matter if Seeking was able to dodge the dust that fell on her, the poison would have entered onto her through the water. Seeking hissed in pain every time she tried to move. The poison, while not strong, it was making the damage that Ash wanted. Eleanor now used Supersonic to confuse her and then used Psybeam. Seeking, go underwater. Daisy, to her luck, managed to say those words quick enough. Seeking enter the water, avoiding briefly the confusion, but the Psybeam opened the water and went straight at her and inflict the damage, although it wasn't as much as it would have been if Seeking would have been on the surface. Eleanor, one more time. Use Psybeam. Counter it with Ice Beam. Daisy didn't want to use this move this soon, but had to. She didn't want to just give out Seeking. She had to show him that she was strong. Maybe that way she could get closer to him. Both moves met in the center of the field, but surprisingly the Psybeam gave out. The Ice Beam made contact with Eleanor, making a brief explosion. Eleanor. Ash cursed himself. Obviously this wasn't going to be as easy as when he fought against Brock. This was his second gym battle. He knew that each gym was stronger than the last on. He had to think things more carefully. Eleanor quickly jumped into another platform with one of her antennae froze thanks to the Ice Beam. Eleanor, are you alright? I'm fine, my king. I just needed to catch my breath a bit. What is your wish? Eleanor said, making Ash sweat drop at this, making him sigh along the way. Can you use Signal Beam, Eleanor? I have a plan, Ash asked, making his Venonat nod her head. Seeking, dodge it quick. Daisy commanded in a hurry. The poison could be knocking out her Pokémon any second now, and she hasn't even done much damage towards his Venonat. Seeking managed to dodge the incoming rainbow-colored beam. Daisy, instead, foreseeing Ash frown, she saw him smirk a bit. Eleanor, use Mega Drain. This made Daisy widen her eyes. She didn't notice that Seeking dodged towards the platform that Venonat floated to. Seeking, dodge it again. Seeking heard Daisy, but was unable to, since when Daisy finished talking, Eleanor bit her with green fangs. Seeking roared in pain at getting her remaining energy drained, before falling unconscious right next to Eleanor. Seeking is unable to battle, Venonat is the winner. Daisy recalled Seeking and thanked her for everything she did. Daisy frowned at seeing Ash recall his Venonat. Why couldn't she beat one of his Pokémon? She wanted to prove herself to him. Even if Ash himself didn't know about this. Help me, Shelder. A black pearl-like Pokémon encased within a spiky, blue-violet bivalve shell came out of Daisy's Pokeball. It has two round white eyes with tiny black pupils and a long red tongue. This is a Shelder, the bivalve Pokémon. Ambrose, come on out. This made the three sisters and the referee look at Ash with shock and confusion as he sent a fire-type Pokémon on the field. Ah. Ash. You know that Growlithe is weak against water moves. Right? Daisy asked. It couldn't be possible that the one that she fell in love with at first sight was clueless about things like this. Could he? I know, Ash's simple action made Daisy internally sigh in relief. But I can't send Circe nor Eleanor when they are hurt from their previous battle, Ash smiled, making Daisy faintly blush. Alright then. Shelder, be a dear and use water gun on Growlithe. Shelder shot a pressured water gun at Ambrose. Ambrose, let's finish this. Ash proclamation made Daisy tense a bit. Finishing the battle? Her Shelder hasn't even received any damage. Use Thunder Fong on the pool. This made all of them widen their eyes just as quick as Ambrose dodged Shelder's attack, in which wasn't even noticeable. Ambrose jumped into from platform to platform in such speed that it looked that it was using quick attack. Landing on the platform that was behind Shelder, Ambrose's fangs began to spark before quickly sending the electricity through the pool, shocking Shelder really hard. Shelder didn't even scream in pain as it was immediately knocked out by the sheer intensity of the Thunder Fong. Shelder is unable to battle, Growlithe is the winner. Therefore making Ash the winner of this match. The referee said after his shock was gone. He made his way out of the pool and out of the gym. He needed something to do. Ambrose quickly went towards Ash while jumping from each platform once more. Ash caught him when he jumped towards him and started to scratch him behind the ear. Thanks Ambrose. You did great, Ash said while making his Growlithe purr in satisfaction. Ash quickly recalled Ambrose and went towards Daisy, who was also making her way towards him. Here Ash, Daisy said giving Ash his second badge. You have earned the Cascade badge. Ash smiled at the badge and then redirected that smile towards Daisy. Thank you. Daisy blushed for a bit as she saw Ash put the badge she had given him under the blue jacket he had on. But what she saw was that he put it near his heart. This made Daisy's blush become brighter and couldn't even look straight at Ash any longer. But she still managed to look at him. Growing a bit bolder, Daisy went towards Ash and kissed him on the cheek, making Ash widen his eye in shock. Violet and Lily weren't that far behind as Lily fainted at seeing this and Violet couldn't even manage to form a single word. I hope you win your gym battles and the Indigo Conference. I'll be cheering for you, Daisy said while giving Ash another kiss on the cheek before making her way to the door once more. Ash couldn't say anything as he walked out of the gym with his hand on the cheek that Daisy kissed twice. Capture 10, a rare encounter. Ash had just left Cerulean City, and he was slightly confused to say the least. After he won against Daisy, he went to the Pokémon Center to heal Eleanor, Circe and Ambrose when Daisy also entered the center. They had made small talk while they waited for their respective Pokémons to get out of treatment. When he was called and was about to head towards the center of the Pokémon Center, Daisy gave him a piece of paper with her number written on it. He could see the faint blush on her face as she looked sideways. When he also gave her his Pokémon Plus's number, she was so excited that she would be able to talk to him, that she gave him another kiss on the cheek. Ash couldn't help but sigh as he remembered what happened in the Pokémon Center. He walked and walked until he was able to find a small clearing with patches of grass here and there and a small river on the side. Ash hummed for a bit. This seems like a nice place to rest for a bit, he said as he decided to rest and eat with all of his Pokémons. He could also use this opportunity to scan Anisha with the Pokédex feature of his Pokémon Plus. Everyone! Come on out! Ash said, making the Pokeball of all of his Pokémons to open up and freeing them out of their capsules. Alpha! Ash sighed as he could already feel Ambrose on his body, and it didn't take long for the puppy Pokémon to actually be on top of Ash, making Ash drop on his back to the patch of grass. Hey Ambrose, Ash said while rubbing Ambrose's ear, making him roar in happiness. My king! My king! Ash looked over to what he already knew was Eleanor. She was jumping from left to right in excitement. Yes Eleanor. Can I go explore for a bit? Pretty please. Her crimson red eyes gave out a bit of a shine as Ash's sweet dropped. How did a Pokémon learn how to do that? With a slightly unnoticed sigh, Ash relented, making Eleanor jump a bit higher in excitement as she turned around to explore the area. But don't be late. We will have food in a bit. Eleanor moved her antennae up and down, letting Ash know that she heard him. With Eleanor. Eleanor was happily jumping through the clearing near the river. She could feel how the wind made her float a bit more. She could see the falling leaves and the ripples it made on the water. Although her eyes hurt a bit thanks to the sun, she was enjoying this to the fullest. As she kept jumping happily, Eleanor didn't notice a little shadow following her through the river. Eleanor suddenly stopped as her antennae picked up something. She looked all around to see if someone was near her, but could only see her king and her friends a bit far away. She could also feel Circe flying over the area, just enjoying gliding over the camp. But didn't see nothing near her, until a sudden splash was made in the river. Eleanor looked towards the sound of the splash, and what she saw made her even more happy. What Eleanor saw was a serpentine Pokémon with a white body and a light gray underside. It has light gray, three-pronged fins on the sides of its head and a light gray bump on its forehead. Above its large, round, cream snout are oval, crimson eyes. This is a Dratini, the dragon Pokémon. The Dratini looked at Eleanor with curious eyes. Never in his life he had seen another Pokémon that resembled him. He was about to ask the albino Venonat something when she didn't even let him start talking. "You must meet my king. My king would love to meet you," Eleanor said, making the male albino Dratini tilt his head slightly, but nodded either way. Eleanor jumped happily as she directed the Dratini to follow her. "I'm Eleanor. You. Name's Drackle. Nice to meet you, Eleanor." With Ash and the others. Ash had just finished preparing the food, when he heard his Venonat call out to him. "My king. My king." Ash gave out a chuckle as he stood up and turned around towards Eleanor, when the sight of an albino Dratini shocked him to the core. An albino Dratini. Finding a Dratini was rare enough, but to be able to find an albino one? That was just pure luck. "Eleanor," Ash said with a smile. "I see that you made a new friend," Ash added, changing his view from her to the albino Dratini. Drackle instantly knew who this human was. He could feel his aura and instantly recognized it. "My lord, I am happy to finally meet you in person." The Dratini bowed his head slightly as Ash just gave a sigh. "My lord?" He already had so much nicknames from his Pokémons that he couldn't almost follow up to all of them. "My name is Drackle. It would be my pleasure to join your team," Drackle added, introducing himself to Ash and quickly making himself able to be caught by said trainer. While stunned for a bit, Ash regained some control. "While happy that you would join my team without question, why would you join me this quickly?" Ash, being the curious boy that he had always been, asked the dragon Pokémon. "In all honesty, I have been having this dream," Drackle replied, making Ash and his Pokémon, in which arrived minutes ago, somewhat confused. "A dream?" Ash asked, making Drackle nod his little head. "Yeah. Is like a grass field with a little pond. Then our lord, Arceus, appeared before me and started to tell me about an Aura Guardian. He let me feel the energy that you just emitted, letting me know that you are indeed the Aura Guardian," Drackle said, making Ash widen his eye for a bit. The Alpha Pokémon himself was helping him on his journey? This didn't make any sense. He could understand that the Alpha Pokémon watching over him, but to actually intervene in his journey to help him get the Pokémons he desired. Lord Arceus is helping Alpha gather more Pokémon like Ambrose. Alpha's going to be the strongest, Ambrose said, making Ash chuckle a bit. Circe had her beak opened and shocked. Her eyes opened as wide as she could. She couldn't deny her trainer no longer, she will trust him to the fullest. But it didn't mean that she trusted any other human. Eleanor was jumping from side to side, very happy with the information provided by Drackle. The little "yeah" coming from her mouths could express her excitement. Anisha stood on Ash's shoulder facing Drackle. She could understand Drackle, since she also felt something similar, although it wasn't a dream. She could recognize his aura, and it was the same aura that she had felt when Mew, another legendary Pokémon, appeared before her. Cobalt just stood there with his eyes closed up and his hands crossed over his chest. He also knew of this predicament, since he was in the same dream that Ash had when he started his journey. He clearly remembers seeing Arceus telling them something about the Chosen One, but he didn't quite get it since he was focused on Ash that was able to get into the dream. Ash looked over all his Pokémons plus Drackle and could instantly see them in their evolved forms. He didn't know how was Cobalt's evolution, but he could easily replace all the others, including Drackle, with their final evolutions. Drackle, said Dratini, looked over to Ash. It would be my pleasure to capture you, Ash added while taking out an unused Pokeball. Drackle slithered towards the Pokeball and captured himself. Ash quickly released Drackle and welcomed him to the team. Time skip, after eating. They had all satisfied their hunger when Ash called out Anisha and Drackle. Anisha, Drackle. I'm going to be scanning you with my Pokédex plus Pokédex feature to know what you can do. Both of them nodded as Ash scanned Anisha first. Zubat, the bat Pokémon. Zubats live in colonies that are often led by the strongest Zubat. Zubats are always emitting ultrasonic waves to be able to see what surround them. They avoid sunlight as much as they can since it burns their skin. This Zubat's information. Given name, Anisha. Owner, Ash. Gender, female. Typing, poison flying. Height, 2 feet 9 inches. Weight, 17.6 pounds. Abilities, Inner Focus, unlocked, Infiltrator, locked. Traits, this Zubat has albinism. Albino Pokémon have a very sensitive skin and must not receive a lot of sunlight. It's a possibility that albino Pokémon are stronger than normal Pokémon. Known moves. Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Cutter, Swift, Haze, Screech, unlocked, Quick Attack, Brave Bird, Hypnosis, Faint Attack, locked. Ash then looked at Anisha with a worried look. She had been out in the sun for too long. Anisha, do you feel alright? There is not tree nearby for it to provide some shade for you, Anisha nodded. I'm fine, Guardian. Surprisingly, it hasn't affected me at all, Anisha said, making Ash frown. Didn't albino Pokémon were weak against sunlight? He now was forced to send one of them to Professor Oak. Good to know, Anisha. He then looked at Drackle. Ready, Drackle? Ready, my lord, Drackle answered as Ash scanned him as well. Dratini, the dragon Pokémon. Dratinis had been somewhat of a myth until a fisherman managed to catch one, while also finding a colony underwater. Originally, Dratinis were known as the Mirage Pokémon since not many people had seen this mysterious Pokémon. When they are constantly shedding their skin, it may mean that it is close to evolve. This Dratini's information. Given name, Drackle. Owner, Ash. Gender, male. Typing, dragon. Height, 6 feet 8 inches. Weight, 1.2 kilograms. Abilities, Shed Skin, unlocked, Marvel Scale, locked. Traits, this Dratini has albinism. Albino Pokémon have a very sensitive skin and must not receive a lot of sunlight. It's a possibility that albino Pokémon are stronger than normal Pokémon. Known moves, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Rage, Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, unlocked, Aqua Jet, Extreme Speed, Mist, Haze, locked. Ash looked at Drackle with an impressed look in which told the albino Dratini everything. Alright everyone, let's sleep here. We'll continue our journey in the morning, and with a roar and confirmation, each of his Pokémon were recalled back into their Pokeball for safety as he entered the tent he had made. Capture 11, Saving the Flames of Hope. Ash had woken up to the roaring thunder that resonated through the field. His sudden awakening made him stumble on his tent, making it fall on him. Ash sighed, this wasn't really his day. So he quickly folded the tent and put it inside his backpack. He looked at his Pokeball and sighed in relief that he had all of his 6 Pokémon, a full team. He was really lucky to get a full team this early. He looked around to see if he left anything, but noticed nothing around him. Ash walked at a faster rate as he tried to get to the nearest Pokémon Center to properly rest his body. He stopped and checked his Pokédex and saw that the nearest Pokémon Center was in fact a couple of minutes from where he stood. He then closed the map and continued walking down the road. Unfortunately, he didn't even walk for long when he found something strange. A cut-down tree that stood in the middle of the road towards the Pokémon Center, but what caught his surprise was the Pokémon that laid on top of it. This Pokémon is a bipedal, reptilian Pokémon with a primarily white body and red eyes. Its underside from the chest down and the soles of its feet are gray-colored. It has 2 small fangs visible in its upper jaw and 2 smaller fangs in its lower jaw. A white-blue fire burns at the tip of this Pokémon's slender tail. This is a Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. Ash quickly went to check on the Pokémon that laid on the cut bark of the tree. He could see that this Charmander was barely holding on to life. Grabbing him and trying to keep him warm, Ash sprinted down the road towards the Pokémon Center. And it wouldn't take him long to arrive, since he unconsciously used aura on his feet to get here faster. He didn't even let this shock him as he quickly went inside yelling for Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, hearing her name being called many times, rushed to the front. "Hello. Welcome to the dash." Whatever she was going to say was left unsaid as she saw the status of the albino Charmander. The lizard Pokémon had his eyes closed as he breathed heavily. The flame on his tail slowly decreasing in size. Nurse Joy quickly snatched the Charmander from Ash's hold and called her Chansey to pick up the nearly dead Pokémon. When her Chansey did so, she exploded on Ash. "How could you?" Her rage reaching uncompressible levels. "Your Charmander is nearly dead." "Dead? How could you do something to him like that?" Ash tried to explain that the Charmander wasn't his Pokémon, but nothing could calm down the raging Nurse Joy. "I'm calling the Pokémon League to send the G-Man squad to take you in," she said angrily, and that was Ash's snapping point. "That Charmander is not my Pokémon. I just found him on my way here in that very state that he was. How could you accuse me of something that I didn't even do any of the things that you accuse me of?" Ash roared back, making Joy flinch back. She had to admit that she didn't get all the facts about what happened, but she guessed that the Charmander was a part of his team based on how he was yelling her name. The scared tone he had and the worried face she saw. "I'm so Dash. I'm not hearing any of this." Ash didn't even let Joy apologize for her transgressions. "You should know better than to judge without having facts about what happened. As soon as the Charmander that I brought is out of danger, I'm out of here." His rage was making Joy tremble. His aura surrounding his body, visible to anyone that was seeing him. This made the Nurse Joy from this Pokémon Center widen her eyes in shock and fear. She just insulted an Aura Guardian. Probably the last one to boot. Ash left the center, thankfully her still maintained his sanity from the rage as he knew that if he started to vent his anger there would be no Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy reached to the phone that was on the counter of the building and called someone. She could hear the ringing of the phone calling, as sweat dripped down her neck. "This is Charles Goodshow, President of the Pokémon League. How can I help you?" "Mr. President, is Nurse Joy from Route 6. I have an aura problem." What happened to the Aura Guardian known as Ash Ketchum? Nurse Joy could hear the fear in his tone. "Is not what has happened to him, Mr. President. Is what I said to him that has affected him." Nurse Joy tried to limit her voice as to not let Charles hear her, but unfortunately he heard her. Loud and clear. "What did you do, Joy?" Once again, she flinched as she heard the seriousness in his voice. "Well." With that she explained what she had done, in which made every single human and Pokémon in Kanto to look towards the Pokémon League. "What?" "With Ash. As Ash destroyed part of the forest, he saw a boy no older than him, maybe a bit older, but not by much, training his Pokémons when he heard something that made his anger grow tenfold. Ha! I'm finally was able to get rid of that abomination. I mean, who would want a abnormal Pokémon like him anyways?" The Pokémon trainer laughed as his Pokémon looked at each other slightly scared. Ash cracked his knuckles in anger. The boy is a Pokémon abuser. He is going to enjoy this more than he is supposed to enjoy it. With that, Ash appeared in the boy's training area without saying a word. But the boy noticed him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The trainer snarled at Ash as he just continued to walk forward. The answer that he gave the young trainer made him scared of Ash. "I don't need to answer your questions, but I will concede to your first question. I'm your despair." And with that, the boy screamed in agony as his Pokémon stood there in fear. Time skip, Route 6 Pokémon Center. Charles glared at the Nurse Joy of Route 6 as she stood there without moving in fear of what he may do. He sighed and lessened the glare to glance at the Pokeball he had in his palm. He quickly prayed to Arceus that the Aura Guardian would accept this Pokémon as an apology from the transgression that Nurse Joy from Route 6 had made towards him. As he thought of what to say, he felt the room become slightly much colder than ever. He then looked at the front door and saw the Aura Guardian dragging a blue-haired boy by the neck of his shirt. Ash threw the boy at Charles' feet and he sent a glance at the nurse which made her look the other way. "Charles. Ash." The two men looked at each other and then slightly nodded to each other. "There is the trainer of the abused albino Charmander. His name is Damien, and he has been a suspect of Pokémon abuse." Until today, Ash once again looked at Nurse Joy, which made her look further away from both Ash and Charles. "Thank you for your cooperation, Aura Guardian." Charles knew that he had to be serious right now. He knew that Ash wasn't happy for what had happened. "I want to gift you this Pokémon for the transgressions of what one of the Nurse Joys, situated in the various Pokémon Center, had done to you. I know that you will enjoy this Pokémon very much. I also took out of my time to let you hold as many amount of Pokémon that you wish to carry," Charles added, making Ash nod, still angry about what happened. His aura slightly decreasing and slowly vanishing from sight, but not completely gone. Charles looked at the nurse with a knowing look that made her slightly nod. She had to apologize correctly this time. If not, then she feared of what may happen to her. "Aura G Guardian." She stuttered as she looked to the ground in fear at looking at him. Ash openly glared at her, the words of accusations that she had said still clear in his mind, but didn't say anything. "I'm sorry for everything that I said to you. It was wrong of me to accuse you without knowing the facts." She bowed to Ash, slightly trembling. Charles was also in distraught of what Ash would react. He looked the other way as to not see what he would do. Ash's aura vanished from sight as he finally managed to calm down. He walked towards the nurse that was still in her position. Ash grabbed her chin and made her look at him. Surprisingly enough, Joy and Ash had similar heights. Her blue shining eyes locked with his cold blue ones. She couldn't help but blush at seeing his handsome face. Ash was slightly confused at her red face, but chalked it up as fear towards him. "You are forgiven, but you will not get a second chance," Ash said coldly, making her nod quickly with a bright smile. "Thank you." Ash nodded and looked at Charles as he then extended his hand as if asking for something. Charles quickly gave Ash the Pokeball that he had on his person to the Aura Guardian. "Ash, as of now you are trusted with the albino Charmander that is in the emergency room. I know that you'll be perfect for the job." With that said, Charles quickly left the Pokémon Center. Ash looked at the Pokeball that he had on hand and decided to release his newest Pokémon later. "We'll be going to Charmander's room," Ash simply said as he walked towards the room, leaving a now relieved Nurse Joy behind. Time skip, with Ash. Ash looked at the Charmander, who had a lot of cables connected to his body to monitor him. Ash then decided to enter the room and stood in front of the bed. Ash thought of using his aura to heal him, but since he still didn't know how to call upon his aura, he wasn't able to heal Charmander. Fortunately for Ash, Charmander started to stir. The Charmander opened his eyes weakly. He couldn't see well his surroundings, but when his sight came back, he saw a black-haired boy staring right at him with a little smile on him. The Charmander got scared quickly. He feared for his life. He trusted no one. Everyone only wanted to hurt him and his trainer only caught him to be a punching bag. But something told him that this boy was different. "Hello, Charmander." I'm Ash Ketchum and I have a proposition for you. Charmander tilted his head in confusion, not saying anything in fear of what may happen to him. Ash then released Cobalt, which made Charmander's eyes widen in shock. Master. Is there something you may need? Cobalt asked, making Ash smile at him. It's alright, Cobalt, just wanted to show you to a potential team member, Ash said while motioning towards the Charmander, who was still shocked. You're, like me. I'm not, alone. Finally, the Charmander finally spoke. Cobalt smiled at the Charmander as he noticed the pain he went through. Just looking into the Charmander's eyes told him everything. He didn't have to be a psychic-type Pokémon to know what he went through. Of course you are not alone, Charmander dash. Kenneth. My name is Kenneth, but you can call me Ken. Ken. You are not alone anymore. Master has the dream of capturing more of us. More Pokémon like us. This brought Kenneth's hidden hope. You will become a part of our family, no one will hurt you again, Cobalt said as Ash smiled at Kenneth. So Kenneth, this made Kenneth widen his eyes in shock. He could understand him. What do you say? Will you join my team? Kenneth couldn't help but nod at Ash's request. Ash smiled as he caressed Kenneth's head for a bit. Then rest. I will capture you tomorrow. Now you rest. Ash then left the room, leaving Kenneth there alone. But he knew something had changed. I'm not alone. With Ash. Ash already had made his way to his rented room in the Pokémon Center, when he released the Pokémon that was inside the Pokeball that Charles gave him. This Pokémon is a bipedal Pokémon that is primarily white. Its face is kite-shaped, with a small, light gray snout and two short, pointed ears with light gray interiors. Its wide eyes are normally closed. His body is segmented with black skin is visible between its joints and along its neck. It has two dark gray, pauldron-shaped extensions on its shoulders, as well as a dark gray, fold-like piece around its chest. It has 3 fingers and toes, with its fingers considerably shorter than its toes. Its tail is thick and long, with a dark gray band located near the tip. This is an Abra, the Psy Pokémon. Confusion. Huh. The Abra in front of Ash muttered in confusion, not recognizing the area he was in. He then looked at Ash and at Cobalt. He already knew of others like him thanks to his psychic powers, but actually seeing one was a totally new experience to him. Hello. I'm Ash Ketchum and this is my partner Cobalt. Ash gestured towards Cobalt. Greetings, I'm Cobalt. Salutation. Hello, my name is Houdini. Ash and Cobalt looked at each other for a brief moment before looking at Houdini. You are already one of my Pokémon, but I asked you just in case. Do you want to join me? Ash asked, making the Abra known as Houdini simply stay still. Inquiry. What would you do for me? Preoccupied. Are you going to force me to do thing that I wouldn't want to do? His emotionless voice resounded in the room. Ash knew that he would get more Pokémon that would probably have many different personalities. But seeing one that was completely emotionless was a bit disturbing. No, I wouldn't. I would always want your opinion. If you wish to stop doing something that I put you up to, just tell me and I'll assign you something else. Cobalt stayed quiet, knowing that this was Houdini's way of measuring Ash. Acceptance. Very well, I will join your team. Please. Please take care of me. At the end of the day, Ash has gotten 2 new Pokémon. Kenneth the Charmander, and Houdini the Abra. Capture 12, Breaking the Barriers. Ash found himself resting on the outskirts of Vermilion City watching as all his Pokémons, including Kenneth and Houdini, battle against each other in a battle royal. He had a small grin on his face as he could see the improvements of each of his Pokémons. Seeing them get stronger made Ash even more confident that he would be able to become the best Pokémon trainer there is. However, his grin turned to anger when an electric net collided with most of his Pokémons. The only ones saved from this net were Anisha, Eleanor and Kenneth. Faster than lighting, Ash was standing next to his uncaptured Pokémon. Show yourself. Ash's aura was beginning to increase bit by bit, his anger not yet unleashed. His Pokémons were also glaring at their surroundings, trying to find the culprit of the capture of their friends. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. Two voices, a feminine and masculine, could be heard around them. Quickly Ash was blinded by lights that were pointed straight at his face, but it was futile work because his eyes adapted quickly thanks to his aura. He then managed to see two figures standing on a metal square. What it was he didn't know. The woman has long fuchsia pink hair that she wears curled in a comet tail behind her head. She was wearing a pair of green pearl earrings that are meant to complement her sapphire blue eyes. She is wearing a short black shirt that exposes her midriff under a white high-collared sleeved shirt emblazoned with a large red R, a white miniskirt, black leg-length boots, and long black arm sleeves. The man has shoulder-length periwinkle hair with a single fringe sprouting from the center and green eyes. He is wearing a white long-sleeve shirt with a large red R on it and a black short-sleeve undershirt, with white pants with a purple belt on his waist and black boots and matching gloves. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jessie. The woman, now known as Jessie, proclaimed. James. The man, now known as James, said in the same manner as Jessie. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Suddenly a Pokémon jumped in between them. But what surprised Ash most was that the Pokémon actually knew how to talk human language. Meowth. That's right. The Pokémon known as a Meowth said. Meowth is a small, feline Pokémon with cream-colored fur that turns brown at the tips of its hind paws and tail. Its ovoid head features 4 prominent whiskers, wide eyes with slit pupils, 2 pointed teeth in the upper jaw, and a gold Koban coin embedded in its forehead. Its ears are black with brown interiors and are flanked with an additional pair of long whiskers. Meowth is the Scratch Cat Pokémon. Ash growled at them, his aura increasing ever so slightly. What do you 3 want with my Pokémons? Release them at once. Ash roared at the trio, but Jessie and James dismissed him as an angry child. Ignoring the fact that he was radiating a lot of aura right now. This didn't go unnoticed by Meowth that was trembling in fear at seeing the kid. Each and every Pokémon in the world knew who was the Aura Guardian, and they knew that they had to protect him or to help him at all cost, and Meowth was no exception. Why would obey a brat like you? Jessie shouted, making Ash and his Pokémons growl in anger, while Meowth started to shrink back in fear. We just got ourselves a bunch of rare-skinned Pokémon. Our boss would super happy with them, she added, making James nod with her. So if you please would give us those 3, we will be on our way. James smirked at this, making Jessie laugh in joy, but not Meowth. The Scratch Cat Pokémon couldn't stop his legs from trembling. Hell, the poor Meowth couldn't even make words to apologies to the Aura Guardian. Can the Charmander stop his growl to look at his new trainer? He could see the burning anger in his eyes. Burn them to a crisp, Ash said, making Charmander roar one of his most powerful flamethrower. Anisha use air cutter to increase the flames. Anisha, with a strong slash from her wings, managed to create strong wind blades that merged with the flames. Eleanor, quickly used stun spore to make them unable to move. Ash aura had now changed from a light blue aura to a dark blue aura, the color close to turn to black. Eleanor quickly complied and made the move as quickly as she could, but couldn't manage to paralyze them in time, which made her mad. Soft blue light began to shine below her tiny feet before it enveloped her. Ekans, help me out and use protect. Jessie yelled out in fear. Seeing the 2 lethal moves combined and heading at their direction would make anyone scream in fear. A purple, serpentine Pokémon made a light green barrier around the trio. Its eyes, underbelly, the thick stripe around its neck, and rattle are yellow. Ekans has 3 pairs of black lines encircling its body, as well as another line that connects to each slit-pupiled eye and curves toward its nose. Its large mouth has a round, pink tongue and no visible teeth. Ash growled once more, seeing that his Pokémon's attack was futile thanks to Ekins's protect. Kenneth growled even louder than his trainer. The puny snake made him look bad in front of his new trainer. Hell, even Anisha's wings were shaking in anger thanks to Ekins's protect. Return my friends to my boss. Kenneth roared out, making another flamethrower. This one, however, was stronger than the one before. His anger was too high that something highly unexpected happened. He began to shine in a blue light. His feature began to change as the flamethrower increased in size. Not wanting to be left behind, Anisha also unleashed a stronger air cutter, but this time she didn't stop there. She used a combination of two of her recently usable moves. She began to be covered up in a silver light that surrounded her body, as if she was breaking the wind. Her body began to emit a black aura that surrounded her entire body. Ekins used protect once more. Her Ekins however didn't move, scared to even do so since he knew that he was in front of the Aura Guardian. James! She yelled out, taking him out of his stupor. Coughing used protect. James shouted in fear as well as he threw his Pokeball. The Pokémon released was a spherical Pokémon filled with toxic gases. It has vacant eyes and a wide mouth that usually has two pointed teeth in the upper jaw. Below its face is a cream-colored skull and crossbones marking. Several geyser-like protrusions, which usually release a mustard-colored gas, cover this Pokémon's body. Its purple skin is very thin, and overinflation can cause it to explode. This is a Coughing, the poison gas Pokémon. Coughing created the light green barrier that managed to stop the torrent of flames from reaching them, although slightly, since it began to break. And Kenneth wasn't giving up that easily this time around. Unfortunately for the three members of Team Rocket, they couldn't evade Anisha's attack. Using a combination of quick attack and feint attack, in which her trainer had named Quick Feint, she managed to disappear from sight and appear just behind Coughing. Hitting Coughing with her wing, she sent the poison gas Pokémon flying towards Jesse's Ekins. This final hit to James' Coughing made Anisha begin to evolve as well. As she was evolving, she disappeared just as the protect vanished thanks to her intervention. Team Rocket tried to move but were unable to. They looked up to see the now changed Eleanor, who also evolved for not being fast enough the first time. Her appearance now was completely different from before. She now looked like an insectoid Pokémon whose body is varying shades of white. Its head and thorax are light gray, and it has bulbous, round light red eyes, a small mandible, and a three-point crest on its head. Tucked close to its thorax are three pairs of tiny, dark gray legs. Its abdomen is paler with several black, zigzagging stripes encircling it. It has two pairs of transparent white moth-like wings with thin black venation. These wings are covered in dust-like scales that vary in color. Eleanor just evolved into a Venomoth, the poison moth Pokémon. Their eyes widened in fear as the flamethrower collided with their bodies. The three members began to scream in terror. Never have they seen a kid, a brat, do this much damage, not just to their Pokémons, but to them as well. The torrents of flames dispersed and revealed a newly evolved Kenneth. Kenneth now looked like a bipedal, reptilian Pokémon. It has white scales and a gray underside from the chest down. It has narrow, red eyes and a long snout with a slightly hooked tip. On the back of its head is a single horn-like protrusion. It has relatively long arms with three sharp claws. Its short legs have plantigrade feet with three claws and gray-colored soles. The tip of its long, powerful tail has a white-blue flame burning on it. Kenneth was now a Charmeleon, the flame Pokémon. Give my lord his Pokémons. Give back my friends. Anisha's new body made the Team Rocket duo shake in fear, unable to move, but Meowth pushed the button that made the electric net just a normal net. Even though they didn't understand her, Meowth sure did and quickly released them, not wanting to be on the bad side of the Aura Guardian. The captured Pokémon took notice that the electricity that the net emitted was turned off, and they quickly destroyed the net and went to their trainer's side. Anisha looked different now. She now was a large, white bat-like Pokémon with gray wing membranes. It has small, red slit-pupilled eyes, tiny triangular ears with gray insides, and a massive mouth with two small fangs in each jaw. Her mouth seems to be otherwise empty, but she then displayed a long, light gray tongue. She has short legs with long feet. Anisha was no longer a Zubat but a Golbat, the bat Pokémon. Listen well and listen good, Ash said, making the two humans and the three Pokémons look at him. If I ever see you three stealing someone's Pokémon, you will die, and everyone that is affiliated with this so-called Team Rocket. He added in a growl, making the dumb trio to nod in fear. Cersei, the avian-like Pokémon, looked at her trainer. Send our guests flying with your strongest twister. Cersei nodded and made a slight smirk with her beak. Humans like those two made her want to kill them so bad, but decided to do what her trainer told her to do. Flapping her wings, she created two tornadoes that quickly managed to send the group of 5 flying. A shine could be seen when the group got far enough from them. Ash sighed, trying to calm his anger down. But although this was quite the experience, 3 of his Pokémons managed to evolve and become much stronger than before thanks to this. Come on guys. Let's go to the city and rest there. We don't want more thieves trying to steal you guys, now do we? Ash asked, making them shake their heads in negation as they walked towards the city. Capture 13, Raichu vs Arcanine, Ambrose's Resolve. Ash arrived at the city near the water. The harbor was in clear sight and was a beautiful sight. Vermilion City, the port of exquisite sunset, the name said it all. A city where the sunset could be best appreciated. Ash went towards the Pokémon Center, when suddenly he was almost ran over by a sobbing kid holding a Rattata on his arms. Ash wondered why the kid was almost crying when a sighing Nurse Joy answered his question. It was Lieutenant Surge once more. Ash was about to ask who Lt. Surge was when she added. He is the gym leader of Vermilion City. Ash nodded at the information. Is there anything else that you can tell me about him? Ash asked, making the nurse of Vermilion City confused, but decided to tell him anyways. Time skip. After being told that Lieutenant Surge was based on an electric-type gym, Ash wanted to use Cobalt for the gym, but decided against it because of the constant use of him against other trainers during his journey. So he decided to use his next of kin, Ambrose. The puppy Pokémon was very ablaze to fight against the next gym leader. This excitement managed to make Ambrose learn Crunch and Heat Wave. Ash's Growlithe wanted to push himself harder to learn the last 3 moves he could learn normally, which were Outrage, Play Rough and Flare Blitz, but Ash managed to get Ambrose to take a break. It was late at night, when Ash received a call through his Pokétch. He looked at the number it showed and saw that it was Daisy. He mentally sighed but had a small smile on his face. Ever since they exchanged contacts, she has been calling him almost every night. Talking about all sort of things, in which made Ash a bit glad. She had told him about wanting to be a performer, but couldn't decide whether she wanted to be a normal performer, like the acts she currently does in the gym with her sisters, or become a Pokémon performer. Ash answered the call and had to immediately lower the sound of his Pokétch. Ash. How are you today? Ash couldn't help but shake his head a bit. I'm fine, Daisy. Just pondering how to handle Ambrose. He got too excited for my next gym battle, Ash stated, making the line go silent for a bit. Be careful when facing Surge, Ash. He may be brash and very straightforward, but he is a strong trainer, Daisy said, giving some information about Lieutenant Surge to Ash. Thanks, Daisy, we'll be sure to keep that in mind, Ash said before thinking about something. Hey Daisy. Yes, Ash? Ash noticed a bit of excitement on her voice. What do you think of traveling with me? I know that I told you that I traveled alone, but with us talking almost all the nights, I feel like it would be better for you to come traveling with me. And maybe, you can find what you really want to become in the future, Ash stated. He heard a lot of rumbling on the other side of the line. Yes. We'll see you tomorrow at Vermilion's gym. With that the call ended and Ash chuckled for a bit. Alpha, Ash turned around to see Ambrose standing on his 4 paws with a determined look on his face. Ambrose wants to train. Ambrose knows that Ambrose is close to learning those moves Alpha told Ambrose about. Those are the last 3 moves, and then Alpha told me that Alpha will help Ambrose evolve. When Ambrose had finished learning those moves, Ash could see the fire in Ambrose's eyes. Ash knew that Ambrose was the most determined Pokémon he had on his person, even more determined than Cobalt. Ash sighed and smiled at his Pokémon. "Well then, Ambrose," Ash said, making Ambrose's eyes lit in burning passion. Ash took Cobalt's Pokeball. "Let's get you up there then." Time skip, Vermilion City Gym. When Ash arrived at the gym, he could see Daisy standing near the entrance waiting for him. And he had to admit that she looked beautiful today. Daisy is wearing a slim green crop shirt with a pink jacket. Trying to match her jacket, she has a very short pink skirt, and beneath it she has a white mini short that if she didn't have the skirt it would have accentuated her butt. She has a green bead bracelet with a silver heart charm hanging loosely on the bracelet that was on her right hand. On her neck was a very beautiful silver chain with another silver heart charm. She has pink sneakers which matched with her jacket and skirt. On her left ankle was an ankle bracelet that resembled the one she had on her hand. Her hair was up in a ponytail, being held on by a green band. She had small green earrings that put another shine to her face. Her emerald eyes were accentuated by the light pink shadow she had near her eyes. Her pink lips were glistened a bit. Ash smiled seeing Daisy so overdressed, but he knew that she wouldn't be Daisy if she didn't. Daisy saw Ash staring at her and slightly blushed at realizing that he was staring at her. It made her heart flutter. She couldn't stop thinking of the day Ash would confess to her. "Daisy, you look beautiful," Ash said, smiling, making Daisy's blush harder. "Thanks," she muttered, a bit ashamed that she was this flustered about it. "Well then. Are you ready to experience an awesome battle?" Ash said while walking towards the doors of the gym. Daisy didn't even answer as she just approached Ash into entering the gym. When they entered the gym they could see a tall blonde man with a military outfit on. "Excuse me, sir," Ash said, gaining the attention of the tall man. "Are you Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader of Vermilion City?" Ash asked, making the tall blonde man laugh. "A baby wants to challenge me? Lieutenant Surge on a gym battle? Ha! I accept your challenge, baby. I will only need my trusty Raichu to defeat your baby Pokémon." Ash then noticed the brashness that Daisy was talking about yesterday. "You will see that I'm no ordinary trainer, Lieutenant Surge. I will make you call me by my name," Ash said calmly as he and Lieutenant Surge walked towards different ends of the battlefield. "We'll see, baby," Surge stated as he threw a Pokeball. The Pokémon released was the Raichu that he told Ash he was going to use. Lieutenant Surge's Raichu looked like any other Raichu, except for the scar that the Pokémon had on the left eye. The scar looked like a mini lightning bolt. Ash knew that the Raichu had experience behind, but he felt as if the Raichu could have gained a bit more speed if he was carefully trained as a Pikachu. Ash could see the Raichu's determination and ego flowing like water. That was when Ash knew that he was in for the battle of his life. Picking Ambrose's Pokeball, Ash stared at it for a while before smirking at releasing Ambrose from his Pokeball. What came out surprised not only Lieutenant Surge but Daisy and the referee as well. What came out was a quadruped, canine Pokémon with an white pelt marked by jagged black stripes. It has diamond-shaped ears with gray insides, red eyes, a round, black nose, and 2 pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. Its head, muzzle, and chest are covered in shaggy, gray fur, except for 2 oval sections around each eye and ear. Long tufts of fur grow behind its elbows and around its ankles. Its underside is light gray, and it has a billowing, gray tail that is bent in the middle. Each paw has 3 toes and a round, light gray pad. This is an Arcanine, the legendary Pokémon. Ambrose had managed to learn all of the moves with the intense sparring session with Cobalt. Ash surprisingly was given a fire stone by Nurse Joy when she saw the determination Ambrose had. Ambrose, as an Arcanine, trained for a bit more trying to adapt to his new body. He adapted quickly as well, but what surprised Ash the most was Alpha. I am ready to face our opponent. Let this be a battle to remember, Ambrose said. That's right, after Ambrose evolved he had stopped talking in third person. It was weird to hear him talk that way, but Ash had to bring it to him. It was way easier to understand Ambrose this way. The referee got on the outskirts of the battlefield and declared the battle with a swipe of his hand, after he got over the shock of the albino Arcanine. May I know the name of my adversary of this great battle? Ambrose asked Lieutenant Surge's Raichu, as they seized each other's power. As if you deserved it, punk. Don't think that just because you are an evolved Pokémon you are going to defeat me. I have seen the face of death and survived it. As a Pikachu. Raichu growled at Ambrose, trying to make Ash's Arcanine attack first. Then I, Ambrose, chosen Pokémon of Ash Ketchum, the chosen one, will gain the right to know your name by the end of the battle. Arcanine then positioned himself in front of Ash while Raichu did the same, but in front of Lieutenant Surge. Raichu used Mega Punch. Raichu's right hand started to emit a white glow and he ran towards Ambrose. Unfortunately for Raichu, he was too slow for Ambrose. Ambrose, use agility and mix it up your new combination move. Ash said, making Ambrose nod. Lieutenant Surge, Raichu and Daisy were confused as to what Ash said. Combination move. Combination move. Lieutenant Surge asked, but received no answer as he saw his opponent's Arcanine glow in a soft blue color for a second. Raichu, be prepared for anything. Then use Thunder Punch to intercept that Arcanine. Raichu nodded, looking straight at Ambrose. Combination move. What you going to do, punk? Can't face me face to face. Raichu kept taunting Ambrose, but the Arcanine was as calm as his trainer. Even if I had faced you face to face, Ambrose said before disappearing in a blink, reappearing behind Raichu in motion to hit him with his front right claw. You wouldn't even be able to stand in your two legs. The combination move was called Extreme Teleport. A move that Ambrose as a Growlithe suggested to Ash. Combining the space manipulation that the move Teleport had with the immense speed and attack speed that Extreme Speed brought forth, it was a very lethal move. A move that no matter what you did, it was sure to hit. Ambrose sent Raichu flying towards the wall in front of the referee, but before Raichu could hit the wall, Ambrose reappeared behind him and gave him a double back kick, sending him flying to the ceiling. Ambrose quickly reappeared, thanks to Teleport, over the grunting Raichu. Using his tail as a weapon, Ambrose launched Raichu straight down. Boom! Raichu impacted the ground, hard. Lieutenant Surge was shocked to say the least. This was no ordinary trainer and he was ashamed to act the way he did. Maybe getting all those wins before made him think that there was no one else that would have been able to defeat him this badly since the war where Kanto had allied himself with Kalos and Hoenn. He watched as his Raichu panted, standing weakly on his two legs. When he saw his opponent's Arcanine, he saw that the Pokémon didn't even look tired. A drop of sweat ran down the side of his head as he thought of ways to defeat this unexpected trainer. Raichu, cover the battlefield in holes. Use dig. Raichu, albeit weak, managed to pull through and started to dig all around the battlefield. Ambrose, use substitute and then use Morning Sun. Ambrose roared, and although there was no change, Lieutenant Surge knew that the next hit would do nothing to this Arcanine. By this time, Raichu had covered almost all the field in holes. Raichu used Double Team and then used Hyper Beam on the holes on the ground. At this Ash and Daisy looked shocked, but Ash's shock turned quickly into a grin as he nodded towards Ambrose, in which nodded back. Take cover, punk. This is gonna hurt. When Raichu finished saying this, he had already multiplied and was firing the Hyper Beam. But all was for naught, because as soon as Raichu fired the beam, Ambrose used Teleport and appeared behind Raichu. Close combat. Ash and Ambrose shouted at the same time. With the pain from the combination move, the tiredness he felt from the Hyper Beam and the bruises left behind by the close combat, made Raichu fall unconscious on the ground. The referee went towards the downed Pokémon to check the status of said Pokémon only to find him unconscious. Raichu is unable to battle, the winner is Arcanine. Meaning that Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town is the winner of this match. With that said, the referee went away to do some things he had to do. Ash smiled at Ambrose and petted him on his mane, which made Ambrose give out a soft growl in satisfaction. Daisy joined Ash's side as quick as she could and gave him the biggest hug she could muster. Lieutenant Surge along with his somewhat recuperated Raichu approached the trio. "Congratulations, Ash. You have won the Thunder Badge," Lieutenant Surge said while Raichu looked to the side as he grumbled out some words. "Not bad. Next time it won't be the same. You just got me unaware, but great battle nonetheless." Ambrose nodded, frowning slightly at not knowing the name of his opponent, but he wouldn't force him. Ash thanked Lieutenant Surge and went to the exit with Daisy on his side. Ash suddenly stopped and gave Lieutenant Surge a side glance. "See. I won your respect." Lieutenant Surge didn't have to hear anything else as Ash and Daisy accompanied by Ambrose exited the gym. Lieutenant Surge looked at the damaged battlefield and couldn't help but have a small grin on his face. Ash was going to turn everything upside down, one way or another. Info 1, Cobalt. "Is this on?" a voice was heard. The screen was pitch black and the only thing the audience could do was hear the voice. After a couple of seconds the screen came to life, showing the audience the ranch of Professor Samuel Oak. The audience could also notice that this is a camera recording the video. They could see the percentage of the camera on the upper right corner which read, 99%. "It's on Cobalt." A voice off-screen said, making Cobalt, an albino Riolu who was standing in front of the camera with his arms crossed, nod at the statement. "Including the Poke translator installed on the camera?" Cobalt asked. In which Cobalt saw a nod come from the one that was behind the camera. "Thank you, Ken," Cobalt replied. "Hello everyone. My name is Cobalt and I'm here to bring you something new that I think you guys will enjoy," Cobalt added, before waiting for a couple of seconds. "In this video I'll be talking about myself. Letting you guys know more about my life, my personality, and a couple of moves that I have within reach," Cobalt explained. Soon after the screen transitioned and the audience found themselves seeing another part of Oak's ranch. Cobalt appeared walking from left to right, the camera following him. "My story begins in Sinnoh. More specifically Iron Island. My mother loved me very much, but we were separated thanks to the guardian that protected the island," Cobalt stated. "At the time I was really angry that I was separated from my mother, but now I understand that I was meant to be Ash's starter," Cobalt finished before looking straight at the camera. "When I was younger I loved to play all the time. It didn't matter what I was playing, what it mattered at the moment was that I was enjoying myself. Now, however, I take things more seriously. My seriousness in life came when I was separated from my mother, and I can get excited from time to time," Cobalt said, before looking at the pond. The camera shifted and recorded half of Cobalt's face looking down. "Like the time I got excited to be chosen by Ash to be his starter Pokémon, and when the time I found out that Ash is an Aura Guardian," Cobalt said before looking up. The camera transitioned once again to an open field where Cobalt stood. "Now I will explain some moves that I can do," Cobalt stated. "But for this I will need the help of my friend Houdini." As quick as a snap, Houdini appeared next to Cobalt. Question. "I will be doing this as well, correct?" Houdini asked, making Cobalt nod. "That is correct, Houdini. Every single Pokémon that Ash has or will capture must do this as well," Cobalt answered, making Houdini nod. The audience could see that the battery went down by a lot in the past couple of minutes. When the first transition occurred, it went from 98% to 86%, and when this last transition occurred it went from 80% to 67%. Cobalt looked at the camera, and the one behind the camera focused on Cobalt by zooming in ever so slightly. "My species is a Riolu, a fighting-type Pokémon. I mainly use my physical prowess in battle, but it doesn't mean that I don't have experience in using moves that are used from afar like Vacuum Wave," Cobalt explained before walking towards an end of the field while Houdini teleported to the center of the field. To explain this, Houdini is going to attack Mai with the special move Shadow Ball. I however must evade the attack by counterattacking with vacuum wave, Cobalt explained. He then looked at Houdini and nodded. Houdini nodded back and began to make the shadow ball. Houdini held his arms forward as a black and purple ball of energy with black static sparked to life in front of Houdini's hands. Houdini launched the shadow ball straight at Cobalt. Cobalt then waves its arms, causing light blue wind to appear around it. Riolu then jumps into the air, crosses its arms and then opens them, firing the wind from around its body in the form of a shock wave. The two moves collided with each other before they exploded in the epicenter of the two attacks, causing a small shockwave of air. This way I can defend myself from Pokémon that specializes in special moves like Houdini here, Riolu explained, before looking straight at Houdini. Thanks for your help, I can take it from here, Houdini nodded before looking at the camera. Gratitude. Thank you for having me here and be a part of this new experience, Houdini said before using teleport and disappearing from view. Before we finish this video, I want to show you a combination move that Ash helped me with, Riolu said before he turned sideways and saw Ambrose pulling a dummy to the center of the battlefield. Thank you Ambrose, Ambrose nodded and with his paw waved at the camera before leaving. Ambrose sure had changed after he evolved. Cobalt muttered, before walking towards the dummy. The combination move that I will be showing you guys is Focus Up Punch, the union of Focus Punch and Power Up Punch. For me to even learn those moves, I went through a lot of meditation. It helped me open up my mind and see a way that my body could use said move. Ash helped a lot, explaining how the move was used and how it was done in battle, Cobalt explained briefly. What I do is focus my power in my right hand. You might think that I'm using Focus Punch, but let me finish explaining, Cobalt said quickly. After I finished focusing all of my energy in my hand, I punch my enemy, but instead of releasing all of the focused energy in my hand, I released half of it. The remaining energy then travels throughout my body, giving me more power for the duration of the battle, Cobalt explained. Cobalt then faced the dummy and went into a fighting position, focusing on his right hand, in which gained a white glow. When Cobalt felt that he couldn't accumulate more energy, he punched the dummy with half of his preserved power. The dummy was sent flying away, landing near the fence of the ranch. Cobalt then let the white glow that his right hand has spread throughout his body, fading ever so slightly. And that was the combination move Focus Up Punch, Cobalt said. Another transition happened and the audience could see that the battery went from 55% to 21%. They could also see that it was noon, the sun fading away in the distance. That is all me and my friend can show you for now. As soon as the battery is completely charged, we will do another video, Cobalt said. Thanks you for your time and stay tuned for Ambrose's video, Cobalt said. What? A voice shouted, probably Ambrose, before. The screen went black again. Capture 14, back from the dead. Ash and Daisy were walking down a rocky deserted road, making small talk here and there. Ash was glad to have Daisy on the journey, believe it or not. At first, he just wanted to complete the gym battles as fast as he could so he could have a chance to compete in the Indigo Plateau League Challenge next year, more accurately 10 months or so from now. But with her company at his side, he just wants to enjoy every single moment he could with her. It helped that she was super friendly and she made him laugh thanks to her happy nature she always seemed to have. The small talk continued until they saw a very large group of people with mining kits all around them, a concentrated but happy look on the faces of the miners. This brought Ash and Daisy's conversation to an abrupt stop. At least on his side of the conversation. And then I want to try and capture the cutest Horsia and a dash, Daisy was talking when she noticed Ash was looking at the miners. She had been explaining Ash about the cuteness of every single water-type Pokémon. From Magikarp's red shining skin to Horsia's elegant and fine-looking form, to even the silly but cute roundness of the extinct Pokémon Kabuto. She, alongside her youngest sister Misty, wanted to capture every single water-type Pokémon. Although her younger sister wanted to capture all of them to become the best water-type trainer ever, she just wanted them to play and had fun with them. She would have them trained obviously, but if she didn't have to battle it didn't mean that she could enjoy having fun with her Pokémons. After she joined Ash's journey, she already had captured 2 Poliwag which ended being twins at birth, a Krabby who liked to play as much as she, a Squirtle that always had black pointy glasses on, and a Magikarp that, when found by the duo, was trying to learn some moves a normal Magikarp was unable to learn. She was glad that she was able to find more water-type Pokémons while on her journey with Ash, but her main objective was far from her reach. Ash's heart was still as far as always. She knew that she had to continue being herself to gain Ash's love, but for now she had to keep on trying. "What do you think they are doing, Ash?" Daisy asked, getting Ash to frown a bit in thought. This could be a lot of things, mining for rare minerals and rocks, making space for future buildings, or they were some people in disguise that were about to destroy the home for Pokémon. "I really don't know, Daisy. Why don't we go and find out?" Ash said, making Daisy nod. They were going to proceed on walking when. "Is really simple, Ashy boy. They are heading towards the excavation site located near here." Both Ash and Daisy turned around to see Ash's childhood friend turned rival Gary Oak, grandson of Professor Samuel Oak. What made Ash slightly laugh was that Gary looked like an imitation of that really old exploration movie. "Well, can't waste any more time here with losers." Gary laughed as he quickly ran to the excavation site, leaving a confused Daisy and a sighing Ash behind. After being on the receiving end of those nicknames after that day, Ash had become immune to those insults, if you could call them that. It was more like a banter, to be honest. Still as childish as ever, Gary, Ash thought as he and Daisy walked calmly towards the excavation site. Time skip, excavation site. Ash and Daisy were standing on a cliff that let both of them look towards the people digging and trying to find fossils, and as of now, no one had found a single fossil Pokémon. They were going to head down to the excavation site themselves when they heard an unknown voice. "With those dynamites we can blow up this whole canyon and get all the fossils underground. We could be rich." The voice, a man's voice thanks to the deepness it had, said in enthusiasm. "Yeah. Fossil is money. Money is food. Food is happy." Ash clearly understood what the golem said, although a bit weirded out by the way it talked. Daisy, whoever, just hear the Pokémon's name over and over. "Ash." The boy looked at Daisy, who got his attention with a loud whisper. "We have to stop this." "What are we going to do?" "You go and warn the miners." "I'll go and try to stop this from happening," Ash whispered back, getting a nod from the blonde-haired gym leader. "Anisha, come out." In a matter of seconds, Anisha came out with a determined look on her face. "Anisha, I need you to find the location of a big pile of dynamite and cut the rope. We won't want that thing exploding." Anisha nodded and began to flap her wings. "And Anisha." The albino Golbat looked at her trainer, who gave her a small smile. "May the aura be with you." Anisha, with her determination getting stronger, began on her search for the pile of dynamite. Ash was going to confront the man, when he noticed 2 things. One was that there wasn't a rope nearby and that the human and Pokémon duo were nowhere in sight. This worried Ash, since the dynamite could also mean that Golem will use explosion to open up the cavern. Controlling what little aura he could, Ash began to sprint as fast as he could until he found an opening with the Golem inside, the man who was a bit tanned, and Anisha, who thought this scenario was weird. Anisha saw Ash, and quickly made her way to her trainer. "Lord Guardian, the human has been clearing this place since I found it, and the Golem is looking like waiting for an order. I also couldn't find an rope or the pile of dynamite. I'm sorry for failing you, Lord Guardian," Anisha said, clearly sad that she couldn't help her trainer. She wanted to show her trainer that capturing her was worth it. She clearly blames herself for when her friends were almost captured. Thankfully she evolved and saved everyone, but now she failed to find something her trainer wanted to find. Right there she felt a pat on her head. Going a bit wider than normal as she looked at her trainer. "Anisha, this is it." The man said, "Dynamite," to camouflage it as a dash. "Golem use explosion." The man said. Ash and Anisha's eyes widened in shock and horror. They had clearly forgotten about what was happening. Before they could do something, the golem shone a bright white light over his body when kaboom! The man quickly recalled his Pokémon, but what he nor Ash noticed was the big crack that appeared on their feet. Ash had recalled Anisha after the shock had passed, but as he began his first step towards the tanned man, the ground gave in swallowing Ash and the man. They began to fall and Ash was going to once again use Anisha to get help, but luck was not on his side since some collapsing boulders closed up the massive hole the explosion created. Time skip, underground cavern. Ouch! Ash said as he looked around the surprisingly well-illuminated cave. Unfortunately for Ash, it wasn't as luminous as he would prefer. Kenneth, come out, the albino Charmeleon came out with a grin on his face, with a determined look on his face and ready to help his trainer. What do you need, boss? Ken asked in a laid-back tone, which amused Ash a bit. Kenneth had the most change after evolving than Eleanor and Anisha. I need you to help me find a tanned man that fell down with me. He is trying to steal all the fossils this cave has and probably do something evil with them, Ash said, making Ken nod. As Ash and Ken looked around, they were watched by a creature with red bloodshot eyes that were widened at the sight. In about all the years this Pokémon has been alive has he seen a fellow Pokémon with some characteristics the mysterious Pokémon had as well. It had white skin as well. Ken found him! Ash shouted while taking out Eleanor's Pokeball, gaining the attention of the fire starter's second evolution. Ken got next to Ash as quick as he could as he saw Eleanor, flying next to Ash. He gave her a nod in recognition and she gave one back, knowing that this moment was a serious one. Ash and company then noticed some glowing red eyes looking straight at them. Ash tried to use his aura, but he was fatigued with all the running and then falling into the cave that his aura was at a very low level. What appeared in front of the trio and the still unconscious man, were a variety of Pokémon, but Ash could see that they were 4 different Pokémons. The first one is a small Pokémon similar to an Ammonite. It has a sky blue body with 10 tentacles and a pale yellow, helix-spiraled shell on its back. The shell's rim has 2 circular indents where the Pokémon's large saucer-like eyes protrude. This is an Omanyte, the spiral Pokémon. The second one is a Pokémon similar to an Ammonite. Its sky blue body has several tentacles, the tentacles toward the front are shorter and thicker than those in the back. There is a pale yellow, helix-spiraled shell on its back. Several sharp spikes line the shell's midsection from the front to about halfway down its back. The shell's rim has 2 circular indents where the Pokémon's eyes are visible. Its eyes have yellow sclerae and vertically slit pupils. It has an oval mouth with a 4-sectioned, fawn-like beak. This is an Omastar, the spiral Pokémon. The third one is a small Pokémon resembling a horseshoe crab. It is mostly flat with a protective, brown shell covering its body. There are 2 small, black eyes on top of its shell, which it uses for sight when it hides on the ocean floor. Underneath the shell is a black space that hides the structure of its main body. Only its 4 short, yellow legs and a second pair of luminescent red eyes are visible on its underside. This is a Kabuto, the shellfish Pokémon. The final one is a bipedal Pokémon with a skeletal build. It has a flat, half-circular head with a point on each side and 2 small eyes on the front. It is mostly brown, except for its light gray chest and abdomen. There is a ridge down its back with 3 flat spines on either side and it has a flat, pointed tail. Instead of hands, its forearms have large, sharp, gray scythes. Its thin legs are brown lead to small feet with 2 large gray claws. This is a Kabutops, the shellfish Pokémon. Human. Leave. Disrupt. Sleep. Angry. The Kabutops at front snarled at Ash and his 2 Pokémon. They just wanted to enjoy their rest, but that loud booming sound didn't allow them to enjoy this deserved rest. Wait. Ash tried to calm the fossil Pokémons down. We just wanted to stop this man from blowing up the cave, but we failed to do so, and for that we apologize. Ash stated, motioning to the downed man, who miraculously was still knocked out, and bowed a bit to show that he was sincere. Ken replicated the same movements his trainer did, while Eleanor stood on the rocky interior of the cave to lower her head a bit. This managed to calm down the fossil Pokémon a bit, but before anyone could do something, the opening that was closed up by the boulders that caved in were removed and light was shown. A rope quickly fell down a couple of feet behind Ash, and as quick as a second, Daisy was hugging Ash. Ash! She shouted, making every Pokémon look at her. As an officer, Jenny came down as well. I was so worried when I heard the explosion that dash. It was then that she saw the 4 water-type fossil Pokémons. It was so quiet that the only sound that was heard was the cuffs that were securing the now groaning man. Daisy squealed in happiness as she sped up to nuzzle with the nearest Kabuto, which was next to the Kabutops that confronted Ash. "Oh, you're so cute," Daisy said, making the Kabuto had a violet blush on his brown shell. Daisy quickly took out a Pokeball and presented it to the Kabuto, as if waiting for him to join her and not capturing him by force. The Kabuto looked at her, and then at Ash. Human. Friend. Care. Feed. Fun. Ash noticed that these fossil Pokémon didn't have enough training with talking, but he could understand what they meant. Ash only nodded with a smile, showing the Kabuto that what he wanted Daisy could give it to him. Just as the Kabuto was going to touch the Pokeball, a blue tentacle coming from a nearby Omanite touched it. The Omanite was quickly SCKED into the Pokeball and instant capture himself. Another quick silence came up in the cave as the Kabuto had, surprisingly, a marked vein on his shell. Daisy, seeing the angered Kabuto, quickly presented him another Pokeball with a smile on her face. Kabuto didn't waste time and quickly touched it, instant capturing himself. Just as Daisy was going to celebrate getting 2 new water-type Pokémon, a blur was heard. This made all the calmed-down fossil Pokémon tense and they started to go into hiding. "Hey boss! Why are they running away?" Ken asked, clearly confused as to why the prehistoric Pokémon were running away. Ash could only look behind them, knowing someone was here. "Someone or something is here," Ash could only said before the blur appeared flying right past him. The Pokémon stopped on a high rocky pillar and Ash could only watch the Pokémon in amazement. The Pokémon is a reptilian, bipedal Pokémon with large, membranous wings. It has small, sharply pointed ears, narrow eyes, a ridged snout with a gaping mouth, and strong lower jaw full of serrated fangs. Its body is covered in white skin with light gray wing membranes. The Pokémon's wings consist of a membrane running from the side of the body to the tip of an elongated finger. The clawed hands at the bend of each wing allow it to grasp objects. There is a hump-like ridge with a single spike on its back and it has a strong tail with an arrow-shaped tip. Its talon-like feet have 2 toes in front and 1 in the back. This is an albino Aerodactyl, the fossil Pokémon. Human. Why are Pokémon that have similarities to mine with you? Ash could clearly see that this was directed towards him. "They are my Pokémon. My friends," Ash said while releasing the others so that the albino Aerodactyl could see that he wasn't lying. Truth behold, Aerodactyl's eyes widen a bit when he saw all of the white-colored Pokémon with Ash. A serious, but calm-looking Riolu. A prideful, but intelligent-looking Arcanine. A cheerful, but tranquil Venomoth. An elegant, but serious-looking Pidgeotto. A calm, but reserved Golbat. A compassionate, but ruthless Dratini. An angry, but controlled Charmeleon. And finally, a serene, but wise-looking Abra. They all had white skin, just like him. And then it hit him. That dream. It was preparing him for this moment. Human. I, Antonius, have a proposition to you. Ash looked at the now named Antonius. If one of your Pokémon is able to defeat me in honorable battle, I will join your team. If not, then you will release the beautiful-looking bird that is with you. Antonius gained here in his red eyes when he mentioned Circe. This made Ash sweet drop, Circe to shiver at the thought of mating with someone like this, and Daisy to have sparkles in her eyes. Ash was about to answer when Daisy did instead. "He accepts." Daisy yelled, happy to see romance bloom. Ash then heard Circe's squawk and Ken to growl at the commanding aura this Pokémon had. Albino or not, that was no way to talk to his trainer and to his friend. Alright then, who wants to dash? Ash couldn't finish talking when Kenneth went up and looked straight at Antonius. Ah. The dragon reject wants to fight? Antonius remarked, making Ken growl louder. Well then. I hope you're ready for the beatdown of your lifetime. The Aerodactyl started to flap his wings. Antonius spat out a torrent of red flames that came from his mouth. Ken, counter with your own flamethrower. Ken then also unleashed a torrent of white flames out of his mouth. The two torrents of flames collided with each other, making the cave rumble a bit. Antonius then charged at Ken. Ash noticed the wings of the fossil Pokémon stiffen a bit and gained a steely sheen. Ash quickly noticed that it was using Steel Wing. Ken, dodge it and quickly use Thunder Punch on its belly. Ken nodded, rushing at the Aerodactyl. His hands sparking with electricity as he got close to the approaching Aerodactyl. When Antonius was upon Ken, the Charmeleon slid under Aerodactyl. This surprised the Aerodactyl and the others, but Ash just smirked. Ken just smirked before smashing his hand into the chest of the Aerodactyl. Arg! Antonius shrieked out in pain, as he started to descend thanks to the major hit he just received. His steel wing collided with a wall on the cave, breaking it completely. Thankfully for the humans, Ash and Daisy, since Officer Jenny had already gotten out of there with the tanned criminal, the attack made an opening to the exterior of the cave and into the surface. It was an area that was lower than the exploration site the other miners were at. Not bad. But I'm not done yet. Antonius said as he began to flap his wings harder, gaining height over Ken. Get down here, you coward. Confront me face to face. Ken growled in anger, unleashing a dragon pulse at the fossil Pokémon. The purple dragon-faced beam was easily dodged by the Aerodactyl, who kept mocking Kenneth. Ken just kept using flamethrower or dragon pulse to try and hit Antonius. But as much as he tried, not a single attack managed to get its desired target, the mocking Aerodactyl. I can't wait for your trainer to release the beautiful bird on his team. We are going to have such a nice family. Kenneth saw red at this. You will not force her. At this, Kenneth began to have a light blue sheen over his body. Anger boiling inside of his body as he imagined one of his friends, his family, being forced to something they didn't want to do anything. The light blue sheen turned into a full-blown light show as it covered Kenneth's complete body. What? Antonius yelled in shock as he suddenly felt a very similar punch right at his chest, but the voltage his body felt was much higher. The Aerodactyl smashed into a nearby mountain with a loud boom. When Antonius opened his eyes, he could see a shadow over his body. Kenneth now looked like a draconic, bipedal Pokémon. It is primarily white with a gray underside from the chest to the tip of its tail. It has a long neck, small red eyes, slightly raised nostrils, and two horn-like structures protruding from the back of its rectangular head. There are two fangs visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is closed. Two large wings with dark gray underside sprout from its back, and a horn-like appendage juts out from the third joint of each wing. A single wing finger is visible through the center of each wing membrane. Kenneth's arms are short and skinny compared to its robust belly, and each limb has 3 white claws. It has stocky legs with gray-colored soles on each of its plantigrade feet. The tip of its long, tapering tail burns with a sizable flame. Kenneth had just evolved into a Charizard, the flame Pokémon. Give up now, Antonius. The fossil Pokémon looked up towards the now slightly controlled Charizard. I won't give you a second chance. The Aerodactyl looked at the flame Pokémon, then at Ash and finally at Circe. He really felt something for the Pidgeotto, and if it meant that he had to get captured by this trainer, then so be it. Besides, Antonius couldn't help but see that the trainer of his loved one was a very special trainer. I give. I can't move my wings, Antonius said, making Kenneth approach him. The newly evolved Pokémon picked the Aerodactyl from the smashed mountain and went towards his trainer and the group of Pokémons. Ash looked at Antonius and received the look back. They could see right in each other's eyes. Ash saw a very prideful Pokémon, one that wouldn't disobey him but that would more likely to do things on his own than to listen to others. Antonius saw a experienced trainer. A trainer that would make him a better fighter, that would make him a champion in the sky. Welcome to the team, Antonius. I hope we can get stronger together. Ash said while Daisy smiled at the albino Aerodactyl. In her hand were the two newly acquired fossil Pokémon's Pokeball. Antonius looked at the Pokeball he was being presented by Ash, once again looked at Cersei and with a smile on his face, he put his right claw right over the Pokeball. My beautiful wing. Cersei shivered at the nickname. This journey will bring us both together, will make us stronger and in the future. Will bring us a family. Kenneth was about to start attacking Antonius once again, but the Aerodactyl touched the Pokeball that was presented to him. The Pokeball shook a bit before capturing Antonius the Aerodactyl. Time skip, outskirts of Celadon City. Ash and Daisy, with Cobalt walking beside Ash, were arriving towards their next destination. They had trained a bit with Antonius and the group. Antonius told Ash that he wanted to hear about his Pokédex entry when they had reached their next destination, and Ash complied with it. Ash had been given a Pokémon egg when he and Daisy helped some villagers on their way to Celadon City. The egg rested on the backpack of Ash. Ash, Daisy and Cobalt looked at the gates to Celadon City. This is it, Daisy. Ash looked at Daisy with a smile and closed eyes, missing the red face of the now heart-eyed Daisy. Daisy managed to control her flushed face before Ash opened her eyes. So. Let's go and find my 4th gym badge. Ash said, making Daisy and Cobalt nod. Walking straight towards Celadon City, the city of the grass-type gym. Info 2, Ambrose. Cobalt. Let me out of here. The voice of what someone would assume to be Ambrose was heard. The pitch-black screen decorating the area as the audience was looking at the screen. They could imagine Ambrose being put in place by others from his team. When the screen came to life, it wasn't what they were expecting. Ambrose was tied with flame-resistant rope on his 4 paws. What was more funny wasn't that Ambrose was tied up to do this, was that he had an e-collar on, so that he couldn't bite off the rope. Will you promise to do this completely? Everyone is doing this and you are no exception, Cobalt said off camera as Ambrose tried to move towards the albino Riolu. When I get my paws on your face. You're so going to regret this. The albino Arcanine barked out. He really would have preferred to spend his day getting scratched by Ash behind the ear. So. You going to do this? I'll even take the collar off, Riolu stated, getting Ambrose's hopeful glance. The audience could see how Ambrose's face changed from anger into the common look known as the puppy face. Ambrose was pleading for anyone to take the med thing off. He was starting to get an itch behind the ear and he couldn't even scratch it off with his paws. Really? Really? Deal. Just get this med thing off me. Arcanine was fidgeting all around trying to get it off. Suddenly a blue aura surrounded the rope and the collar. The collar unlocked from the Velcro, and the rope untied itself. They floated around for a bit before moving off camera. Ambrose didn't waste any time to scratch behind his ear, the itch getting a bit stronger. After a while, Ambrose finally finished scratching and sat down looking at the camera. Greeting everyone. My name is Ambrose and I will be practically doing what Cobalt did in his video. So let's get the going. I want to find Alpha. A transition quickly appeared as the audience could now see Ambrose walking as slowly as he could. He passed by the sleeping Kenneth, who you would argue that was awake but kept his eyes closed as to ignore Antonius poking his back. My story began when I was practically left alone by my past pack. The alpha of that pack saw my status as an albino as weakness to the pack. So one day at night, everyone woke up to leave, everyone left me for dead, Ambrose said while trying to hide a growl from appearing in his speech. The snarl in his face could practically be seen. After fending for myself for a while and also being attacked by other wild Pokémon for territories to sleep, I was found near dead by Alpha and Cobalt. At this, Ambrose looked happier than before, remembering when Ash took care of him and protected him from more harm. I'm mostly calm since I had been training to become the leader of my previous pack. But I always want to have fun with Alpha. I also try to be an example for others, but don't force me to do things, I will not do them. Unless I don't have any other choice, Ambrose stated, doing some pauses to clarify some things. Ambrose looked back to see Kenneth firing a flamethrower at Antonius as the albino Aerodactyl dodged it with ease. Another transition happened as they could see the field that Cobalt showed his battle prowess. Ambrose looked at the camera with a minor sigh. I am a mixed battler. I am able to fight with physical and dash. Ambrose was talking with command in his voice when kaboom! Get back here, you a-hole! A shout was heard in the background. Ambrose looked left only to duck as a hyper beam was fired his way. Ambrose guessed that Antonius molested Kenneth long enough, in which made the albino Charizard mad enough to attack him. Anyways, I'm also can do special move like flamethrower and solar beam, Ambrose stated as he walked towards the center of the field. The move that I will be showing you is the combination move of Wild Charge and Flare Blitz, in which Alpha and I decided to call Wild Blitz. Ambrose stated with a bit of pride in his voice. What I do is that I cover my body in flames and electricity. The electricity surrounds my body in a mixture on rings, Ambrose explained as he covered himself in flames while electric rings covered the flames itself. The electric rings went from his head to his tail, appearing and disappearing every time the cycle ended. We could see a dummy that was similar to the one that Cobalt used. Without any warning, Ambrose collided with the dummy. The impact created a pulse, in which sent the dummy flying of the field and, off-screen, hit a flying Antonius, and created a medium-sized crater where Ambrose stood. Traitor. Thank you. Ambrose sweet dropped at the words said by Antonius and Kenneth respectively. We could now see Ambrose laying on his belly where it all began, looking tired and not wanting to do this again. I'm so happy that I'm due with this. Ambrose said, making Cobalt, who had been recording the video gain drop of sweet fall down his forehead. Oh yeah. Eleanor. You're up next. Ambrose stated, making the Venomoth squeal in excitement. Capture 15, the Inferno in the City of Green. Ash and Daisy were walking through Celadon City, both marveled at the sight of everything new they could see within the city. And as they walked through the city, Daisy saw a perfume store, in which she knew that belonged to the gym leader of Celadon City. And she also wanted to buy a perfume that could entice him more. Ash, let's go there. The boy looked towards where his female companion pointed, visibly paled at the sight. A perfume store. He was allergic to any kind of perfume, was the reason his mother put very little of it. He could see Daisy's happy expression and didn't want to disappoint her with something like this. Sure. Ash's uncertainty to say anything else went unknown thanks to Daisy's soft squeal of glee. Grabbing his hand, Daisy dragged Ash towards the dreaded perfume store. Once up front, they opened the doors and were welcomed to the store. Instantaneously, Ash's nose turned red from the mixture of perfumes his nose was receiving. He tried. He really tried to keep it in. Ash turned back to exit the store to sneeze outside of the store, when he was dragged down once again by Daisy. Daisy. Please let me go. Ash managed to say, having most of his willpower of trying not to sneeze. He didn't want to imagine an aura-empowered sneeze if he couldn't control it in time. Sure, he had a fairly grasp on his aura, but sometimes, it was just inevitable, like when running next to Cobalt, he would leave behind crack on the road. At last, Daisy noticed Ash completely. His nose was as red as a Magikarp, and his eyes looked like he just woke up. His body now felt heavier on her hand, and got her other hand to keep him standing. Then a young woman came from the back and watched the duo and decided to help Ash. She is a slender young woman with short black hair and pale skin. Her bangs are also cut, and she has silver eyes. She wears an green and red flower-patterned elegant kimono with a flower-patterned red obi, a flower-patterned red hairband, and a pair of zori, with a pair of white tabi. Her name is Erika, the gym leader of Celadon City. She had been surprised to see Daisy with the young man, but let it aside for now to help Ash out. Both gym leaders took Ash towards the back of the store, which lead to a big field which was where Erika had here gym battles. After exiting the store, Ash's nose went from red to normal in an instant, but his body still felt weak. This was noticed by both young women which carried Ash to the back. Thank for the help Erika. Daisy's sincere thanks made Erika's dozed-off face to have a small smile. Erika's face made Daisy's sweet drop a bit. It seems Erika is the same as always. Daisy thought. You see, Erika worked so hard which made the grass gym leader feeling tired, and on top of that, her first Pokémon, an oddish in which had evolved into a gloom some time ago, releases spores which leaves her sleepy all the time. Her gloom tries keep a hold of her spore, but until she evolves she will still have this problem, not that Erika minds since she can use those spore to fall asleep faster. Is he allergic to the scent of perfumes, Daisy? Daisy's thoughts were broken by Erika's question. Now that she thought harder from before, it made her close her hand a bit hard. The paleness that she saw in store, the red nose, the pleats. Everything made sense now. She felt bad for putting Ash in this kind of situation, but nothing could be done right now. Maybe. I don't know. Daisy lamented for ever putting Ash in this state. Is all my fault. Erika looked at Daisy who couldn't stop the tears from falling down her face as she didn't let her eyes leave the unconscious body of Ash. Erika pondered for a bit before letting an exhausted sigh. She had been working hard since the week started, and now that she had a bit of rest this happens. Getting a poke ball out of her kimono, she called out her trusty Pokémon. What appeared was a blue, bipedal Pokémon with rudimentary hands and feet. On its head is a flower with spherical petals surrounded by 4 reddish-brown leaves. The petals are a dark reddish-brown and have a single large white spot. The Pokémon's eyes are wide and often appear closed and its lips are thin and purple. This is Gloom, the weed Pokémon. Gloom looked at her trainer and noticed that something was wrong the moment she made eye contact with her, and it seemed Gloom's assumption was correct since on the side were 2 unknown persons to her, and her trainer had a leaf stone in hand. Gloom. I know you wanted to evolve after we won our next gym battle, but this young man here need your help right now. Gloom stared at the boy before looking at Erika once again. If you were a Vileplume you could use aromatherapy to heal him, Erika explained to her Gloom, when one of Ash's Pokeball opened on its own. Out came Ambrose, which shocked both newcomers. Erika never in her life had seen an albino Pokémon, until now that is. The Arcanine's mane looked majestic which only served to entrap Erika's sight to it. She had seen Arcanines before, don't get her wrong, but this white Arcanine looked like he was one of a kind, a better version of the normal Arcanine she normally could see. Alpha. Ambrose nudged Ash's body with his nose, until Ash gave a reaction. The boy opened his eyes a bit until he saw Ambrose nudging at him. Hey Ambrose. Ash said weakly and smiling a bit, making the pair of people and the pair of Pokémon to look at him. Can you explain that to the Gloom? She is skeptical in helping me. Once again, Ash's eyes closed his eyes again to rest. Ambrose stood proudly and looked at the Gloom, in which every second the Arcanine had a watchful eye on her, made her feel smaller by the second. It felt like she was once again that little oddish that needed Erika's help. Hello. My name is Ambrose, one of Alpha's Pokémon. Who might you be? Gloom had to process it for a bit, before managing to respond. How can this very intimidating Pokémon be this nice? And my name is Gloom. She said questionably, since that name was the name of her species. I'm Lady Erika's Pokémon, she finished looking at the ground. Ambrose looked at Gloom with an indescribable look on his face which made her flinch a bit. Can I request that you heal Alpha? He will not be able to battle his next gym if he is like this. This made Gloom blink a bit and then shake a bit. His trainer was going to challenge Lady Erica in a gym battle. There is no way they would win. Why would I do it then? He will be facing my lady in a match. In a moment of bravery, Gloom stated, but when she saw Ambrose's look. Oh, did she wanted to keep her mouth shut? His previous look, which was a serious look, quickly turned into a feral look. A look that she could clearly realize was rage. White flame erupted from his body as he kept on staring at Gloom. She could even swear that his canines grew larger. Cracks began to appear on the ground as Gloom took steps back, but what she didn't notice was that Ambrose never moved, but she felt that he was in front of her. His eyes turned completely white as he growled at Gloom. Hey! What do you think you are doing? Erica, who with Daisy, was watching the scenario, tried to keep the feral-looking Arcanine as far of her. Gloom tried being the key word, since Daisy stopped her. Daisy, let me dash. They are talking, Erica. Calm down. Erica gave an "Are you crazy?" look at Daisy, which in turn made Daisy slightly chuckle. How can you be so sure? Because spending time with Ash has showed me how Pokémon communicate, Daisy replied, making Erica look at her bewildered. She turned her face to see her Gloom, but what shocked her was that Gloom was on the other side of the field, while the Arcanine sat there with his look of rage still on his face. Ambrose, stop scaring. The Gloom. Ash could feel the rage Ambrose was emitting even in his unconscious state. The rage emitted, however, made Ash's short rest go to the back of his mind. He had a raging Ambrose to calm down. But Alpha. But, nothing Ambrose. Ash tried to stand up, but thanks to being allergic to perfumes, his body was still weak and only managed to stand up thanks to Daisy. Is her choice if she wants to heal me or not. Not every Pokémon knows who I am, Ash said, making both girls confused at the statement. Daisy could clearly remember Ash talking with Cobalt, but chalked it up as he thinking what the little Riolu was saying, but was he someone important to the Pokémons? Erica frowned a bit. Never in her life had she seen someone talk with a Pokémon. Well, maybe not never, since there was this other gym leader that could communicate with her Pokémons with a mental link, but that was more of reading her Pokémon's mind than really talking with them. What do you mean by, not every Pokémon knows who I am, Ash? What haven't you told me? Daisy asked, feeling a bit scared. What if Ash was someone dangerous? What if he killed someone? So many thoughts went through her head and none of them were good thoughts. Ash sighed at this. He didn't really plan on telling Daisy, let alone someone he barely know, but it seems he doesn't have a choice this time. He looked at the two beauties in front of him and imagined that the people that could have found out about this could have been worse. Ash trailed off, as Daisy and Erica got closer to him. Even Gloom was interested in hearing this, and it didn't help that the man managed to calm down the raging beast. I'm an Aura Guardian, the last of them apparently, Ash said, in which made two people very confused, and a stone-cold Pokémon. Ambrose noticed this and smirked. He wanted to tease the poor Pokémon, and he had the perfect chance when Ash's concentration was focused on the two young women. So. Hearing this gleeful voice made Gloom stand still. Her body was so tense that she couldn't even register what was happening. I heard earlier that you were going to deny attending an Aura Guardian. My Alpha. Now, what is your choice, Gloom? Ambrose's mocking voice went unnoticed by Gloom, which began to shake wildly, before a thought went through her mind and she rushed towards the thing that could save her from the rage she saw Ambrose demonstrate. The leaf stone. Ash was looking down at the floor, still a bit weak but overall better than before. Daisy wanted to feel betrayed, but in reality, she didn't even know what the title of Aura Guardian really meant. Sighing, Daisy did what she thought was correct, give Ash a hug. Ash blinked 2 times as he felt Daisy's BRSTS on his face, while her arms went towards his head and pulled closer to her body. Daisy wanted to scream in glee at what she was doing, but managed to calm herself from doing so and comforted Ash. The Aura Guardian was still as he didn't think much of it and just relaxed into her body, making his head use one of her BRST as pillow. Both girls blushed bright red as they watched the young boy there, but the blushes couldn't help but turn to smiles. Erica herself didn't know why she was smiling. Firstly, she thought that it was because her friend's feelings were being returned, or so she thought. But then she remembered his small smile he gave earlier, a bit weak compared to what she thought he would be able to give out, but the smile captivated her a bit. Then little heart beat as she could feel as she watched a traveling duo relax for a bit, but her eyes widened when Daisy was replaced with an image of herself. What am I thinking? Erica shook her head as she tried to get those thoughts away from her mind. This is the boy Daisy love. I can't think like that about him. Erica though as she tried to move her gaze away from the duo, only to see Gloom touching the leaf stone. Instantly Gloom was covered in a bright light, meaning that the effect of the leaf stone activated her evolution. What replaced Gloom was a blue, bipedal Pokémon with rudimentary hands and feet. It has beady red eyes and a small mouth. On its head is massive red flower with an orange-brown center. The rounded petals of the flower are red and covered with a few but large white spots. This is Vileplume, the flower Pokémon. Erica looked at her Pokémon in shock as the flower Pokémon went straight towards Ash and used aromatherapy. Vileplume released a green powder from the middle of the flower on its head directed at Ash. Ash inhaled the green powder and instantly the effects that his allergies towards perfumes made him have were gone in an instant. Opening his eyes, the boy recovered so quickly he disappeared in a blur, only for the girls and the newly evolved Pokémon to see Ash standing in front of a down-headed Ambrose. Ash looked directly at Ambrose with a stern look. The Arcanine didn't want to even look at his trainer in the eyes as it meant something bad was coming, for him. A sigh that escaped Ash's lips made Ambrose look at his alpha. I'm thankful that you got Vileplume there to help me. Ambrose's tail was wagging all the time. Did he thought wrong? But that didn't mean you had to practically glare at her. So for that. No gym battle for you. Ambrose could hear something crack when Ash said those words. His tail stopped wagging mid-swing and he looked down, as if acknowledging that it was his fault to begin with. Yes, Alpha. Ambrose said in a dejected tone, but to his surprise Ash hugged him. But it doesn't mean that you won't be able to see it, Ash said, making Ambrose excited once again. Thanks, Alpha. Ambrose dashed towards Ash, in which practically took mere seconds to bring his Alpha down with him and started to lick the young man. Ash was laughing while playing a bit with Ambrose. Erica's blush came back full at the smile and laugh she could see on Ash. She had to admit that the small smile had its touch, but this full-blown smile. She could understand why Ash is precious to Daisy. I thank you for your help, Erica snapped out of her thoughts as she looked at Ash, who directed a smile at her, making her blush more pronounced. Daisy noticed and released a bit of jealousy out in the air. You may already know me, but my name is Ash. You are? Ash asked. I'm Erica, gym leader of Celadon City. Nice to meet you, Ash. Vileplume had eyes wide open at the statement. Her mistress just addressed an aura guardian like that. Nice to meet Ash. I'm sorry for the disrespect of my trainer, young guardian. Ash stopped and looked at Vileplume, who was trying to make Erica bow a bit. Vileplume. What are you? Her statement was cut short when Vileplume jumped a bit and dragged her down a bit. Please forgive my mistress, young guardian. She has no idea of what she must do in front of someone like you. Please let this insult slide. Ambrose couldn't hold it in and laughed. After playing with his Alpha a bit, he just stood there, observing what would happen next, but this was gold. If Kenneth could see this, he would roar in laughter at this scene. Ash's face converted from a small frown at the beginning to an amused smile, but then he began to chuckle a bit. Ash knelt down to Vileplume's height and smiled. You don't have to apologize for nothing. Your trainer has done nothing to warrant my anger, so be at ease. Erica still couldn't believe that he could talk to Pokémon, but here he was talking with her Vileplume. She could see that Vileplume's eyes changed from worry to relief in an instant. Could you explain? Your conversation with my Pokémon got me a bit intrigued. Ash looked towards Erica and gave out a smile. She was just worried about you, and was apologizing for something that you didn't do. Ash was a bit vague with his answer, but it was sufficient for Erica. "So," Erica said, drawing the attention of everyone present. "You said you wished to challenge me, Ash." He nodded at her statement, making he smile and walk to the other side of the field. Understanding what this meant, he got the egg he received a couple of weeks ago from his backpack, who miraculously didn't hit the ground thanks to Daisy and Erica, and gave it to Ambrose for safekeeping. "Watch the egg with everything you can." Ambrose nodded and covered the egg with his fur. Ash then made his way towards the other end of the field, staring at Erica. "This will be a 3-on-3. Do you accept the challenge, Trainer Ash?" Erica yelled over to Ash, who instantly nodded. He cracked a smile, however, when he saw Vileplume trying to hit Erica's head for the disrespect she showed Ash. "Go, Victreebel," Erica stated as she threw her Pokeball. Victreebel is a plant Pokémon with a bell-shaped body. It has a gaping mouth with pink lips and 2 sharp teeth. Its semicircular eyes appear directly under its mouth, and it has several dark green spots on its body. On either side of its body is a large green leaf. Covering Victreebel's mouth is a leaf with a long, brown, yellow-tipped vine growing out of it. Victreebel is the flycatcher Pokémon. Ash smiled a bit before he picked the Pokeball he was about to throw, but before he did he stopped completely. He thought over a bit before smiling and resuming over. "May the aura be with you." Ash threw the Pokeball, revealing Circe, who expanded her wings. "Circe," Ash stated, making once again Erica's eyes shocked at what she was seeing. Was it possible that Ash had more albino Pokémons? She would have to verify after the battle. "Victreebel, distract it with Razor Leaf." Victreebel nodded and launches razor-sharp leaves from the 2 large leaves on the sides of its body to various direction, to keep the Pidgeotto on the run. "Circe, counter with Twister, and follow up with Wing Attack." Circe quickly creates a tornado by flapping her wings. The tornado gathered up all the sharp leaves that Victreebel released, and it almost succeeded in the flycatcher Pokémon, but before the tornado could get a hold of him, Circe attacked the Victreebel with both her wings, which were shining white. "Victreebel, use Vine Whip. Get it close to you." Before Circe could move away, 2 vines came from within Victreebel's trap-like mouth. "Let go of me." Circe struggled against Victreebel's vines as she started using peck on the vines to make her opponent let go of her. "Quick, use Stun Spore." Ash and Circe's eyes widen at the command. "Counter with Gust. Send those spore right back at him," Ash yelled. As Victreebel kept a hold on Circe, he began to release a yellow spore from within his trap-like mouth, but unfortunately for the flycatcher Pokémon this was the opportunity that Circe needed. With one last peck at the left vine, she managed to flap one of her wings as fast as she could. The flaps of her wing at a high speed created a gusts of wind which sent the yellow spores right back at Victreebel. "Victreebel!" Erica shouted. She couldn't believe how a simple move like that could turn things around so easily. But she had to expect the unexpected from each of her fights, because each and every single one of them made her the trainer she currently is. "Circe! Let's try your new move. Steel Ace!" Ash shouted, making Erica and Daisy confused at the move, but Circe understood completely what he trainer meant. After landing the Stun Spore infected Twister, Circe had freed herself from the remaining vine that was keeping a hold of her. Combining Steel Wing and Aerial Ace was not an easy training, but the results were there. Circe's wings turned metallic light gray as she made a backward spin, before speeding up towards Victreebel. Then a white spiral-like aura began to engulf Circe, in which made her speed up more, before she disappeared. Erica looked around to if she could see the albino Pidgeotto, but when she saw her in front of Victreebel, it was too late to yell a command, since the moment she noticed, Circe's metallic wing just made contact with Victreebel's body, sending it flying past Erica, who had her eyes widen in shock. Ambrose couldn't help but smile at his Alpha's ingenious plan, but before he could voice his opinion he watched as the egg his Alpha made him take care of began to shine brightly. Covering his eyes with one of his paws, he managed to keep the light out of his eyes. When it dimmed down, Ambrose looked to where the egg once stood, and there was a Pokémon he couldn't recognize. The Pokémon is a bipedal Pokémon that has a white body with a gray, flame-shaped marking on its stomach. Its head is covered with large lumps, and it has a rounded, gray beak. There is a single spike on its back and it has a tapered tail. Its short arms have 3 clawed fingers, while its feet have only 2 clawed toes. This is a Magby, the live coal Pokémon. The first thing the little white Magby saw was Ash complimenting Cersei. The avian started to rub a bit of her head with Ash's hand before. Boom! The 3 trainers looked towards the sound of the booming sound and could see 10 men and women with an outfit Ash recognized easily. A white shirt with a big scarlet R in the middle. The trainers had evil smirks plastered on their faces as they release multiple Pokémons on the field. The first Pokémon is a huge, bipedal, dark blue-green Pokémon with a cream-colored face, belly, and feet. Its body is composed of mostly its belly, as its limbs are comparatively small. Its head is large with small, pointed ears and 2 pointed teeth protruding from its lower jaw. It has round feet, which both have 3 claws and a circular brown paw pad, and short arms with 5 claws on each hand. This is Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon. The second Pokémon is a tan, humanoid Pokémon. There are 5 blunt protrusions on top of its head, and it has structures resembling pads over its shoulders. It appears to be wearing a light purple tunic and kilt, as well as red boxing gloves and light purple boxing shoes. In between the tunic and kilt is a small, black area. This is Hitmonchan, the punching Pokémon. The third Pokémon is a bipedal, insectoid Pokémon. It is primarily green with thin, cream-colored sections between its head, thorax, and a slightly small abdomen. It has narrow eyes and 3 points on the back of its somewhat reptilian head. Its forearms consist of large, white scythes, which it uses for hunting as well as fighting. On its thighs are spikes of fur, and it has 3 clawed toes on its large feet. 2 pairs of cream-colored wings extend from its back. This is Scyther, the mantis Pokémon. The fourth Pokémon is a serpentine Pokémon with a long body covered in slightly overlapping scales. It is mostly blue with a yellow underbelly and a row of yellow spots down each side. Its mouth is very large and gaping, bearing 4 pointed teeth and yellow lips. It has 1 tan barbel and a small white fin on each side of its face. It has small, red eyes, a 3-pointed, dark blue crest on its head, and 4 white, spiky dorsal fins. This is Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon. The 5th Pokémon was a Golbat, if you could consider it the 5th Pokémon released. There were at least 20 Golbats released and ready to battle. The 6th and 7th Pokémons are an Arbok and a Weezing, reminding Ash of the trio he faced a couple of months ago. The 8th Pokémon is a bipedal, ground-dwelling Fallodote Pokémon. Most of its underside is light yellow with a white underbelly. It has a narrow muzzle, almond-shaped blue eyes, and a thick tail. Its back is mostly covered in sharp, brown quills formed from its tough, dry hide. It has 2 large claws on its paws and feet. This is Sandslash, the mouse Pokémon. The 9th and 10th Pokémon look very similar. One is a large, bipedal, purple Pokémon with distinct reptilian features. It has narrow eyes, large, spiny ears, fur-like tufts on its cheeks, and a short snout filled with pointed teeth. There is a long, venomous horn on its forehead and a ridge of spines down its back. Gray plates cover its chest and belly, and there is a gray, rounded spine on each elbow. Each hand was 3 claws, while each foot has only a single hoof-like nail. It has a long, powerful tail. The other is a large, bipedal blue Pokémon with distinct reptilian features. Its body is encased with extremely hard scales that serve as excellent protection from any attack. It has a blunt snout, narrow brown eyes, and large ears with brown insides. There is a small horn on its forehead, a single spine on each ear, and a line of toxic spikes running down the length of its back. Each hand has 3 short claws and each foot was 2 claws. Its lower jaw, the front of its abdomen, and 2 plates on its chest are cream-colored. It has a thick, powerful tail. These were Nidoking, the drill Pokémon, and Nidoqueen, the drill Pokémon. One of the members of Team Rocket put a hand on his ear. Target, Ash Ketchum, last known Aura Guardian found. Proceed with capture, the member said, making Ash and company eyes widen. Daisy and Erica were about to throw a Pokeball to help Ash, but he quickly stopped them. Don't. I'll lead them out of the city, bring up your defenses, contact every officer Jenny you can, and evacuate the city just in case. They are after me. Me and my Pokémons will be able to handle them, Ash said while releasing all of his Pokémons. Cobalt looked at the members with an angered look. He and everyone else inside their Pokeball could hear the statement, and they weren't happy, at all. Ambrose, with the albino Magby in his mouth, dashed straight towards Ash's position. Giving the Magby to the wide-eyed Ash, Ambrose snarled at the opposing Pokémons. Eleanor fluttered her wings in anger watching some of the Pokémons in front of her. She may not be the strongest of them all, but she would protect her trainer at all cost. Cersei was mad and had hunting eyes looking straight at the evil trainers. This proved that at least most humans were evil and she will eliminate it. No matter the cost. Anisha could be seen that was the most angered at the trainers in front of her. Some of those Golbats in front of her were once from her pack back in Empty Moon. She would save them. She would see that it comes a reality. Drackle was seething in rage. He had never seen such despicable form of human form in his life. He always knew that he was created by the alpha Pokémon to become one of the many Pokémon that would join Ash in his journey, so all his life he had been training in secret, but seeing this, it brought something he never knew he had. He would be sure to destroy the Guardian's opponent. Protecting nature and everything around him was his duty as a Pokémon that belongs to an Aura Guardian. Kenneth wasted no time from unleashing a thunderous roar which made a few of the opposing Pokémon take a step back. The rage-filled look Kenneth had was enough to make some of the trainers PSS their pants in fear. The members of Team Rocket really reminded Kenneth of his previous trainer. And he would not allow any other trainer like that man to roam free of punishment, that Kenneth would make sure of it. Houdini didn't show any emotion outwardly, but there was a purplish-pink aura behind him that made him look more like a sinister ghost-type Pokémon than what he normally is. Rage. Anger. Hatred. He knew these emotions very well. But since he had always suppressed his emotions to be able to think rationally, it never occurred to him that those pent-up emotions would snap and be released. Fortunately it was a people who really deserved it. Antonius never guessed that humanity could become so dark and mad. The greed he could see on their faces was enough for him to take action against deplorable humans unlike his trainer, who holds honor and respect close to his morals. But these abominations didn't have a single shred of moral in their being, and he would be sure to eliminate people and Pokémon like these. They weren't welcomed in this world. The Magby, who in the short time was named by Ambrose with the name of Idris, was scared beyond belief. She could feel the darkness that surrounded the people who made the explosion, and being just a baby, she couldn't hold back the tears which streamed down her face as she clutched her papa with her short hands. Ash noticed that Idris was holding him too strong and that she was crying. He calmed her a bit, and in a second his aura manifested itself and Ash disappeared and appeared in front of Daisy and Erica, who were already evacuating the city. Here, he gave Idris to Daisy. She shouldn't see that battle that is going to occur. With that done, Ash disappeared, not allowing any of the gym leaders to say anything. Ash reappeared alone in front of his Pokémons, which were looking at the evil team members with caution. Each of Ash's Pokémon ears perked a bit at Ash's raging voice. Face the Pokémons these abominations have released. If they agree with them, show no mercy. If they don't, let them leave peacefully. Each of the albino Pokémons nodded in agreement. I'll take care of their trainers, Ash said as he started to walk forward. Go. With that, the carnage started. First duo who managed to react with Ash's words were Antonius and Kenneth. Both flying-type Pokémon sped forward with unbelievable speed and got a hold of the Snorlax. The Snorlax skidded a couple of steps backward, but before he could do something about it, Kenneth with unbelievable strength tossed Snorlax into the sky. The rage Kenneth felt managed to make him stronger to be able to toss the Snorlax up into the air. Antonius took notice of this and went to capitalize on this. He charged up a Dragon Pulse and managed to hit the Snorlax right in the chest, which catapulted the Snorlax back a bit before Kenneth managed to hit it with Brick Break on the head, which sent the sleeping Pokémon to the ground. Ambrose, already rushing forwards with extreme speed, got close to the Arbok and Weezing, but before attacking both Poison-type Pokémons, he disappeared. Later reappearing behind them using close combat on both of them. He sent the Arbok flying and focused on the Weezing. Ambrose released a powerful flamethrower at the Weezing. The poison gas Pokémon screech in pain as he went down to the ground. Ambrose was looking at the Weezing with rage, but didn't notice that Arbok was behind him with Poison Fang straight at Ambrose. Fortunately, or unfortunately, whichever side you are rooting for, Ambrose noticed the Arbok and at the last second, he used Teleport to disappear from sight, only to appear right on top of both Poison-type Pokémon. Burn and repent. Ambrose growled out as he charged up a move that was forbidden by Ash himself, but the Arcanine thought that in this situation, it didn't really matter. Combining the forces of newly trained moves Flare Blitz and Wild Charge, Ambrose was a sight to look at. White flames erupted from his body, covering his entire body in a flash as grey lightning surrounded the flames in form of a spiral. Ambrose let himself fall first into the ground towards Arbok and Weezing, unleashing his most powerful move, Wild Blitz. Kaboom! Cersei ignored the explosion that was made and grabbed the startled Scyther, in which was evading her for a while now. Her talons firmly placed in Scyther's back, she took flight to her preferred area, the skies. Tossing Scyther higher towards the sky after reaching a preferred altitude, Cersei used Quick Steel to damage the scythe as fast as possible. Scyther couldn't even dodge since Cersei was going too fast to his pace. Up, down, left, right, and diagonally. Cersei attacked the Mantis Pokémon from every direction possible, until her wing attacked the back of the Mantis Pokémon, sending him plummeting down towards Earth at a rapid pace. Before the Scyther could join the dark known as unconsciousness, he received a focus-up punch from Cobalt, sending the Scyther crashing down to the nearest wall, in which was a couple of feet away. Ash's Riolu then dashed towards a Hitmonchan who was giving him a glare, in which he returned back fully. Cobalt dashed towards the Hitmonchan, in which did the same. Fist meeting fist, it created a crack on the floor they were fighting. Dodges and punches were seen between Cobalt and Hitmonchan, until Cobalt's fist and feet burst in flames. Doing one last dodge, Cobalt sneaked sideways and delivered a flaming kick to Hitmonchan's torso, but the onslaught didn't stop there. The punching Pokémon, ironically enough, received a blazing punch right in the chest, but he didn't stop there. Cobalt kept punching and kicking each of Hitmonchan's body part, until he felt he had enough. He recently mastered close combat, never would he have thought that he would create his own combination move, Burning Combat. Anisha sped towards the group of Golbats, in which didn't do nothing as soon as they saw her. They remembered the kind leader. They had back an empty moon and didn't want to harm her, such they ignored their trainers. Anisha saw this and couldn't help but smile a bit at their friendship they held with her. She decided to knock them as fast and as painless as possible to take them out of the fight. Drackle and Houdini had made their way towards the Gyarados. Even though the atrocious Pokémon looked more intimidating up close, both Pokémon didn't really cared right now for simple things like this. Both of Ash's Pokémon looked at each other and nodded, until they began to shine brightly. They both knew they were ready to evolve, but held off in doing so because they wanted to learn more moves and adapt their body better for the evolution. What was left behind made even Gyarados float a bit back. Drackle now is a long, serpentine Pokémon with white scales and a light gray underside. It has a rounded snout, oval red eyes, and a small, light gray horn on its forehead. On each side of its head is a small, stylized wing, which is light gray and curves into a swirl at the base. 3 gray, crystal orbs adorn its body, 1 on its neck and 2 on its tail. Drackle evolved into a Dragonair, the dragon Pokémon. Houdini now is a primarily white, humanoid Pokémon. It has 2 long, pointed ears on top of its head, a gray star on its forehead, narrow, red eyes, and wide cheeks leading down to a thin snout. Extending from each side of its snout are 2 light gray large mustache-like tufts of fur. Houdini's torso is segmented with bulky shoulders, a thick, light gray chest, and a small abdomen marked by 3 gray, wavy lines. Attached to the Pokémon's abdomen is a large, thick tail encircled with a light gray band near its base. Its arms are thin with light gray elbows and end in 3-fingered hands with dark gray claws. Its legs have prominent knees and large, 3-toed feet, also ending in dark gray claws. 2 of its toes face forward and 1 backward. On Houdini's right hand, he holds a silver spoon. Houdini evolved into Kadabra, the Psy Pokémon. Both newly evolved albino Pokémon went straight at the opposing Gyarados. Drackle, with his new form, went straight for the shock wave at the Gyarados. He was able to learn this powerful move thanks to being watchful of other Pokémon's move skills. Even in their Pokeball, every single Pokémon that Ash has is able to hear and see what is happening outside of the Pokeball. It's like they are watching a television or something similar to that. Gyarados roared in pain as the white-blue lightning that surrounded Drackle was fired at the atrocious Pokémon. Seeing an opening to help Eleanor with the numbers game, Houdini used Psychic surrounding Gyarados in a light blue aura. With a twist of his hand, Gyarados was sent directly at Nidoqueen and Nidoking, sending the trio into the distance. Eleanor was thankful of Houdini's intervention, but couldn't voice her thanks since she was dodging Sandslash's Swift. The yellow starts followed Eleanor in every direction that she made. She couldn't even speed up as fast as Cersei, Kenneth, Anisha, or Antonius to really lose the seeking stars. Her eyes suddenly gained a sparkle to them as she turned around and made way towards Sandslash's position. The mouse Pokémon had prepared a Fury Cutter, his hand gained a dark green aura around his claws. He paid close attention to the albino Venomoth who at impressive speeds got closer to his location. When Eleanor got in front of him and the stars were just behind her, she went up as fast as she could. She managed to evade both moves from the mouse Pokémon, in which when they collided created a massive dust cloud. Taking the chance of a disoriented Sandslash, she used Ominous Cutter. The combination of Ominous Wind and Air Cutter. She created a massive purple storm which had white wind in form of arcs attacking the mouse Pokémon in various directions. The Sandslash didn't have time to make a sound when he was pushed further into the ground. Ash was surrounded by the grunts of Team Rocket, who had psychotic grins on their face. Ash was looking downwards as a light blue aura surrounded Ash. The aura surrounding Ash couldn't be seen by the grunts but it could be seen by the Pokémon, and when the enemy Pokémon saw the aura that's when they knew, they F'd up. The grunts quickly went straight at Ash who was calmed and relaxed, but fury could be seen on his face. The grunts that were closer to Ash went for portrayed punches in which Ash managed to dodge with ease. Grunt number 1 did a sidekick towards Ash, who sidestepped and brought him down with a right kick to the chin. Ash then did an aura sphere to grunt number 4 as he lowered his right foot, which was sent flying from the power of the move. Ash then ducked and blocked punches from grunt number 3 and number 5 respectively. Spinning grunt number 5, he got on top of the grunt and hit him a couple of times on the head, before doing a backflip and kicking grunt number 2 in the head as Ash landed on the ground on his left knee. Ash quickly dashed towards grunt number 3, grabbing him with a headlock, and using grunt number 7 as a springboard while kicking him in the chest, which resulted in an assisted backflip from grunt number 7 and making grunt number 3 land on his back on the floor while Ash landed on his right knee. Ash then created another aura sphere for grunt number 7, which was staggering thanks to the kick received earlier, which caused the mentioned grunt to be sent flying as well. Grunt number 6 had managed to find a metal pole from a near pile of rubble that the destruction caused left behind, and went to attack Ash with it. Ash managed to dodge a couple of swings before grabbing the wrist on the hand that had the metal pole, did a bare fist to the elbow of said arm which made the grunt let go of the metal pole. The grunt then was kneed on the chin, and luckily for Ash that he saw grunt number 8 behind him and realized a back kick, which sent the grunt flying out of battle. Grunt number 9 and number 10 were rushing at Ash in a pincer tactic, in which Ash just smirked a bit at. When they were close, Ash jumped with his legs close to his body. When a certain amount of space was traveled, in which only lasted less than a second, Ash did a split in midair, kicking the faces of both remaining grunts. After every grunt fell, Ash stopped using his aura. As soon as he did, his eyes widened a bit and the extreme pain his body felt. It was practically the first time he used his aura to fight. Most of his fight were without using aura or just using aura as defense and attacking with the strength his body had. But never had he created the aura sphere to attack others. Ash fell face first to the ground after the initial pain, as the last thing he heard was the screams of worry of his Pokémon and two women who were running towards him. Capture 16, The Legend of the Rainbow Wing. Ash was sleeping in his bed, having one of his best dreams yet. But a sound from below made him grumble a bit before closing his eyes once again. "Ash, you're still sleeping," his mother, Delia, said while opening the door to his room. She watched as Ash slept during a school day. "You're going to be late to Professor Oak's class," she remarked as she went downstairs once again. "Yeah. Class," Ash muttered in his sleep, before waking up in an instant. "Mom. Why didn't you wake me up?" Ash questioned before trying to rush out of his bed, in which resulted in him meeting the floor with his head. Time skip. We can see Professor Oak watering the flowers outside of the school entrance, as Ash rushes towards him. "Professor Oak!" Ash yelled while running towards the older man. The professor just turned around and gave Ash a small smile. "Oh. If it isn't Ash," Professor Oak stopped watering the flowers to give Ash his full attention. Ash was always one of his forgetful students. "Am I on time?" Ash said while resting his hands on his knees, trying to regain his breath. Ash had to admit that he was never made for physical training. That is why he always barely managed to pass his physical education class. "There are 4 students that came up late," Professor Oak informed Ash, while still giving the young boy a smile. "And you are the last one." Ash then gave out a dejected sigh as he heard what Professor Oak just said. Time skip. "Ash, you're late," a female classmate said as Ash sat on his desk. Her face, to Ash, was blurry, but he didn't question it. Maybe it was because he was still half asleep. "I overslept a bit," Ash said while taking his cap off and putting it on top of his desk. "Where's your homework?" a male classmate asked Ash. The boy, same as with the girl, had a blurry face, but Ash didn't question it. He was too tired to be questioning everything. "Oh, I forgot," Ash said honestly, looking a bit depressed. He did his homework, but he left it at his house because of the rush of getting to school, at least before the class started. "What were you thinking?" the female classmate asked our hero, but he just turned around to face forward and, for what it seemed for the umpteenth time, he sighed. But his depressed look didn't last long, because he watched a white silhouette running from the male classmate's desk towards his own desk, before seemingly disappearing. Ash blinked twice. He never has seen something like that before. He looked under his desk to see if it was there, but nothing was under his desk. "Ash, what's wrong?" Ash's female classmate asked, slightly preoccupied for her classmate who looked a bit off today. "Oh," Ash said as if trying to convince her, but he was trying to convince himself. "It's nothing." "You're strange today," Ash's female classmate said, with what sounded with a bit of preoccupation. Time skip. "Today's topic are rainbows," the teacher, an older lady, said as every kid paid attention to her. Well, every kid minus Ash. The young boy was looking towards the sky from his desk, in which fortunately was near the glass window. Rainbows are caused by rays of sunlight that move through the atmosphere, when they pass through vapor. As the teacher explained what was a rainbow, Ash could see another silhouette flying through the sky. The flying red-orange silhouette reminded Ash of something, but he couldn't make mind of it from where he has seen this silhouette before. Its light is bent and reflecting, causing rays of colors. "Kids, have you?" Ash clearly heard the class lecture, but as he concentrated more on the flying silhouette that he could see through his window, the less he heard the class. But it didn't take long before Ash blinked, and replacing the silhouette was an airplane that was passing over the school. Time skip. Ash was seen on the roof of the school, seemingly watching the scenario that was Pallet Town from the roof of his school. He was so concentrated that he didn't pay attention to who was also there with him. How long are you going to mope there? Ash looked to the side to see two of his classmates with what appeared to be worried faces. Aren't you tired of that view? The female classmate asked Ash. What's on your mind? The male classmate also asked Ash. Ash hummed a bit, still looking at the two, before turning his head right back at the view of his town. I wonder what's out there. His answer didn't seem to quell the preoccupied faces of his two friends. Let's see, forest and river, mountains. The male said as he pointed that out for Ash, who just listened to his classmate, but his face clearly showed that it wasn't the question he was looking for. Then there's the next city, I guess. And beyond? Ash questioned again. He did give a small smile at his classmate. He was the smartest one on class, which meant that he knew more than the other students. Ash always had trusted his opinion whether they be related to history or just a conversation they had between classmates. More forests and rivers. This time his answer faltered a bit, as if the boy questioned what was Ash really trying to ask about. And eventually, you reach the ocean. And further than that? Ash asked again. Still waiting for the answer that he wanted. Those previous silhouettes have had his mind thinking on overdrive. What were they? Are they real? Why were they so familiar? I'm sure it's more of the same. This time, his female classmate answered. She was really preoccupied for Ash, although Ash never knew since he wasn't looking at any of his two classmates right now. The thing is. Ash started talking, intriguing his two classmates. He then faced them, with a serious look all over his face. You never know until you go there yourself, Ash supposedly finished, making his two classmates widen his eyes a bit. Ash decided to look at Pallet Town once again, before admiring the view for a few seconds. I want to see what's out there. With my own two eyes, Ash finished with a small unnoticeable smile. On a journey? Sounds fun. Ash's male and female classmates said respectively. Don't have to worry about school or its hours, the only female of the group said with hopefulness in her voice. You can see a lot of new things and undiscovered places, the male classmate of Ash said with a bit of joy in his talk. Learning about new things was always his motto. And at night, I can look at the stars, and talk with friends whom I travel with. Ash said, making his friends also look at the scenery that Ash was looking at. And as long as my friend are with me, I can go anywhere. Your friend? What friend? Do you even have to ask? Ash turned toward his two classmates. My friend is with me all of the time, always. Ash then seemingly stopped talking, before his eyes widened a bit. Master. Ash looked down a bit to see the white silhouette for a moment, before it disappeared once more. Ash blinked once. He blinked again. But then his eyes started to water a bit, as a lone tear fell to the ground, snapping Ash out of his stupor. Ash, you crying? Ash tried to deny it but he couldn't make any words. Why? What's wrong? The female classmate of Ash stepped a bit forward, trying to see what was wrong with Ash, but the boy in question just lowered his head a bit, covering his eyes with his cap. What's the problem? The male classmate of Ash tried asking. The worry in his voice more pronounced than before. They saw as Ash was trying to eliminate the tear with his hand as he was also covering his face with it. Ash cleaned his face and made a smile to try and convince his friends that he was alright, but when he turned towards them, they just disappeared, as if they weren't there to begin with. Master, Ash looked back to see the white silhouette once more. This time, the silhouette could be a bit more recognizable than before, but it then turned blurry as the silhouette started to run the other way. Hey, wait, Ash started to run towards the silhouette, but the nearer he thought he was, the farther the silhouette was from him. Ash tried to run faster, but it didn't work. He noticed that the roof he was on changed to a city plaza. Ash ran and ran, but it didn't seem as he was getting nearer to the silhouette. "That's right," Ash said while running. "We used to do this all the time." He remembered running towards a city with the silhouette, but the memory didn't seem complete, as if something was missing. But, why? Ash questioned himself, trying to make sense of it all. "Why can't I remember who you are? You are my best friend, but..." Ash then noticed that the building were collapsing, breaking the ground at the same time. The silhouette kept going until it fell down into the endless abyss. "Don't go!" Ash yelled as he jumped over to some rubble, and then jumped towards the abyss, following the silhouette. Ash finally got close enough to the silhouette that he managed to grab it mid-fall, as he closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the impact of the ground. Time skip, 5 months later, Celadon Pokémon Center, Human Wing. Ash woke up, getting to a sitting position. He looked around to see he was in a white room. He also saw a metallic stand holding in 4 bagging, in which was half full, a heart monitor, a TV on the upper corner, and an empty chair. He was going to take the 4 out of his hand, when the doors opened and Daisy walked with Erica to the room. The Celadon was holding some bags that, if he had to guess, had food. "Daisy. Erica." Ash muttered loudly enough for both girls to hear him. His throat hurt, dry from the lack of liquid. Both girls suddenly stopped and turned their faces towards Ash as fast as they could. Daisy started to tear up as she watched the boy she had fallen in love with woke up. "Ash!" Daisy exclaimed as she walked as fast as she could towards Ash and hugged him as strong as she could, but without hurting him more than he was. She had a lot of time to think about what she was feeling about Ash. The feeling of watching him collapse and fall into a coma broke her heart into pieces. She had to console the one she would want as a mother-in-law. When the woman came by the next day, she also had to deal with giving Professor Oak Ash's Pokeball so that he was able to take care of Ash's Pokémon while Ash was in the coma. She was surprised when even the president of the Pokémon League, Charles Goodshow, came to see the status on Ash. Daisy realized that Ash, as an Aura Guardian, could die anytime. The enemies that any Aura Guardian would have: thieves, poachers, saboteurs, and many other people who do bad stuff towards humans and Pokémon. She had realized that she had to tell Ash before anything worse than what had happened to him actually happened. Ashy. The trio turned towards the door and could see a teary-eyed Delia Ketchum standing there looking at her son. Ash gave a small smile towards his mother and tried to sit correctly, but the sudden movement managed to hurt Ash in the chest. He was then laid down by Daisy, as Delia came to the medical bed and grabbed Ash's hand. "My son, I thought that I lost you." Ash saw that his mother had been sobbing every time stopped talking. Ash smiled at seeing her cry for him. She was always too caring. He loved that about her. "Mom. I'm alright, it was just that I used most of my aura in that fight. I will be alright, I just need rest." Ash tried explaining it to his mother, in which just nodded as she just moved his hand close to her face. He knew that all she needed was a reassurance, and she got it. Delia stood up, rubbing the tear out of her face and erasing the damages the tears made with her makeup. "So?" Ash's mother started saying, a small grin on her face. Ash shivered a bit in that. "Who are these beautiful women with you?" The comment made both gym leaders blush at the question. Delia grin widened a bit, enough for Ash to fear for what she may say. "Are they perhaps your girlfriends, Ash? I never thought you to be a player." His mother's teasing tone could be heard. Smoke came out of Daisy and Erica's head as the blush deepened in color. Ash just let out a "Mom," embarrassed about what his mother just said. "They are?" Delia asked, trying to lure his son into saying something. She definitely approved of both girls. They had been with him during the 5 months of his coma. She thanked them deeply for everything. Obviously she knows who they are, but she just wanted to rile up her son a bit. To see what was the real relationship between them. "If so, then I approve of them." Daisy took a couple of minutes to process that last bit of information. She was too shocked about the earlier comment, that she barely registered the last one. But she did, and she couldn't be happier. Ash's mother approved of a relationship between herself, Daisy, and her son. Erica, on the other hand, clearly heard what the matriarch of the Ketchum family was insinuating, and couldn't help but blush harder than ever. She had to admit that Ash was a handsome teenage boy, but she barely even knew him. It's true though that she may have developed a hero's crush on him, but if she wanted to really get to know the boy, she wanted to get to know him first, not because of a simple girl crushes on hero kind of scenario. Ms. Ketchum. Please, just call me Delia. The mother smiled as she looked at Daisy. Delia. Now that you are here, I wanted to tell Ash something, Daisy stated. Maybe what am I about to say would have been better with just the two of us, but I think you should know now than to wait until a few minutes or maybe hours later, Daisy finished, making the matriarch of the Ketchum nod. The mother stepped away, giving the blonde-haired girl her space with the brunette boy. Ash. I don't know an easier way to say what I want to say, Daisy started. Ash was paying close attention to whatever Daisy may say. Ever since I saw you back at the gym. It was very special to me, Daisy said while wiping some tears off her face. But as I got to know the real you, every moment was a special moment. Just to stay right here beside you, alive and well, is a very special moment for me. Ash moved his hand to wipe some tear that Daisy, herself, didn't wipe away. This made her giggle a bit. I just want to let you know that I love you, those three ending words made Ash freeze in shock. Daisy Please. Your mother even approved just now. Daisy waited for Ash to do something, anything. When she moved to look at him, it took her by surprise when he moved her head and managed to give her a soft kiss on her lips. I may not know anything about having a relationship, but, if you are willing to start one with me. I hope I am able to be what you want me to be, Ash said with a small smile, making Daisy cry even harder before she hugged him. They stayed like that for a couple of minutes before they separated from each other. Ash then tried to stand up, with a bit of help from Daisy, and looked at Erica. He could see the semi-jealous look that the Celadon gym leader gave Daisy, but he ignored it for the moment. Erica, thank you for the hospitality that you have given us here in your city. It's all right. It was the minimum I could do for helping out in what had happened. You deserved much more than staying here. Why don't we head to the lobby of the Pokémon Center and you could order something to eat? Nurse Joy stated that you were free to be around the center, but unable to leave it until she does a final checkup, Erica stated, making the three people left nod in acceptance. Erica and Daisy helped Ash get up from the bed, and with Delia's help, they managed to drag Ash to the bathroom to change out of the hospital gown and into his own personal clothes. When Ash saw the interior of his jacket, he managed to see a flower-like metal that had 8 petals of different colors. The Aura Guardian smiled as he looked at his 4th gym badge. But his smile didn't last, because when he was about to see the rainbow wing, it didn't look like how it did before. It was discolored. The tip was as black as the night, and as it got closer to the end it became more clear, but it had a gray-looking color. What it made the boy even sadder was that instead of the vibrant look it had when he firstly got the rainbow wing, it now had a sort of dark aura surrounding the wing. Ash didn't notice that when he exited the bathroom, Mr. Goodshow was also present in the room and saw the discolored rainbow wing and couldn't help but gasp. Everyone turned to the president, as the old man got near Ash. The boy looked at Goodshow with a slight smile on him, making those that were looking see that the wing was trying to turn back to normal. Ash, is that what I think it is? A rainbow wing from Ho himself? This made everyone present gasp in shock as Ash only nodded. Yeah. But I don't know why it looks like this. Before the battle, it was as vibrant as ever. Ash looked towards the wing, the blackness not changing. Maybe I may be of help. Time skip, Celadon Pokémon Center's library. There is a legend about the rainbow wing, and the rainbow hero, Charles said, making Ash, Delia, Erica and Daisy interested in the story. It is said that whoever is given a rainbow wing by Ho himself, it will become the Rainbow Hero. That person with the wing will be able to find Ho-Oh if the legendary Pokémon so desires. But a trial the hero must face, because darkness faces the hero each time before being able to even reach the place Ho-Oh looks after, the president of the Pokémon League explained as they traveled through many books. Charles grabbed a very looking old book, and opened it. It is said that every location for each rainbow hero is the same. But it really hasn't been confirmed yet. Historians speculate that the location must be in the peak of the Raisin Mountain range, that it's a bit to the center of Kanto, near Celadon, Charles explained before he coughed a bit into his hand before turning the page. From high above, Ho-Oh has watched over monuments from people and Pokémon, and they received a peaceful energy that gave them strength, Charles stated as he once again turned the page. However, the heart of evil stole their strength. When the rainbow wing touches the heart of evil, its color will vanish. To me is unclear why the rainbow wing remained without the color it is supposed to have, but have in theory, if you all are willing to hear. Charles closed the book and put it back where it was before, sitting on a nearby chair. I think the rainbow wing stayed in his, let's say, vanished stage, because of the fight Ash and the members of Team Rocket had 5 months ago. Everyone nodded. Ash didn't freak out because he already did when they were walking towards the library. The anger Ash must have felt towards these people must have made the luminescent look the wing always had to disappear, Charles explained, making everyone nod once more. Maybe I could go to the Mount Tensei. That is the highest mountain in the Raisin Range, right? Maybe there are some answers there, Ash stated, making everyone nod. Ashy, don't forget to call Professor Oak for your Pokémons. We had to give them to him since you were unable to feed them while in the coma, his mother stated, making Ash nod. Time skip, Celadon Pokémon Center's entrance. Ash had gotten his Pokémon, bid farewell to both his mother and Mr. Goodshow, and was about to head on towards Mount Tensei with his girlfriend, Daisy, when he saw Erica walking as fast as she could towards them. Erica? Daisy stated as Erica finally caught up to them. What are you doing here? Well, you see. Erica tried to explain how she always wanted to go on an adventure. But words wouldn't come out. I've always wanted to venture and find new places. In the past 5 months I was thinking over whether I should go on this adventure and become stronger. Erica was getting nowhere with this, but to Ash and Daisy, it was understandable. So I left my best pupil in charge on the gym while I take a journey to make myself stronger and a more capable battler. I know I'm good since I'm a leader, but I know I can become stronger. Now it made a bit more sense. So please, let me join you towards Mount Tensei. Erica made a slight bow towards Ash and Daisy. Sure. Both Ash and Daisy said at the same time, making Erica look at them with a twinkle in her eyes. She grabbed the new pair and hugged them as strong as she could, in which really wasn't that strong to start with. But the hug was enjoyed either way. Thank you. Erica smiled before the team made out of 3 people now, made their way towards Mount Tensei. Capture 17, the Guardians. It was night, and by then our group had already made camp. Daisy and Erica were already sleeping, but Ash was looking at the faded rainbow wing with a frown on his face. He couldn't think of why the wing that Ho-Oh gave him would turn so obscured. Out of nowhere, one of Ash's Pokeball opened on its own. Out of the Pokeball came Cobalt, in which was very preoccupied for his trainer. Master. Are you alright? Cobalt asked, making Ash look at him for the moment, before looking towards the star-filled sky. Ash also pocketed the vanished wing, guarding it from anyone that may try to steal it. I don't know, Ash said while trying to figure things out. Ever since he noticed that the rainbow wing turned into the vanished wing, it has been a roller coaster of emotions for the young Aura Guardian. Why did the rainbow wing's color faded into gray? Why were problems constantly following him to wherever he might go? Would he be able to really achieve what he wants? To be a Pokémon master? Ash was filled with uncertainty and doubt. He hasn't even trained his Pokémons like he always did. Ash's response to it was, you guys have a free day. Enjoy it, but that really didn't satisfy his Pokémon's worries. Maybe you are taking every fault and holding it over your shoulder. Cobalt said, making his master flinch a bit. Your purpose as an Aura Guardian is not that you must be able to save or protect everyone. Is to be able to save or protect the majority. Maybe right now, there is a Pokémon being harmed by their trainer or a human being used as an experiment, but right now, you must worry about yourself. If you are not able to see what is in front of you, how are you able to help the ones that are closest to you? Cobalt said while following Ash's motion and looked into the sky. Ash lowered his gaze towards his Riolu and couldn't help but let a small smile, before Ash petted Cobalt's head a bit. Cobalt automatically lowered his head to receive the head pat. His eyes were closed as he fully enjoyed the pat that was given by Ash. When suddenly it stopped as Ash stood up, looking across the lake they were both sitting on. On the other side stood a magnificent Pokémon. The Pokémon is a slim, quadruped, blue, mammalian Pokémon with white, diamond-shaped markings which shone with the moon's light. Its face and underside are white as well. The Pokémon has a thick, purple mane, in which was flowing like the wing, that resembles the aurora borealis, and two white, streamer-like tails that were waving forward. It has a long, white snout. The Pokémon has a large, hexagonal, cerulean blue crest on its forehead that resembles the antlers of a chelan with two prongs on either side of the base. It has red eyes, a small tuft of fur under its chin, and small paws with white paw pads. This is Suicune, the Aurora Pokémon. Ash and Cobalt stood still, looking at the glory that Suicune manifested just by being there. But then Suicune started to walk on the water, heading towards their direction. Suicune's elegant and delicate walking made Ash and Cobalt sweat a bit. And it was not until Suicune arrived in front of them that something happened. So you are father's chosen. Suicune's feminine voice was heard, making the pair of human and Pokémon take a step back. But they clearly heard what the legendary Pokémon said. Chosen? Ash questioned. He didn't get what Suicune was talking about. But it seems that whatever Suicune said was important, since Cobalt froze up entirely. It doesn't matter right now, Suicune said while walking in circles around both Ash and Cobalt. Soon enough, the created one will show itself to you. Whether you do what you were meant to do, or do something else entirely. It will decide whether you live or die. This made both Ash and Cobalt freeze in fear. Remember this, father's chosen. Because it will mean if you are to become something greater than what destiny has chosen for you to be. With that said, Suicune jumped and landed on the patch of grass he was earlier. Suicune looked back towards Ash and Cobalt, and gave an unnoticeable smile. Father had already told everyone what will happen, but Suicune wanted to make Ash's doubt increase to see if his decision really shows Ash's. He knew that he and other legendaries will be receiving changes in appearance, but this wasn't the moment to actually say those things. And then, Suicune ran on water toward the horizon. Time skip. Ash had told Daisy and Erica about encountering Suicune, but he didn't told them about what the legendary Pokémon told him. Erica couldn't help but sweat drop when Daisy was constantly shaking Ash, in which had swirly eyes, claiming him about not waking her up to see the water-type legendary Pokémon. After the not-so-brief discussion between the pair of boyfriend and girlfriend, the trio kept walking towards the mountains they were told that was the location of the Raisin Mountain Range. As they walked through multiple pine trees, they managed to see a small clearing, but what surprised them more was the Pokémon that was seemingly waiting for them. The Pokémon is a massive, leonine quadruped with some mastiff qualities. It is covered in brown fur and a long, light gray cloud of smoke for a mane running along its entire back, seemingly disappearing as it reached the end of the mane. It has gray plates on either side of the mane and a plate beneath the cream belly fur on its chest. NTI has gray paws with brown pads and black cuff-like bands on its legs in which glistened with the sunlight. Its main faceplate is red and shaped like fins or a six-sided star. A gray plate, resembling a horseshoe mustache, covers its muzzle. Both faceplates gave a bright but short shine when the sunlight was reflected on them. It also has a yellow crest with 3 sloped points on its forehead and red eyes. This is NTI, the volcano Pokémon. The trio stood there amazed looking at the legendary Pokémon. NTI's eyes were directed towards Ash. The gaze measuring the young Aura Guardian to see if it could do what his father told everyone. It seems that you are everything father told us, NTI said, making Ash's eyes widen up. But those weren't the only pair of eyes that were widened in surprise. Why, you can talk? Daisy and Erica practically said in unison. It felt weird to be able to understand what a Pokémon was saying. They couldn't understand how Ash could adapt to it so easily. Of course I can talk. NTI practically roared, making the girls of the group shriek in fear. The two girls went to cover themselves behind Ash, as they could hear NTI's low growl. Just because you can't understand most Pokémons doesn't mean we can't talk. Only legendary Pokémons like me are able to communicate with other humans normally, NTI clarified as the two fear-stricken girls could only nod in response. The volcano Pokémon then looked towards Ash. Father's chosen. Ash looked at him, while the two girls were confused with the title given to Ash. I want to see if you are really able to face the obstacle that you must face in order to proceed in your chosen path. Whether I deem you worthy or not, will not matter now, but in a distant but close future, the small contradiction made Ash almost fall on the ground twitching, but his only reaction was a twitching eye. Are you sure you want to face me in a Pokémon battle? I mean no disrespect, but wouldn't we be an easy fight for you? Wouldn't you want to face tougher opponents? Ash questioned, slightly confused as the why of this challenge. Deem him worthy? Worthy of what? That matters not at the moment. NTI's roar stopped Ash's thoughts from running wild. Send in your best Pokémon you have. Let the battle begin. NTI then, without warning, sent a flamethrower towards the group. Before Ash could even decide in which Pokémon to send out, one of his Pokeball opened up and stood in front of the flame. After the flames were out, Kenneth was seen snarling at the volcano Pokémon. I don't care if you are a legendary Pokémon. You tried to harm my boss. You will pay for your disrespect. Kenneth said as he flapped his wings and rushed towards the lion-like Pokémon. Before NTI could register it, a strong dragon claw to the maw sending the legendary Pokémon to the skies. Without order, Ash's Charizard followed NTI and grabbed NTI's body with both his hand. NTI looked at Kenneth, and could only see the smirk that the Charizard had on his face. What are you, Dash? Shut up. Kenneth said before falling towards the ground with NTI in hand. Before reaching the ground below, Kenneth charged up his tail with a bluish-purple aura and slammed his tail to NTI's backside, enhancing the strength of the seismic toss he just did with his dragon tail. A big smoke cloud covered the area as Kenneth lowered himself and landed with a loud stomp. It didn't take long for NTI to strike Kenneth, as the volcano Pokémon. NTI did a hard double stomp into the ground, making it shake, using the move Bulldoze. NTI saw that Kenneth slowly flapped his wings to float a bit over the ground. The Charizard didn't know that he just fell for the bait. NTI rushed at the Charizard, both his faceplates gained metallic shine to them, and headbutted Kenneth into the ground. Kenneth growled in anger as his opponent had his paws on his chest. NTI gave a visible smirk to Kenneth, which made him even angrier. It didn't take long, however, when NTI had to move to a different place, since a bluish-purple beam came out of Kenneth's mouth. Kenneth stood once again, smoke going out of his mouth, releasing the remaining energy that came with the dragon pulse he just made. It didn't take long before both titans clashed once again. Ash, Daisy and Erica were seeing the battle, and couldn't help but be impressed by it. Sure, it was dangerous to be so near to a battle that if near a city it could cause many collateral damage, but then they wouldn't be able to witness such greatness from both fire-type Pokémons. Ash was still confused with everything. The vanished wing. Suikun's warnings. NTI's declaration. His path. Ash was questioning everything, but before he could continue with those kind of thoughts, Daisy's hand was on his shoulder, massaging it in a soothing manner. Erica looked a bit sad not being able to be the one to soothe Ash down, but held in those emotions from appearing on her face. Everything will be alright. You, Erica, Kenneth. Me. Everyone will be alright, Ash gave her a smile. He hasn't really felt truly relaxed since before all of this problem with the now vanished wing started. Unknown to him and the girls, the vanished wing turned into the rainbow wing for a couple of seconds before it turned back to its faded form. NTI, in which was preparing to match Kenneth's flamethrower, felt the energy that the rainbow wing emitted and failed to finish the move. Stay down. The stream of flames were released from Kenneth's mouth and headed towards NTI's location. It then collided with the legendary Pokémon, and a massive flare covered the area NTI just stood on, while the volcano Pokémon was sent flying towards a gigantic boulder. NTI managed to not crash into the boulder, but was heavily damaged by the friction that he forced himself to do to stop from colliding with the boulder. Before Charizard could make another move on NTI, the volcano Pokémon roared. The roar created a small sound wave, in which moved the air. The battle is over. NTI panted a bit, before falling on 2 knees. I have felt it. You. Father's chosen. You are still worthy, and I deem you worthy, NTI said before recuperating his footing back and rushing out of the now destroyed clearing. Ha! Good fight. Kenneth then fell to the floor with swirly eyes. Exhaustion of overusing most of his moves against NTI. Ash sighed as he recalled Kenneth back into his Pokeball, and looked towards the path NTI went to. He wanted to follow him to answer some question, but he knew that he wouldn't even be able to find NTI, if he didn't want to be found. So. Ash looked behind to see Daisy and Erica. Where now, Ash? Erica asked. She clearly loved nature, but it didn't mean she wanted to be sleeping in nature for the following months or so. Now. We keep going towards the mountains, Ash started saying as he looked towards the nearest mountains in the area. We can try and find a cave and see if we can sleep there, before we continue tomorrow on the journey to Mount Tensei, Ash finished as the trio headed towards the mountains. Time skip, next day, near Mount Tensei. Ash and company had climbed a bit thus far and were actually reaching the place they were meant to be on. Something important that Ash found out, was that the now rainbow wing changed from its brilliant form to the faded form if Ash had negative emotions, but if he has positive emotions the faded form of the wing changes to the brilliant form. The discovery was found when Daisy kissed Ash before falling asleep. The emotion of love managed to bring a huge amount of positive emotions from Ash that made the rainbow wing shine through Ash's jacket. It was a huge relief to see the rainbow wing in its full glory. But it brought a new question into mind. Why didn't it change back into the brilliant form when Daisy kissed him back in the hospital? The question wasn't answered by neither of them, but they held it back for the moment since they were getting closer to the peak. But before they could even continue walking towards the peak of the mountain, on a higher mountain stood a Pokémon staring right at Ash. The Pokémon is a quadruped, yellow, tiger-like Pokémon with black stripes and a white underside. It has a thin, light blue tail with sharp angles and a spark-shaped formation at the end. Most of its face consists of thick, white fur and shorter yellow fur around its red eyes. The Pokémon's muzzle is a light blue X and it has a black faceplate with 2 bumps that covers its forehead, nose, and ears. It has 2 long fangs that make its appearance similar to the saber-toothed cat. Its large claws each converge to form a single point and never retract. Extra fur hangs off its body in front of its thighs. It also has a mane across its back that resembles dull purple rain clouds moving with the wind. This is Raikou, the Thunder Pokémon. Raikou stared right at Ash as if looking straight at his soul, but then thunder started to fall from the sky and struck near Raikou. Father's chosen. Your fate will be decided upon your actions in Mount Raisin. Whether or not you have to face the one shrouded in darkness is up to your choices, Raikou said before letting out a huge roar that summoned a huge thunderbolt struck the area, blinding the group. Before they know it, Raikou was gone. I'm very confused and preoccupied now. Erica said, getting Ash and Daisy's attention. Ash meets 3 legendary Pokémon, in which all of them are tied to Ho-Oh. Each of them came with a warning about Ash's fate, destiny, and actions. Erica's worries suddenly went to Daisy as she started to tremble a bit. Ashy. Ash looked at Daisy. She was starting to call him that way thanks to the relationship they currently had with each other. Promise me. Whatever happens. You will come back to me, Daisy said through tears as she couldn't contain it in. Daisy loved romance books and TV shows. But actually experiencing the cliché scenario where the main protagonist had to face a difficult challenge and may or may not come back. It hurt more than what those books and TV shows had described. I promise, Daisy. Ash cupped her cheek and softly moved his thumb to caress her a bit, trying to calm her down a bit. Erica looked at both of her companions and couldn't help but look away with a twitching eye. She knew that she was falling in love with Ash thanks to what he did to protect her city, her citizens, and herself, but she knew that it was impossible for Ash to have a relationship with him since he was Daisy's boyfriend. She knew this, but her feelings wouldn't dare to move from him and into another person. She sighed as she started walking towards the peak, being followed by Ash and Daisy. Capture 18, Revelations from the Shadows. Ash, Daisy and Erica stood still as they looked at the beautiful prismatic stone that seemed to have veins covering that part of the mountain. The prismatic coloring of the stone shone with the sun's light as it had, mainly, a bluish color to it, but it was very noticeable that it had a very prismatic appearance. Ash couldn't help but keep his eyes upon it, as if it was calling towards it. Ash shook his head a bit, just enough time to take out all of his Pokémon out of their Pokeball. He wanted to let them see this beautiful scenery. And it seemed that Daisy and Erica were thinking along those lines as well, since they also released their own Pokémon. Cobalt, Ambrose, Eleanor, Cersei, Anisha, Draco, Kenneth, Houdini, Antonius and Idris were all close to their trainer Ash. Idris mostly was clutching Ambrose's mane with her little hand to stand up a bit, but mostly it was on her own. She was scared though of the Pokémon that were watching them up on the peaks of the mountain though. All in all, she was still a baby. Seal, Sea King, Shelder, Kabuto, Omanite, Wartortle, Gyarados, Krabby, Poliwag, and Poliwhirl stood near Daisy. It had been to Ash's surprise when he was told by Daisy that 3 of her Pokémon evolved during the time he was in the coma. He was a bit sad he was not able to be there for that amazing moment, but Daisy and her Pokémon managed to calm him a bit from those thoughts. Though Wartortle made Ash cook for him for 2 weeks, Ash did it with a smile on his face, seeing Wartortle's black glasses glisten as in pure joy, almost as if reflecting the eyes of the turtle Pokémon. Vileplume, Victreebel, Tangela, Paras, Execute, and a recently caught Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur's story was rather tragic, but comprehensible. The seed Pokémon was abandoned by his previous trainer and was left in the middle of a forest he didn't know, where he was found by a caring girl which ran a safe haven for Pokémon. The girl didn't capture any Pokémon that she rescued, and this made Bulbasaur really thankful. He had often watched as she kept rescuing Pokémon after Pokémon, in which made the seed Pokémon more keen to the idea of helping others, but was disgusted with being someone else's Pokémon again. But then he met Erica and her companions. At first he clearly didn't want to join Erica, since she tried to capture an Oddish that was in the girl's safe haven. But after a while in the safe haven and getting to know the gym leader, he challenged her to a battle to see if she was really worthy. Anyways, all Pokémon and trainers were too mesmerized to notice that Ash's shadow darkened and that it revealed a pair of red with yellow eyes from it. The group only noticed something was wrong when Ash's shadow extended all the way to the prismatic stone. Out of the shadow, came out Marshadao, finally revealing himself to the Aura Guardian. Marshadao had seen Ash's resolve in his travel as Ash's shadow. What concerned the Gloom Dweller Pokémon was that Ash was willing to do anything as long as he was able to protect those dear him. He had watched the entire fight in Celadon City against Team Rocket. He knew that it was for a good cause. Watching as those barbarian try to poach his fellow members of the council was deplorable. So don't blame him when he says that he really enjoy watching them get there but beaten to them. But the brutality of Ash's attack was what concerned Marshadao the most. He knew that this was influence of the aura has in him, and would need a strong individual that has psychic powers to neutralize the change, but that was not his problem right now. Ash Ketchum. The dead-like voice resounded through the mountain as everyone's attention was brought to Marshadao himself, including the trainers. Chosen by the Council of Legends. Ho-Oh's Rainbow Hero. The firstborn Aura Guardian in more than 200 years. The first sentence had every Pokémon looking at Ash. The most noticeable reaction was Vileplume smacking Erika on the head multiple times, trying to make her trainer apologies to Ash for disrespecting him. Everyone's sweat dropped as they saw Erika bent forward in a bow, Vileplume making her bow multiple times with vine that were made visible through the flower in her head. What do you wish to do when you have summoned Ho-Oh here, hero? Try to forcefully capture Ho-Oh to dominate? Revel in front of everyone that you have a legend by your side? Or do you wish for something else entirely? Marshado's questions resounded through the mountain as Ash's eyes were being covered by his cap. Depending on your answer, it will decide whether you will become someone more important to this world, or be eliminated before something far worse befalls upon it. Marshadao started to walk side to side, his eyes never leaving Ash's body as he walked calmly waiting for the answer. Every of Ash's Pokémon wanted to attack the mythical Pokémon for his interrogation towards their trainer, but seeing Ash so calm and unmoving told them to do nothing, for now. Ash stood there looking at the Gloomdweller Pokémon. Although his eyes were mostly covered by his cap, he could clearly see Marshadao. Same as he could see Marshado's intention with this questioning. The Pokémon wanted to rile him up to make him do something to warrant getting himself eliminated by the legends that have chosen him, or so the Pokémon says so himself. Ash was quiet, as if thinking what to answer Marshadao before he said anything. Daisy and Erika were a bit behind him and they couldn't help but worry about the young man that had captivated their hearts. Daisy was more preoccupied than Erika, but it meant nothing when it involved the feelings of a young maiden's heart. Ever since watching Ho-Oh from afar since my start of my journey with Cobalt. He motioned for his Riolu to move closer towards him and then gave him a little head pat. I have been wanting to officially meet Ho-Oh. It was never about fame and glory. If you ask me if I want to capture Ho-Oh, my original answer would have been yes. Daisy and Erika eyes widen in shock and fear as they watch Marshadao get closer. But only if he so wished to join me on my travels. Marshadao suddenly stopped walking and stared at Ash. You came out of my shadow, so you should have been following me for a while, right? Marshadao could choose not to answer his question, but wanting to know his full answer about what he wanted to say, nodded in response. Then you must know that before I capture any of my Pokémon, I ask them to join me peacefully. Exceptions like Cersei and Antonius are an example that I'm also willing to fight the Pokémon I want, but I have never captured them without them wanting to join me first or without a stipulation that was put in the fight. Another example is Anisha, in which at first didn't want to join me, because of her responsibilities with the other Zubats, and I understood it and didn't force her to join me. But when I was exiting the cave, she came to me wanting to join, Ash said, making Marshadao flinch a bit. Now answer me this, if you want to be captured by a trainer you want to be the Pokémon of, would you wait for him and be forcefully captured by another trainer or join the trainer you have chosen before you are either mistreated or tortured by the other trainer you didn't want to be with? Ash's rebuttal hit Marshadao deep. It made sense what the Chosen was saying and couldn't fault him. If he was an albino Pokémon just like any of the other Pokémon he had on his team, he was sure that he would have gotten the same invitation to join the Chosen's team. What you say holds truth to words and I can't see any fault to those words. But what about if you change? You may be an honorable trainer right now, but what is assuring me that you will stay the same? Marshadao taunted, really wanting to hear the Chosen's words. If the words that father had said were to be true, Marshadao knew what he had to do next. Silence. Ash stared at Marshadao wanting to know the sudden question. It was just like with Entei. It seems that he was missing something about the legends. What it was a mystery, for now anyways. I can't promise you anything as I don't know what may happen in the future, but I know something, Ash said, making Marshadao look at him with an interested look. My Pokémons and the people I hold dear to me will be there for me to pull me out of the shadows and into the light, Ash said, making Daisy run towards him and gave him a kiss, in which he responded as quick as he got kissed by her. The kiss didn't last long though, as one by one Erica and her Pokémon and Ash and Daisy's Pokémons were standing by him. Marshadao could say without a doubt that he could trust Ash. Unknown to them, someone that belonged to a certain team was pointing at Marshadao with a rocket launcher. Firing the rocket that was inside, the person was watching with glee as the rocket neared the target. The person left without verifying that the rocket had successfully hit the target or not, because the rocket was to target someone else that was not the Gloomdweller Pokémon. Ash sensed something nearing them, and he looked behind a bit and saw the rocket nearing Marshadao. Using aura in his feet, Ash sprinted at high speeds towards Marshadao. "What are you, Dash?" Boom. Marshadao was then blinded by the dust that the rocket formed when it impacted the target. As the dust began to dissipate, Marshadao could see Ash in the ground. His clothing was completely fine, grim and blood covering the clothes he was wearing. Nothing could be said about him. His ears were bleeding by the sound of the impact was too much for the young man. Blood dropped from his forehead down his face, covering the right side completely in blood. His arms and legs were hurt when he made contact with the ground, but not enough to actually break any bone or do something far worse. Daisy couldn't help but tumble towards him as his Pokémon, especially Kenneth, were looking around to see if they could find the one who hurt their trainer. Erica was with Daisy, helping the water gym leader walk towards the downed young man. But that's when it happened. Ash started to dissipate, turning invisible ever so often. Fading in and out of existence. Tears were going down the faces of the Pokémons, Erica and Daisy. The two girls got on their knees and watched as Ash looked towards them with a slight smile. Ash grabbed his cap and put it on top of Daisy's head. "I'm sorry," Ash said before he faded away completely. Light particles were left behind as Daisy stood there shocked to disbelief. She couldn't scream. The knot in her throat didn't allow the grief-stricken girl to wail in sorrow. But someone did for her. Master. Cobalt was in grief. He knew that the other were as well, but he always felt that he was the one that was most connected towards Ash because of the aura that was inside of him. The grief made Cobalt slightly shine, as if wanting to evolve, but he didn't change. But something did happen, and that something was that near the slight peak of the mountain, there was a circle similar to a portal standing there doing nothing. Everyone eyed the portal with confusion and hope. Hope that Ash would walk through the portal and act as if nothing happened. Just for a moment, the prismatic stone shone brighter than it has ever shone. No one really noticed since they were looking towards the portal, but the shine did symbolize something. The path of the hero was not over yet. Daisy, who was closer to the portal with Erica, noticed a shadow in the portal. It seemed to be running. She couldn't see who it was, but grief wouldn't let her think that it could possibly be Ash. Erica didn't even look, mostly trying to console the grief-stricken Daisy and her own heart as well. It hurts. Not being able to tell the person you hold dear to your heart that you loved him. It hurts so bad. But Cobalt felt it. The aura that was coming from the portal. It felt the same as Ash's aura. Cobalt ran straight into the portal. Jumping and passing through it. It didn't take long to see Cobalt holding onto someone that was very much clear to everyone there. Ash, Daisy and Erica's Pokémon didn't took too long to follow in Cobalt's footsteps and all jumped on top of Ash, who looked as if nothing had happened to him. "Guys!" Ash exclaimed, being used as a teddy bear by every Pokémons he knew on a personally for a long time as Daisy and Erica looked straight at him with more tears falling down their eyes. "Give me one moment, you can all play with me later, alright?" The Pokémon allowed Ash to go do what he had to do. Ash neared Daisy and Erica. He looked at both with a sincere smile which made both maidens' heart beat at a faster rate. "I followed my heart," as if explaining everything with those simple words. Ash hugged both girls with all of his strength, letting both know that he was not going anywhere. Marshadao looked towards the group and couldn't feel as if he belonged, but for now. He knew that his decision was made. Marshadao stepped away from the prismatic stone. Ash noticed and cut the hug short before walking towards the prismatic stone. Everyone was looking at Ash as he neared to prismatic stone, but before doing anything he looked towards Marshadao. Marshadao only nodded as if knowing Ash's unasked question. The rainbow wing. Ash took the rainbow wing he had on his jacket, it was shining as strong as the sun. Ash neared the wing towards the stone, and then the unexpected happened. The feather went inside the stone and merged with it. Nothing happened for a moment, but then the prismatic stone emitted a very beautiful light. The rainbow that the prismatic stone projected was as clear as ever, not looking like a mirage, but as if it was actually a bridge. Ash then could hear it, the flaps of wings made themselves known as everyone looked towards what it seems to be the end of the rainbow. The shadow that was nearing the peak that was Mount Raisin, made itself known as Ho-Oh as it neared them. A rainbow that faded as quick as it was formed followed Ho-Oh towards Mount Raisin, in where everyone was waiting. Ho-Oh flapped his wings and stared at his chosen, with something similar to a smile shown on his beak. Greeting my chosen. Ash stood there looking at Ho-Oh. The legend definitely didn't look as he looked before. The avian Pokémon resembling a phoenix and a peacock looked as if his color completely faded away. His gold and red-colored feather were now a dark gray and white-colored respectively. The green tips of his wings were now gray-colored as the white underbelly turned light gray. Ho-Oh was now looking albino. Ho-Oh. Capture 19, The Truth About the Chosen. Ho-Oh. Ash was shocked at seeing Ho-Oh like an albino. Last time he saw him was at the start of his journey and he looked like the pictures in the many books he had previously seen, but now he had completely changed. As if he was prepared to be captured by him. What? What happened to you? He really needed to get this question over with. The change was too drastic to not ask what happened for this change to happen. And Daisy and Erica were with him in that regard. All three trainers had returned their Pokémons to their respective Pokeball before they continued to talk with the legendary Pokémon in front of them. Marshadao stood there, his arms crossed as he watched the three humans and his fellow legendary. Although his gaze was more fixated on Ash. Because of what happened earlier, he was listening the conversation that was sure to reveal a lot of answers, and create even more questions. Ash Ketchum. The Rainbow Hero. My chosen. Ho-Oh lowered himself before landing in front of Ash and company. Although his feathers were shades of white and black, they still had the same shine each of them previously had in their normal color. You have finished your first trial. Such a reward has been given to you in the form of what you see in front of you, but it is not the time for me to join your team, Ho-Oh said, making all three humans shocked at the Rainbow Pokémon statement. Marshadao expected this outcome and couldn't help but sigh. Ho-Oh was like Lugia, very dramatic in his speech. Although most of the legendaries were like that, including himself. First trial. Ho-Oh, can you explain everything? I don't understand what is happening. Understandable, my chosen. So let us start at the beginning. Ho-Oh said before opening his wings a bit, before tucking them in once more. We, the Council of Legends, have always chosen a human to protect us all, but after the last chosen, whose name is prohibited to be named, the Council had held the title for more than hundreds of years. Until you came into the picture, Ash Ketchum, Ho-Oh explained, making all of them nod except Marshadao, who only closed his eyes. You, who are a son and descendant of Aura Guardians, were the perfect pick for the title of the Chosen of the Council of Legends. But before you could become the Chosen of the Legends, you were to clear the trials of each legendary Pokémon that was sure to be involved in your life. It wasn't a coincidence that you saw me on your first day as a Pokémon trainer, that was the start of your trial, Ho-Oh commented, while the heroes of our story just nodded. They were trying to assimilate what Ho-Oh was saying. But it wasn't my trial alone. Marshadao, Suicune, Entei, and Reiku were also testing your resolve, trying to see if you were really worthy enough to see me. I had no doubt that you would achieve your first trial, but a trial is a trial for a reason. And you managed to complete your first trial with outstanding results. And for that, I have let Father change me into an albino Pokémon as well. Anne. Who is this Father? Daisy asked. Sure, Ho-Oh was more concentrated on Ash, but it didn't mean that he hadn't seen the other two humans that were with his chosen. He was glad that they were there with Ash. They could ask questions that Ash wouldn't ask. It was funny how one was with him and the other was jealous of that relationship. My father is the alpha Pokémon, Arceus, Ho-Oh stated, making all three of them widen their eyes in shock. They had heard about Arceus only in books. To know that he really exists, was something unexplainable. Arceus is as mysterious as Mew, both thought to be only mythologies of their world, but if Arceus is real, was Mew also real? But father doesn't come into play right now. There will be a time where you will meet father, Ash. Only then. You will know what really means to be the chosen of the Council of Legends. Ho-Oh. What does all of those titles mean anyway? I know I am some kind of protector by being an Aura Guardian and only Arceus can really tell me why I am the chosen of the Council of Legends, but what does being the Rainbow Hero entails? Ash asked the Rainbow Pokémon. He knew that he couldn't ask everything and that there was a time and place for everything, but at least this could be answered, right? Daisy stayed quiet after she asked the previous question and Erica really didn't have any questions towards the legendary Pokémon in front of them. They felt that it was Ash's moment and they weren't going to meddle in it. Though they were sure to ask questions when they saw that it was a necessary question. Aura Guardian are those who protect the balance of Earth. They are the ones who make sure that Pokémon and humans are able to coexist together. They are the ones who go face first into battle to protect everyone and everything, even if that meant that they had to give up their own lives to solve the problem. At this, Daisy and Erica gasped in shock while Ash just stood straighter. While being the Rainbow Hero is just a title that says that I deem you worthy of my assistance. You will be getting many titles in the future, my chosen. But you must be careful with the one that comes from the first. The first? This time, it was Erica that asked the question. Ho-Oh looked at the humans and gave what seemed to be a crestfallen look at them. Ho-Oh would have answered the question, he really would, but that was Ash's next trial. Even though the legend himself didn't know about the trial. I'm sorry young one, but I am unable to tell you the answer that you seek. This is after all, a hint towards the second trial. The trial of beginning. Ho-Oh stated, making all three humans confused, but Marshadao just nodded, already knowing who was the one that was supposed to test the chosen of the Council of Legends. Then. Can you answer me something, Ho-Oh? Of course, my chosen. Which is the answer that you seek? What does albinism really do to Pokémon that have this trait? Ash asked. He had to know this question. His Pokémon depended on it. Sure, he constantly took care of them in between breaks from their adventures, but what if they needed something more, if the care he was giving them was not enough? He had to know everything he could know about the trait that his Pokémon and Ho-Oh possessed. My chosen. Albinism is a very confusing trait. What is known in albinism for Pokémon are the traits that humans receive because of that trait, but in reality is the contrary. Albino Pokémon get stronger while in the sun and will receive a boost in power in all of their strengths. The only weakness will be their eyes, but it is only if they stare right at the sun, but you won't have to worry about them getting weaker, since that are traits for humans, Ho-Oh explained, making Ash nod while releasing a sigh of relief. He was really thankful that his was like that and not the other way around. It was then that Ho-Oh started to flap his wings once more, making the wind pick up. Ash had to hold on onto his cap, while Daisy and Erica were holding down their skirt and kimono respectively. The time has come for me to say farewell, my chosen. But remember that one day I will be on your team. And when that day comes, everything will make sense. And I welcome you to your second trial once more, the trial of beginning. Ho-Oh screeched as he took flight and left Mount Raisin, leaving Ash, Daisy, Erica and Marshadao in the mountain's peak. Chosen One, Ash and company looked back and stared at Marshadao who, with his arms still crossed over his chest, looked at Ash with slightly narrowed eyes. Many legends, including myself, have made a trial for you. Only then you will know the decision we have made in regards your status as chosen of the Council of Legends. We still have time. Time that we must use to make you as worthy as possible. It was then that Marshadao sunken into the shadows, leaving a very confused Ash. Ash. What is going to happen? Daisy asked, a worried face plastered over her. Erica replicated the same facial expression, though it looked a bit sleepy as well. Probably she was a bit tired with all that has happened. But the two girls of the group knew something. That everything was just beginning. I don't know, Ash said as he stared at the seemingly normal shadow, before sighing and guessing that Marshadao was no longer there. We have time. What time does Marshadao really mean by that? Ash thought while a soft breeze made itself known in the mountain's peak. In an unknown location, a secret laboratory was being used. Many scientists were researching and experimenting, and each one of them had their own role in the laboratory. What was interesting about the laboratory was that it contained various empty capsules inside of it, in which each one of them had a category labeled into it. There were some labels in which said Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and Human. But what was more impacting was the last label, but this chamber still had the specimen inside of it. The orange liquid that surrounded the specimen didn't let the scientists determine if their side project on the specimen really worked, like it worked with the other 3 Pokémon specimens. But they were sure of one thing. The label read, Mew. Capture 20, Origins of the Beginning. In a jungle far away from society, were Pokémon living happily with their lives. No one disturbed them as they rested in their habitat. And the only human contact they had were with people that were investigating some ruins in the deepest part of the jungle. And talking about the humans, a group of 4 humans were walking towards the ruins. The Mirage Pokémon, Mew. Right? A gruff male voice said. The voices sounded with authority, but held the curiosity in it when asking a question. The man seemingly could be the leader of the group. They walked forward, letting the Pokémon be free in their own habitat, and only concentrated in their talk. It hides mysterious powers. It is said that it can create large floods and produce crops in arid lands to share with the people, a younger and less gruff male voice said, informing the male that talked first about this sort of information that surrounded the legends of the Pokémon, Mew. Unknown to the group, they were being followed by a strange Pokémon which stood hidden from sight thanks to the flora of the jungle. Mew is surrounded by many legends. Is it an angel or a demon? The supposed leader asked. The mystery that surrounded Mew was too much for the man to comprehend. Though he was indeed intrigued a bit about the many legends that surrounded Mew, but it was giving him a bit of a headache. But this was his job and he was going to see it through. Maybe it's just a legend, another gruff voice resounded in their walk to the ruins, though this one sounded way more older than the first one. Their walk was a long one, and though he wished to rest a bit, his old bones were excited at the fact that they could discover something about the mythical Pokémon. It is also said to be immortal. But wasn't it extinct? The one who could be the captain of the group asked the one who was providing them with all the information. The unknown Pokémon kept following the group of 4 humans, as a faded pink color could be seen before it seemingly disappeared once more. In fact, there have been sightings of Mew. Unfortunately, none of them had been confirmed, the smart one of the group said as they started to get nearer to the place they had to arrive at. They haven't rested, and they surely wouldn't rest until they arrived at the ruins they wanted to see. There have also been no photos as clear evidence. Yeah. Time skip, the ruins. They had arrived at the ruins and quickly had other people, who arrived a bit later than they did, start a camp. Tents were lifted from the ground up as researchers, scientists and archaeologists began to do their job. The same group of 4 walked inside of the main ruin and saw hieroglyphs of a Pokémon in front of them. The shape was funny looking, but it gave a clear form of how the Pokémon would look like. This is Mew. The hieroglyph clearly showed that Mew has a rounded, wide snout, triangular ears, and large eyes. It has short arms with 3-fingered paws and large hind paws. Its tail is long and thin with an ovoid tip. Though the hieroglyph itself was more structured in a more rectangular shape, the image could show the group what they needed to know. It was then, however, that a shadow was seen on the hieroglyph. which quite frankly resembled the hieroglyph by a large margin. The group gasped in shock as they quickly turned around, but they didn't see nothing behind them. Time skip. The group of 4 made their way to one of the tents, which was protected by a couple of guards they had also brought with them. When all of them went inside of the tent, they managed to see a green glowing fossil, which looked like a tail, but they didn't exactly knew what it was. And this is what I have found this time, a fossil. The fossil was covered in a crystal box, protecting it from the outside. The fossil seemed to flicker between glowing a bright green and glowing a faded green. The fossil itself was very small as the box covered less than 1/8 of the table they had surrounded. Is it a part of Mew? The one who seemingly was the captain asked, a bit excited at seeing the very small fossil. They were finally able to find something that was never found. They could be famous just because of this discovery. That is what we believe. Another young voice said, making the one that was acting as captain nod. Excitement rolled through his aged body as he stared at the fossil. Take it to the research lab right away. If it really is a fossil of Mew dash. Yeah. We could create the strongest Pokémon ever, unknown to the group, the same mysterious Pokémon that was. Following the group stared into the tent, through a gap that the tent had. Big blue eyes stared at the fossil, before flying away. The Pokémon was missed by everyone in the camp. Time skip. Multitude of computers were analyzing the data from the fossil the excavation and research team had found. Running through all registered data to find who the fossil belonged to in the past. Even scientists were looking through their respective microscopes, analyzing some materials extracted from the fossil to analyze the data with much care. They even were calculating the density of some of the fossil's extracted material. The team needed everything. Every data was important to this discovery, meaning that even the simplest of data was a huge discovery for what they were doing. Nothing was left undone, as scientists kept on researching each and every possible cause of what could the fossil be, until they found the mysterious DNA which contained every Pokémon DNA. And it was then that the experiments increased in size. Now knowing that it was indeed a fossil which came from the mythical Pokémon Mew, all investigations were put on hold to work with this huge discovery. Gigantic machines were built in a matter of weeks, while data kept on being analyzed for days without end. They couldn't risk failure with this project. This was the turning point in everything they had worked on. And they were not about to fail. More analysis were done directly to the fossil, as they began to investigate who it would have looked if it was not a fossil. Scientists even created a molecular structure in the computers with what they had recollected from their previous investigations and managed to recreate the fossil of Mew and look at the picture of how it would look like if it was not a fossil. They even analyzed the cells that were also there and the bone structure. They were not letting anything go by. They even began to analyze the data at an atomic view. They couldn't risk any of their investigation, nothing could be left unturned. They even used the anomaly DNA that they found in the fossil's DNA to see what it truly was. The results of said anomaly in the DNA of Mew's fossil was astounding, so they made it work into the data and the experiments they were doing. This was the moment when the birth started and the findings started to get more concrete. Time skip. Where am I? A voice thought, not yet being able to talk normally while opening its mouth. But it could clearly think rationally if the one who was unmoving thought what it just did. Who am I? Another question, this time, a more in-depth question than the last time. It didn't have recollection of what it was. It confused it, more times than it could comprehend. It wanted to answers to its questions. What am I? And that was the main reason of the beginning of these questions in its mind. Was it a living being, or was it an object to be used? With the scientists. He is just like all the other clones, Doctor. He hasn't gained consciousness, a random male scientist said, informing the doctor of the progress of what we know would be a clone. But a clone of what? The appearance of the clone in the tube is similar to the hieroglyph of Mew researchers took pictures of and sent them to their team. So it was a high chance that the clone that they were talking about is a clone of Mew. I just don't understand. Its other vital signs are strong. In the Mew clone's mind. We are sensing his brain activity and Mew's clone opened his eyes. The slow speed it had while opening his eyes was very notorious. As if the clone didn't want to do anything. He just wanted the answers he had thought of earlier. I sense others near me, the clone of Mew thought, not even trying to move from his place as it began to sense the living beings that were near him. But that was another question, how were others near him if he was completely alone in this place? But, what are those strange sounds they make? Those are words. They're talking, and a female voice answered his latest question, making the clone of Mew look besides him to see something glowing that little by little began to take form. The little girl had white hair with a very pale skin. Accompanying her were some of the warmest red eyes the clone have ever seen. She had a pale yellow dress that covered her entire body. Who are you? Mew's clone asked, confused at the fact that someone appeared out of nowhere in front of him. But maybe she was able to clear his doubts and help the clone understand what he truly is. He really wanted to know what or who he was. What do you mean? The girl said, a very distinctive sound of a question laced with a bit of laughter in her voice. I'm a girl. A person. The clone went near the girl, wanting to get more answers from her. But something was wrong as well, though he couldn't quite place it. He knew something would happen sooner or later, but he didn't know what it was. A person? Am I a person? Well. You look like a Pokémon, but you talk, the girl said, getting her arms behind her back as she gave the clone a warm smile. I didn't know a Pokémon could talk like a person. Mew's clone was getting even more confused as the talk went by. But he really wanted to understand what he really was. Pokémon. Person. What are those? Which one am I? Mew's clone wanted answers. Just being able to understand what he was would give him a meaning in life. He didn't know what he was, so. It was like being trapped in an endless void without an exit. He just wanted a purpose, something to work for. Maybe it'd make a difference to you to know whether you're a Pokémon or a person, but not to me, the girl replied as Mew's clone only got even more confused as the smile that she was showing on her face get even wider. She even twirled in happiness as she let out a small giggle, enjoying the moment with Mew's clone. If you are in this place, it means that you're the same as all of us are. Us? Mew's clone thought as little by little 3 Pokémon, or what he thought were Pokémon, appeared out of nowhere as well. But one thing remained the same. Their color palette was the same, white with hints of gray and sometimes even black. Mew's clone could even describe them perfectly. Hi. The first Pokémon that appeared is a small, quadruped Pokémon that has white skin with light gray patches. It has red eyes with white pupils, pointed, ear-like structures on top of its head, and a short, blunt snout with a wide mouth. A pair of small, pointed teeth are visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is open. Each of its thick legs ends with 3 sharp claws. On its back is a white plant bulb. Hey! The second Pokémon that appeared is a bipedal, reptilian Pokémon with a primarily white body and red eyes. Its underside from the chest down and the soles of its feet are gray-colored. It has 2 small fangs visible in its upper jaw and 2 smaller fangs in its lower jaw. A white-blue fire burns at the tip of this Pokémon's slender tail. Hello. The third and final Pokémon that appeared is a small Pokémon that resembles a white turtle. It has large, reddish eyes and a slightly hooked upper lip. Each of its hands and feet have 3 pointed digits. The end of its long tail curls inward. Its body is encased by a tough shell that forms and hardens after birth. This shell is dark gray on the top, light gray on the bottom, and has a thick black ridge between the 2 halves. In the laboratory, the data of the mental activity of each clone were being monitored. The computer demonstrated colorful waves that were giving them the specific brain signal that could identify any mental usage within the clones that they were creating. It was then that an anomaly appeared in the mental graphic, which concerned the scientists that were monitoring the data. What is happening? A man said. The man stood right beside a fellow male colleague as a female coworker sat in a chair, which was in the middle of the two men. Worried faces were shown in the faces of the three scientists as they began to analyze what was happening. "I'm not sure," the female scientist said as she quickly began to draw conclusions of what she was reading in the data. "It seems as if Mutuo and Amber 2 are communicating with the other clones. We could see briefly as how the other clones, which were in fact starter Pokémon from the Kanto region, were in stasis. Their eyes closed and with various cables connected to their body, levitating in the orange liquid that managed to let them stay alive. The tags in the containment tubes were changed now that they have given an actual name to the clones. The Bulbasaur 1 was changed to Bulbasaurtwo, the Charmander 1 to the Charmander 2, and lastly, the Squirtle 1 was replaced with one that said Squirtletwo. But how? They could be using telepathy. As the scientists were discussing their findings, an older scientist was looking at what appeared to be the same glowing aura that Mutuo had seen before. The scientist had heard everything that the other scientists have said, which made him look at the tube with the glowing aura inside it with a questioning look. Right beside the aura, was the containment tube which held Mutuo, who was like the other three clones, with his eyes closed and with cables connected throughout his entire body. Soon, the tired voice of the scientist that was looking at the orange aura. Inside Mutuo's mind. "Everybody here is a copy," Amber 2 said as she flew through the darkness along the other copies. Mutuo was still confused but was glad that it had a name. "That is why there is a 2 after all our names. I don't understand. They call me Amber 2, but I am still really Amber. And I'm Squirtle. Bulbasaur is my name. Mine is Charmander. But what does that really mean? Just from who I came from?" Mutuo thought as it did what everyone else was doing. But its thoughts were still elsewhere, trying to make sense to everything that Mutuo was learning with Amber. In the laboratory. The scientist that was looking at the glowing aura, which we know is Amber 2, had a hopeful look on his face. This was the only chance he had at getting Amber back. If this fails, there was no way he would be able to withstand it. "Please. Please let my theories be true," the scientist pleaded. Only himself could hear his own voice. His voice seemed as if they were at the line of cracking into sobs, but the scientist always knew how to hide it all. "I must see my little girl's smile again," the scientist said, revealing that Amber is his daughter. The scientist outstretched his hand and softly caressed the chamber which contained the orange aura that was his daughter. "I'll do anything to see you again." The doctor slowly removed his hand from the glass. A small tear ran down his cheek as he turned around and walked away. Time skip. "So, how are they doing today?" The lead doctor, father of Amber, asked as another scientist was right beside him, watching carefully the clones that they were creating. He really wished that this would work. He missed his daughter very much, and he only asked for one smile, just one smile. "You should be pleased, doctor," the scientist said, elevating the doctor's hope at seeing his daughter once more. "The Pokémon clones are stable and Mutuo is getting stronger every day," the scientist commented as they began to walk away from the chambers which contained the Pokémon and Amber. "Some of them are bound to survive. And it looks like all of our hard work is finally paying off. Yes, he would be very happy. I'm sure," the doctor stated as he kept walking towards his destination. He surely wanted his daughter back, but he even had this chance because of the one that provided him with all of the resources. He will try and make his boss happy. Even if it means his suffering. He may soon have the strongest Pokémon in the world. But I'll get something much more precious, knowledge on how to recreate life. The doctor was once again in front of the chamber which contained the orange aura, which was his daughter's consciousness. And then I'll use it to bring her back. In Mutuo's mind. Amber, Mutuo, and the other three clones were flying over the town. The starless and moonless night only been illuminated by the light that the street lamps were emitting. A soft wind passed through Mutuo's body, making feel relaxed. This feeling. It was amazing, and even comforting. This was a feeling Mutuo was sure that he was not willing to forget. They stopped for a moment, observing a crossroad which had many houses off the road. "I call this my remember place. This is where I used to live," Amber said, making the 4 other clones stare at it with longing, mainly Mutuo. Mutuo, while a clone created by humans, knew more than he hoped for and knew exactly what Amber meant by that. Sure, being just created doesn't let Mutuo comprehend most of what some things were, but it was also something Mutuo wanted to know. Mutuo wanted to be in a place where he could live without any worry. It was then that the sun suddenly came to existence, shocking Mutuo as it began to illuminate everything. Darkness went away as the light resurfaced into the land. Mutuo could even see that his hand were the same color as the color of every other clone that was with it, white. Mutuo had never seen something like that before. And Mutuo really wanted to know everything that he had to know about the world Mutuo was supposed to habitat in. "What is that?" "That's the sun," Amber explained as if it was common knowledge. Then clouds began to appear, making Mutuo more mesmerized at the sight of everything that was happening. Mutuo's eyes began to shine in amazement, though he didn't notice. The beautiful sight of the sun and the clouds burned into his brain. "What is it for?" Mutuo, though amazed at the sight, didn't know why it was there. Sure, Mutuo had some knowledge, from where, he didn't know, but Mutuo had never experienced it before. Mutuo wanted to know about everything he saw. "It make the whole world bright and it keeps us warm all day," Amber answered as the other 3 clones were relaxing even further by feeling the rays of the sun in their bodies. It made even Mutuo relax under them as the sun seemed to illuminate everything it was able to see. It was amazing, something he has yet discovered. And though the feelings Mutuo was feeling were the feelings that once upon a time Amber felt when she was alive, it was an amazing feeling. Would he feel the same when he went out there and felt the sun himself? Mutuo then felt a strong wind coursing through his body. Mutuo even had to cover his eyes with one of his hands as the wind was making Mutuo's eyes watery. Mutuo looked at Amber as if seeking an answer, but her smile was all Mutuo received. "This is called wind," Amber answered, making Mutuo confused at the term used to describe such anomaly that appeared out of nowhere. Such a simple word to describe what seemed to be more than just wind was very shocking to Mutuo. Wind? He then saw the flora, mainly the leaves of trees, flutter thanks to the wind that was passing through the leaves. The movement was hypnotic. Mutuo could stare at the trees and could stare at it without getting bored of them. Then they started to fly away, coursing through the sky as they went towards their next destination. "The wind help us along. Sometimes is soft and sometimes is very strong." As they flew through the sky, the blue hue it had suddenly changed to an orange hue with yellow hints. The 5 clones quickly reached the pace they wanted to be as they began to see another sight Mutuo would never forget. And that's the sunset. "That's when the sun says, 'Good night, see you tomorrow,'" Amber said, while the orange-hued sky slowly began to turn darker until it turned into a dark blue color which was illuminated by little stars and the shining moon that was illuminating the night. "Is that a sun?" Mutuo asked. It really looked similar to one in his opinion. But the sky was a different color than it originally was. He really had to understand everything that he was supposed to know when he had to go to the real world. It was sure to be very different experience than this. "No, that's the moon, and the stars are those little lights that twinkle all night just so we won't feel alone in the dark," Amber said as everyone was smiling as they watched the starry night. But then, the bad feeling that Mutuo felt came to fruition. "Guys, I don't feel so good," the Charmander clone said. This made everyone turn towards Charmander and widen their eyes in shock. Charmandertwo was fading out of existence. Light particles surrounded his body and before Charmandertwo could say anything, he disappeared completely. In the laboratory, the scientists began to rush their work as they saw one of the mental images suddenly lower until nothing but blankness was left in the graph. It shocked the scientist a lot. Were they going to fail in the work that they have put everything into? "We are losing all readings on Charmandertwo," a female scientist said, trying her best to counteract the problem that was affecting the clones. "They have tried before, only to get the same answer over and over again. This was their last chance. They would lose all income to the project if this trial fails. No. Not again. In Mutwo's mind. Steady Squirtle. Oh man. Squirtle whined as he also began to fade away into nothingness. The light that was left after the clone of Squirtle disappeared merged with the darkness that was around the last 3 living clones. But it wouldn't take long for Bulbasaur to also begin to fade away. The shock in his eyes left him with little time to react as the clone of Bulbasaur looked towards Amber. Amber Dash was the only thing that Bulbasaur was able to say, before fading away as the other two. Though Amber couldn't understand the other 3 clones like she could understand Mutwo, it left a sour taste in her mouth to know that her friends disappeared, never to come back. Mutwo was saddened and confused by the departure of the 3 clones, but inside of him was indifferent. He didn't make that connection with them like he connected with Amber. He just wished that the same wouldn't happen to her as well. In the laboratory. Bulbasaur and Squirtle are fading the same way. Scientists were beginning to panic and started to run the data all over again as the graphs that showed the mental status of both clones of Bulbasaur and Squirtle turned blank, the same way Charmander's graph turned blank. The main scientist that was in charge of this division couldn't help but sigh in frustration. It looks like another failure. In Mutwo's mind. Where did they go? Mutwo asked as he began to look around for the 3 clones that just disappeared. The act was so spontaneously that it brought more confusion into Mutwo. Pokémon were not supposed to disappear this way, right? But his fear ran true when he turned around. He saw the same light particles that surrounded the 3 faded clones on Amber, who just had the warmest of smiles on her face. She looked like an angel as she slowly faded away. In the laboratory. We could see now 3 empty chambers, which used to occupy the 3 faded clones. Only the liquid and the cables were left, flowing in the chamber aimlessly as scientists began to remove the equipment to better distribute the little space they had. The doctor ignored the 3 empty chambers as his sole focus was in the chamber that contained his daughter's consciousness. His eyes were looking at the chamber with pleading eyes as he could do nothing but await the answers. That his team would eventually tell him. He just outstretched his hand, touching the cold surface that the chamber's crystal had. Doctor. We're losing her too. The reply from the female scientist made the doctor lower his head a bit. His bang covering his eyes and glasses as he stopped himself from shacking in grief and anger. Though his eyes never left the orange aura that was inside the chamber, noticing how it began to shrink little by little. Amber. In Mutwo's mind. What's wrong, Amber? What's happening? Mutwo asked. He didn't know what was happening or why the others disappeared, but he didn't want Amber to disappear as well. But the serene smile that she had on her face was controlling Mutwo from asking more questions. It feels like it's time to say goodbye, Amber said, making Mutwo even more confused as his face turned into a saddened one as he just focused on Amber's features, burning the image of the one that showed him lots of things and answered his questions. Goodbye? Mutwo asked, not noticing how the moon and the stars disappeared. How the dark blue turned black in a matter of moments and how the buildings that were below their feet were slowly disappearing, just like the other clones. I feel something. Mutwo raised his hand towards his eyes and saw a crystal liquid escaping from his eyes. What are these? Those are tears. You're crying, Amber said as she slowly faded away. Fortunately the process was painless and the fading seemed to be slower than the rest. Mutwo didn't want to lose this moment for another answer he needs. Crying. My father used to tell me a bedtime story that when Pokémon are sad and they cry, that their tears are filled with life, Amber explained while she looked at Mutwo whose tears were floating away. I'm so sad, Mutwo said as tears kept on flowing away into the darkness that was enveloping them. No longer was the shining light that it used to have. Now is a never-ending darkness that didn't want to let go of him. I have to go. Why? I don't know, the simple answer left Mutwo without any words. But it's all right. Thank you for caring about me, and don't cry. Mutuo looked confused at the name. Mutuo. He would remember the name. For Amber. You should be happy. You're alive and life is wonderful. It was then that Amber disappeared, leaving a teary Mutuo alone in the darkness. He kept crying as he lowered his face a bit as even more tears began to escape from his eyes. This tears. What good are they? Mutuo said, saddened at the fact that Amber was gone. In the laboratory. Please Amber. Come back, Mutuo thought, as he began to cover his own body in psychic energy. The sadness Mutuo was feeling made him manifest these powers that he clearly had no control over. Don't go, please. The psychic energy that Mutuo began to use became much stronger, causing an overcharge in Mutuo's mental graph and starting to break the chamber he was located in. Amber. Doctor. Mutuo's brain waves are out of control. The female scientist exclaimed, shocked at the graph's data of Mutuo's brain waves. His mental state must have suffered something, but none of the scientists knew what really was happening with Mutuo. Is getting too out of control. He mustn't remember this. Administer the serum. Do it immediately. The doctor ordered, making the scientist under his command follow every order the doctor has just said. The success of this experiment now only lied with Mutuo, and he would not fail his boss. Though his heart was in pain for not being able to see Amber's smile one last time. I'll try 100 units, the female scientist that was on the computer checking the mental graph said as she began to make some commands on the computer to fulfill the doctor's order. They needed for this to work. Their jobs were on the line in this project, they needed to succeed. The scientist then began to number the units administered to Mutuo's chamber. The process seemed to not take any effect, not even after she finished counting from 10 to 100. This preoccupied the doctor, since Mutuo seemed to not have changed at all. The psychic energy was still being emitted from his body and causing scientists to stress over the fact that the serum was not working. What's happening? Is it working? The doctor asked, stressed over the fact that the serum did not work, but it actually did. Suddenly the graph's data suddenly began to stabilize and the reading came back to normal as everyone let out a sigh of relief. His brain wave are going back to normal. Everything seems to be okay, doctor. Nothing is okay. My Amber is gone forever. Only Mutuo survives.